responsible while having sex. Never before in my adult life had anything taken complete control of my sense of reason, my body, and my actions until I impulsively kissed Bree's lips. That's when I lost all self-control and my ability to function with a woman in my arms coherently. It felt beyond fucking incredible, but Jesus, how was this playing out in Bree's mind? She'd met a side of me that I didn't even know existed, a man controlled by wanting her more than he knew. A man who allowed his sexual drive to overrule his reason when it came to needing to be inside her, craving that more than anything when the possibility was made available to him. A man who was growing hard while he thought about taking her body again, feeling her tight pussy again. And most of all, a man who decided to run a goddamn bath? This sure as hell wasn't a side of me I knew existed. I smirked when I glanced at the silver fondue set that I'd placed near the bath, filled with warm chocolate next to a bowl of fresh strawberries and cherries. There was wine chilling in my silver ice bucket, and I'd even busted out the crystal wine glasses. I might as well fill this tub with red rose petals and call it a goddamn honeymoon. What the hell was wrong with me? First, I was playing with fire by having sex without protection, and now I was running bubble baths? So much for thinking I couldn't be a romantic man when it came to having sex. Now here I was daydreaming about being inside her again while looking out at the ocean on the other side of this window. I'd be a fool to shove these newfound emotions out of the way. As corny as it all seemed, the smile that I left Bree lying on the bed with, the dimpled and dazed smile that I was obsessed with, was the reason I was checking for the perfect temperature in the oversized tub I'd never used nor ever planned on using. "Wow," I heard Bree say, and I turned back to find her concealing her beautiful body from my hungry eyes with a bathrobe. "I've seen these stone bathtubs in architect magazines. I love the rectangular design and the fact that you can fit 3 or 10 people in them." She smiled, her lips still swollen from me kissing her like I'd fallen in love with the act. "I like the way it's centered in the middle of that long window. You can see the ocean glowing out there." "Well, this will be its first use." I rose, still naked as the day I was born. "And if you want to enjoy all of those features you just mentioned, drop the damn robe, sexy." I arched an eyebrow at her. I watched her blush when her eyes noted that I was hard and ready to fuck her in or out of this bath. I went to kiss her, then noticed her bottom lip. Now I felt like an asshole. I knew I'd bitten her lip while holding back from exploding the minute I felt the warmth of being inside her and the sensations that sparked in me. After I tried to kiss away the minor injury that my impulsive behavior had caused, I frowned when I brought my thumb and examined her lip further. "Damn it, I'm so fucking sorry I did this." I laughed at myself. "I swear to God that I didn't think I bit you so hard." Her fingertips brushed over my stomach, around my lower back, and then her nails dug into my ass. "It's fine," she smiled. "It complemented the intense orgasm you were kind enough to give me." I watched her eyes do that dazed look, and my cock nearly jumped with the idea of what it must have felt like for her, and the fact that I could throw that ass up against the wall and replay it if she wanted it like that again. Instead of acting like the desperate fool that I felt like, I opted for a more controlled route, and I kissed her bruised lip again. "Get in the bath," I said. "I'll run some ice over this." Unaffected, Bree reached for my cock, and unsurprisingly, I didn't jump. Hell, my dick acted like it knew her better than I did. I knew it certainly appreciated fucking her in all the right and tight spaces. "Are you getting in with me?" she questioned, as she slowly started pumping her hand around my cock. "Only if you keep working my hard dick like you're doing," I said playfully. I held her close to my body, pressed my lips softly yet firmly onto hers, and then glanced out at the welcoming view that made a bath sound like a splendid idea. Maybe it was the fact that I knew where this bath idea was heading, and that made it all the more enticing. Since I have no intention of leaving your side until I'm forced to, I smiled at her as she studied me in humor. I guess it's time I soak in a bath for the first time since I was 2. She flashed my favorite smile at me, and then left me to watch the beauty of her silhouette walk toward the enormous window and the tub after I dimmed the lights. Fucking hell, what a damn fine sight, I thought, watching her step into the tub and relax against the towel I'd placed as a cushion for her head. If only I could keep the perfection of this moment in my mind forever. Brienne, beautiful and fully relaxed in the oversized bath, while the ocean sparkled under the moonlight from beyond the windows. "Get your sexy ass in here with me," she said. "I'd like some fine wine from Mr. Grayson's vineyard handed to me, please." I smiled at her newfound confidence with me. I would have wagered that I'd run off the woman by fucking her without a condom and biting and bruising her lip, but she was still here with me, both of us wanting more of each other. I stepped into the bath, and the candle, yes, I lit goddamn candles too, highlighted what I thought was a shadow on her neck at first, until I got a closer look. "Holy shit," I said, when she turned her head to the side to gaze out of the window, giving me a better view of the dark spot that I'd noticed. "Let me see your neck." I brushed my fingers over the 2 hickeys I'd given her on one side, and a darker one on her throat, leaving only the left side without a blemish. Fucking hell, could I just drown myself in this bath before I had to admit that I'd done this to her as well? "What's wrong?" "Trust me, you don't want to fucking know," I said, collapsing back on the other end of the bath. My recent hard-on was quickly gone, and my sense of pride that I was pretty damn good in bed was following right behind it. "I might have kissed your neck a little too hard. Bruised it." I stopped and cringed. I couldn't say the fucking words. "Sorry, but I gave you a hickey or 3. What the fuck happened to me in that room?" "Do I have a hickey?" She said the word like a person who wanted to know if they had a spider crawling on them. "I have to thank you, Brienne," I said, watching her, mortified that I'd done this. "You've taken my virginity, and now you have the battle scars to show the world that I loved every second of fucking a woman for the first time in my life." I frowned. It seems that's how I acted, anyway. A goddamn hickey. 3 of them, to be precise. I'm so fucking sorry about that now, too. She clutched her neck, and then she unexpectedly smiled. "I'll get you back for this." Her eyes met mine. "I'll admit that if I weren't gasping for air like I was the virgin tonight, I'd probably have sucked on your neck like I was a vampire, too." I rolled my eyes. "Good God, how will you cover that up?" "I have scarves," she smiled. "It gives me a good excuse to pretend I'm a fashionable lady." Jesus, you must think I'm an absolute amateur in bed. "Definitely not." She raised her eyebrows and reached for an empty crystal wine glass and waved it. "But you are certainly an amateur when it comes to keeping your word in this bath." "Right, the wine and strawberries." "Chocolate dipped, right?" "I'm going to dip them in chocolate." I poured wine into her glass, then wedged myself and hardening cock between her legs. "Then I'm going to lick chocolate off your nipples, your neck." I paused and kissed her chin. "Maybe I should feed them to you like the queen I intend to treat you as from this day forward." She laughed. "Good idea." She took a sip of wine, then eyed me with a look that made me hard and ready to fuck again. "In fact, with my love for all things chocolate," she reached for my cock while offering me a sip of her wine, "I've never actually had a chocolate-covered—" I smiled at her, searching for words. "If you think I'm going to trust your perfectly white teeth around my chocolate-covered dick, tempting you to chomp down, you've lost your mind." She squeezed my tip, and I sucked in a sharp breath. "I'm not you," she said. She took a sip of wine and offered me another drink. "I don't bite. How about I suck every last drop of warm chocolate off your cock?" Her fingers ran from my balls and up my shaft. "I'll lick along here." She kissed my lips that thirsted to taste hers again. "Sweet Jesus," I groaned in pleasure, then moved my mouth up her neck and under her chin. She sighed as she pumped the tip of my cock, and I reached for her clit that was still swollen and ready for more. "Maybe I'll drink your cum with the delicious taste of chocolate in my mouth. What do you think?" she questioned through that sexy panting she did that turned me on. Fuck. That's all I could say before I fell under the sexual spell of Brienne Stone. She started working my cock with perfection between her tight hands, and I fell limp against the back of the tub. I opened my legs for her to do whatever she wanted with me. I gripped the hard sides of the tub, knowing my cock was undoubtedly harder than the stone bath we were in. I couldn't just lay back like a bitch and let Bree do all the work, though. No way in hell. Not after feeling like a jackhole from earlier. I was taking care of my girl, not the other way around. She was so insanely beautiful, and that's precisely why I smoothly manipulated her to lay back against my chest while I dipped my fingers into her smooth pussy. Her knuckles were white as she clung to the rim of the tub while I massaged the rough surface of her G-spot inside of her. "I'm on your spot," I said, back on track in the pleasure and knowing how to fuck a woman department. "You want it fast or slow, Dimples?" Being back in control and bringing my woman the pleasure she deserved was my sole purpose. Her hands covered my knees while her back slid up and down where my cock was wedged between her and my stomach. I wanted so badly to be inside her tight pussy again. That would come when I was out of this bath. Unless she was set on staying in here and swallowing me anyway, because there was no way I was shooting my cum into this bath water. Thank God I was functioning like a normal man who knew how to fuck again, because I was about to start questioning what I'd become after almost a month without sex. Jesus, hickeys? Fucking split lips because I gnawed on Brienne's luscious ones like she was a bone? I twisted and manipulated my fingers to work with each sigh, moan, and gasp Bree gave me to direct me on how she wanted it. "Faster!" she gasped, her face twisting back to bring her lips to my chest as she sunk further down, her body helping my fingers find the exact point she desired. My thumb flicked over her clit, and then I rolled that sensitive spot in circles after she whined out a moan and gripped my legs. I pushed my fingers deeper into her and pulled hard and fast against her G-spot. Bree arched her ass into me, and I hung onto her G-spot, feeling the tight spasm of her orgasm clenching against my fingers. "Fuck, I'm coming!" She announced my 3 favorite words to leave her mouth while getting her off. "Sexy as fuck, too," I said, smiling and watching the water splash around her, floundering through the energy of this orgasm I wished my cock was feeling. Brienne turned, and the next thing I knew, her breathless smile was more daring. She pulled herself up as my fingers lost the one pulsating energy they could have hugged and massaged for the rest of the night. "Get a condom," she said. "I want you inside me, now." In record-breaking time, I managed to half-dry both our asses off, grab a box out of my top drawer, and tear into the one thing that would bring me the sensation my dick was literally weeping for. Before I could roll it on, Brienne's perfect and naked body knelt on the floor in front of me, and her mouth took me as deeply as she could. I gripped the back of her damp hair and mentally willed myself not to ram my cock down her throat. Not helping me with trying to steady my greedy habits of fucking, Bree grabbed each of my ass cheeks and hummed my cock into the back of her throat. My fucking ears started ringing as her tongue licked while she and I worked together in some style to allow me to fuck her mouth as deep as I could. I had to go deeper and harder, and though this was close to making my knees buckle, I wanted to be buried inside her, to see the look in her eyes as she came while I hit the back of her pussy again. Her drunken and yet soft look of utter ecstasy was what drove me to pull her sexy lips from my dick and lay her on my bed. She raked her fingers through my hair when I entered her hard, deep, and fast. I spied her expression to see if she was into this wild way of taking me, and her eyes, rolling back into her head as she licked her lips, confirmed that I was on the path to another hard orgasm for both of us. She was tight, wet, and her pussy was clenching against my dick as I went harder and deeper with each thrust. "God, you feel so good," she said through a painful moan. I slowed down until I felt her fingers clawing into my back, as if the skin covering my tight muscles were equally as resilient as the stone tub she clung onto from before. I sucked in my bottom lip as I pumped hard and faster with each plea for more. I never believed I could nail a woman this hard and deep, only to see her eyes stoned on the ultimate pleasure ride. This was sexier than anything I'd ever experienced. Her sounds, her nails buried into my flesh, and her legs, locking me in to continue hard and fast like we were both in a sex marathon of ecstasy and pleasure, all of it was driving me wild. I felt everything on a higher level, and there were multiple times when I swore that I'd held off coming only to have the gift of a small, shooting orgasm. In all the sex I'd ever had, that's one thing that had never fucking happened. I either lost it and came hard and strong, or I held on to that edge until I was ready to end it. Fighting back an orgasm was treating me with tremors of small pleasures right before the buildup of letting go. Bree wailed that she was coming hard, and I found her lips to validate we would ride this one together. It had me coming deeper and almost fully burying my 9 to 10 inches inside her throbbing entrance. "Fucking hell!" I gasped out through heavy breathing. "Tell me I didn't bruise your beautiful pussy this time." "You did." I felt her laugh, and I winced with the fact that my cock was sensitive as fuck, and she was clenching hard around it with her laughter. Bree's dimpled smile caught me like a deer in headlights while she grabbed my ass before I could pull out to save myself the embarrassment of breathing through her pussy contracting hard on my dick. After her soft laughter ended, I chewed on my bottom lip when I felt every sensation of her still coming. Again? Jesus Christ, this was my night. "You want more?" I smiled at her. I kissed her lips, ran my tongue over her throat, and nibbled the soft flesh directly below her ear. "Like that, Dimples?" I thrust myself deep into her again. My dick was softening and falling out of the game, but I still had enough to make her grip my back and nod, her beautiful eyes never leaving mine. She reached down to where I slyly removed my cock from her pussy. "I'm bringing this guy back with that chocolate idea of mine." "I'm not sure I'm down to turn my dick into your very own chocolate popsicle, babe." She looked at me curiously. "I like when you call me that, which is strange because I hated it when my idiot ex did." "Maybe because it's me and not his sorry ass." I smiled, laying on my back and allowing her to curl into my side. I draped my arm around her and used my other hand to run circles over her full nipples. "You're perfect in every way. I have no idea how or why," I said with a laugh. "You let me fuck you that goddamn hard." "It felt fucking fantastic. Let's face it, I've never had sex with a real man before," she said in a deep, funny voice, laughing. "Well, this was one way to feel what that's like," I teased. Bree started to trace her fingers along my cock while I closed my eyes, pulling my hand away from her breast and resting it behind my head. "You have the most beautiful body I think I've ever seen." "No, babe," I smiled, staking claim to the name she liked me calling her. "That would be yours, and if you keep tickling my cock and balls like you're doing, you're going to knock my ass out." "I'll just wake you up with hot syrup or whatever the strawberries were supposed to be dipped in." "Jesus Christ," I smiled. "I'll never sleep again with you in the room if you want to play it that way." She rubbed her hand over my abdomen and yawned while she nestled into my side. "I do love you," she said in a more serious voice. "I know. I have those nail tracks on my back that you'll be applying Neosporin to after breaking flesh to prove my theory was right." She laughed, and I sighed in absolute contentment. Whether we fell asleep wrapped in each other's arms like this, or woke up through the night, my dick being turned into a hot fudge sundae or not, I'd never been this attached to a woman before. Ever. My eyes snapped open when I realized I'd let my fucking brain detach from my body again, and somewhere on my bedroom floor was an unused condom. Was I trying to join the baby-making club? I knew for sure that wasn't the case, so why was I acting like a reckless fool with this perfect woman at my side? They say that love is blind, but they failed to mention that love, coupled with desperation and passion, would lead me to becoming a fucking fool with Brienne after coming inside her twice tonight. Regardless, I was keeping this woman around for the long haul. Something told me that if I didn't get the nerve to open up to her and talk like a school counselor about birth control, her idiot, selfish boyfriend, and sexually transmitted diseases, we weren't going to put a pin in this sexually impulsive problem I suddenly had. Fucking unreal that I was always the most reasonable and responsible one out of my entire group of friends, and now I was acting worse than all the guys when they were single, combined. I just hoped Brienne was truly feeling love for me, and not just saying that after I'd acted so carelessly with her perfect body tonight. I sure as hell wasn't lying about it. I wasn't planning on leaving her side anytime soon, and all I could do now was hope she wasn't planning on leaving mine.
Chapter 23. Bree. I'd never been in a position to crave sex in any manner until Alex. This was crazy, but I wasn't arguing. Having sex with him was off the charts, and any woman who'd experienced him on a sexual level as I had would be a fool not to desire sex after this night. I was so lost in thought, running my fingertips over Alex's groomed balls, around his soft cock, and along the hard groove of his V-shaped muscles, that I hadn't realized I'd sent the sexy man off into a peaceful slumber. It was just as well after I couldn't seem to get enough of him fucking me as hard and deep as I could take him that I knew for sure I'd be sore in the morning. I turned into him, draped my leg over his waist, and managed to fall asleep, nestled into his side. The last thing I remembered was Alex's arm pulling me closer to him and his hand covering my ass. I didn't know how long I'd been asleep when I woke up to Alex, readjusting himself to turn into me. The only shitty part about being woken up was that this intense craving for more sex was worse than it was when I first dozed off. I was going to be screwed if I didn't knock this shit off. I'd had hard, good sex with Alex, and I'd fallen asleep at his side. But that wasn't enough since the dream I'd been woken up from was about Alex and me. And it was so arousing that I was hornier now than I was before I drifted off. Good grief. I guess this is what happens when the sex is fantastic. It wasn't helping that Alex's hard cock was up against my stomach, either. The aching sensations returned, and my lips were dry, imagining him forcefully kissing me as he'd done. Damn, I loved the way he kissed. The intensity of this man was sexier than hell, especially since I'd never felt a man show this sort of unhinged desire in bed before. I loved how rough he was, the way he groaned, and the deep, raspy sounds of pleasure he made. Who would have thought the force of him fucking me hard would be the biggest turn-on ever? Ugh, why did I have to run my fingertips softly over his sensual body and send him off to dreamland? Stop thinking about it and close your dumb eyes. I turned to mold myself further into Alex, who now slept facing me, and draped my leg over his hips. His muscular leg moved between mine and rubbed against my clit. When I felt that Alex's cock was wet against my stomach, I smiled, thinking the man was hopefully going to wake up as horny as I had from whatever dream hardened his wet cock. Hoping that he wasn't in a deep sleep and that he could easily be woken up, I slid my wet entrance over his upper leg. Nothing. I gripped his back and chewed my bottom lip when I moved my clit over Alex's muscular leg wedged between mine. My eyes rolled back, feeling my swollen clit getting off against Alex's leg. Good God, Brienne. Humping the man's leg now? The fuck is wrong with you? There was no way I was letting Alex sleep through this new addiction he'd given me. No way in hell. He was rock hard. I needed him in me, and I wanted him now. His wet tip told me the man was having a fucking hot dream, and it was time to make dreams come true with this sexy beast lying peacefully at my side. I manipulated Alex to lay flat on his back, and with ease, he did. "You are perfect in every way," I said, softly trying to coax his eyes to open and wake up to quench my need for more. If he was lost in this dream that his cock was proving he was having, I was happy to awaken him to finish it physically. I crawled between his legs and started licking his shaved balls, then ran the tip of my tongue from the base of his now dripping cock to the tip. I slid my tongue in circles around it, tasting his salty pre-cum and needing this man to wake his ass up. "Alex," I whispered, kissing along his abdomen. "I need you." Filled with a warmth sizzling deep inside me, now at a boiling point for wanting his cock buried inside me, I decided to wake him up in a different manner. I slid his tip over my entrance, and if I had one last ounce of decency in me, I would have stopped there. But now, I wasn't able to stop. Wait, yes, I could. This was... I sighed when my body felt jolts of blissful energy swarming again after Alex's hands came up to my waist. Thank God he's waking up. I smoothed my hands over his chest and watched as he chewed on his lip, eyes still closed. Then he groaned while he thrust his cock into me fully. "Yes," I whispered in a moan of gratitude. I started moving up and down, rolling my hips and working his cock as I started rubbing my clit to enhance feeling him inside me again. He was huge and perfect, and the best thing I'd had in far too long. "Fuck yes," Alex answered in a low growl. Even though his tone was filled with ecstasy, his eyes were still closed. He moved gently in and out, licking his perfect lips, while he molded his head further back and into his pillow. "God damn, I love you." His voice was distant, and that's when I stopped my pursuit of fucking him like this. I studied the sharp features of his face. Was he still sleeping? "Alex," I said a little louder this time. "Are you awake?" He mumbled in response, and I couldn't help but laugh softly. The guy could undoubtedly start in on a good fuck, even in his sleep. "Damn it. We need a condom," I said, knowing I was the one awake and thinking clearly. I went to pull off, but his strong hands kept me in place. "Don't move, baby. Keep riding me." I saw his eyes open after he groaned and bit down on his bottom lip. "You feel so fucking good." I could see the desire in his eyes, and I could feel it cover me entirely. All I wanted was this sensation. I wanted him deep, and now I could control all of it from where I straddled him. I was about to ride him hard and deep, and that's precisely what I did. Alex thrust himself further into me as I rotated my hips in brisk circles, working my pussy up and down his shaft.
"Faster, baby. Tell me you're close too. Fuck."
He moaned, his chin tilted up, and I could see that my brisk movements were as pleasurable for him as they were for me.
"Oh my God. You're so..."
His voice trailed off as his strong hands gripped my waist tighter. Alex captured my hand that rubbed my clit as fast as he moved his cock in and out of me. His legs came up, and I leaned back against them and moaned when I felt his fingers taking my clit in a way that would make a vibrator jealous of his skills. My breath caught in my chest when his other hand rolled my nipple between his fingers, and he started pumping himself harder up into me. I was the one spouting off the curse words of ecstasy, while Alex worked me like he owned my body.
"Fuck, I'm going to come." "Rock those hips. I'm right there with you,"
he said in his low, raspy voice.
"Come on, baby."
I could tell he was painfully holding back. I looked at his face, and his eyes were moving from my pussy, where he was creating a massive buildup of an orgasm, then to my tits, and now his eyes were on mine.
"I'm so close." "You're so fucking beautiful. Clamp that pussy hard around my cock."
I squeezed his fullness as tight as possible, knowing that the more I did that, the harder the orgasm was when I came.
"Harder,"
he said, rougher now. "Oh God," I breathed out.
"Come, baby."
He begged. What the hell was going on with me? I wanted this so fucking badly, and now my body wouldn't let go of the buildup that forced me to wake him up. I mean, he wasn't arguing, but I wanted this, and now my body wasn't letting go. "God damn it," I said in frustration, and that's when Alex had me beneath him.
"Hey,"
he kissed my lips.
"Having trouble, love?"
The way he said the words so smoothly and low should have made me lose myself all over him. "I'm so close. Alex silenced me with a devouring kiss, his tongue forcefully moving against mine, and I sucked in a breath when he started moving hard and deep into me.
"You want it hard and deep again? Tell me what you need, Dimples,"
he said, his lips all over my neck and breasts. I raked my fingers through his soft hair and braced myself for him by gripping his shoulders. "Deeper. Fuck me hard." As soon as I said it, that consuming smile of his lit up the room more than the moonlight that peered through the windows. His lips went to work while he intertwined his fingers with mine. The man had me pinned hard against his bed, driving deep into me and pulling out the stubborn orgasm that was worth the trouble it gave me. I nearly shouted after I ripped my hands away from his and gripped his hair while the orgasm shattered violently through me. Alex's eyes were swirling and beautiful when his mouth tightened, lips turned down. And then he moved briskly and hard.
"Fuck yes."
He drove in harder.
"I'm fucking there,"
he said with his face looking wildly stoned.
"God, I love this."
He groaned in pleasure, and I transfixed my eyes, watching him as he climaxed hard. The creased lines in his forehead, a frown on his tightened lips, and his eyes, trying to stay locked on mine, confirmed that Alex was coming hard and enjoying the same intensity I'd just felt. This look and his damn sexy moans were partly the reason I think I was addicted to this man. He was sexy before, but he was even sexier now when he rode a hard orgasm. He was my new drug, and I was unashamedly attracted to him. He rolled onto his back and kept me on him.
"Don't move. I'm keeping my dick inside you for as long as it takes to make up for being a total asshole and falling asleep on my lady."
"Your lady?"
"You heard me. My fucking woman."
He smiled and shot up both of his eyebrows. "Well, you certainly left me alone to dream about you fucking me." I traced my fingers on his chest. Then I couldn't go back to sleep after your hard dick. I shifted my hips to acknowledge him still inside me. Woke me up.
"My dick woke you up?"
His eyes lit in humor. Hard, dripping wet, And you even started fucking me in your sleep."
Seriously?
He chuckled.
I'm a sleep fucker too?
"That you are. And because you're a sleep fucker, I couldn't go back to sleep. So, here we are again." Alex chuckled along with me.
Well, since I've done the unpardonable sin and left my woman wanting, I'm going to have to make this right to help your beautiful and sexy ass fall into a good, wholesome slumber. That, or we give my sleep-fucking dick a few minutes, and I'll fuck you back to sleep that way.
"How about we opt in for a warm glass of milk? I swear to God, I will be worthless to everything under the sun tomorrow if I don't get any sleep tonight."
Hold the fuck up. Warm milk?
He looked at me as if I were his sudden enemy.
First of all, milk is the one drink I cannot stand. I hate that shit, so I don't have any here.
"Whoa," I smiled. "First of all, you say. Am I to assume you have a second point to make after your assault on milk?"
And a fucking third point in the lesson of milk.
He arched his eyebrow at me.
Warm milk? The thought of that almost made me throw up in my mouth.
I pinched my lips together, trying not to laugh at the adorable look of disgust on Alex's face. "And the third point, Mr. Grayson?" He kissed my nose.
"If you want to go back to sleep, why don't we try chilling in the spa? I'll give you some bourbon to knock your sexy ass out. We don't do milk unless—"
He paused, his eyes looking into mine attentively.
"Jesus, I might have to break this whole thing off with you because you like milk. Fuck."
I laughed. "I never said I liked it, but it does help you sleep when it's warm."
"Bourbon is your new answer to falling asleep."
He helped me off of him.
"That and a nice soak in the spa outside."
"Now you're turning me into a sex addict and an alcoholic?"
"The sex addict part is easily cured. You can just move in with me, and I'll fulfill that desire any time of the day or night."
"Right." I rolled my eyes.
"What was the erotic dream about that made you wake up wanting me anyway?"
I thought I'd torture his pompous ass with my dream after he'd insulted a harmless glass of warm dairy product. It was more like a fantasy and not a dream.
"I'm listening."
He eyed me. "You were fucking me from behind on the edge of your deck, insisting I enjoy the ocean while you fucked me."
"That fantasy can easily come true."
"It was in broad daylight with people around." Alex smiled.
"Again, it can come true."
"The hell it can," I said firmly. "I'm getting my swimsuit, and let's hope this spa and bourbon idea will send me off to sleep."
"And if that doesn't work, I'll fuck you back to sleep. And apparently, since I sleep fuck, I'll fuck you even while I'm out, too. Sound good?"
I couldn't resist but to laugh at the man's arrogance and take his offered hand after he pulled on his board shorts. Sitting in the spa overlooking the ocean was not the cure for falling back to sleep, nor did I want it to be. After Alex confirmed it was around 5 in the morning, I was pretty shocked to realize I'd gotten more than a few minutes of sleep.
"Here, sexy."
Alex smiled at me after handing me a glass of bourbon. "Do you think we should start the morning drinking hard liquor?" I sipped it anyway and slid close to his side.
"Hard sex requires hard liquor."
He chuckled and sipped the amber fluid from his glass.
"Besides,"
he curled his lips after the warmth of the bourbon touched them,
"it's all how you view it."
"How should I view it?" I smiled over at his eyes, reflecting the illuminating spa we were in. "Because the way I see it, this is the best bourbon I've had in my life, and I'll probably be drunk by sunrise and calling for an Uber to prevent—" Alex's hand tipped my glass to my lips.
"Take a sip, love."
He smiled at me, saying that name smoother than the bourbon he held.
"It's far too early to get into a fight and have angry sex."
"Angry sex?" I laughed at him. He pressed his lips together and nodded.
"Yes. You see, our sex consists of various types. Angry sex, which is hard and raw."
He looked at me and did his sexy eyebrow arch.
"And you pulling out my hair."
"Ah, I see. So we have a particular way of having sex?" When did this all make itself known to you?
Then there's makeup sex. Everyone has it. Sometimes good, sometimes bad. Ours is different.
I rolled my eyes and couldn't refrain from smiling as if he were reading from a sex manual. How's our makeup sex? I'm lost on that since we haven't had makeup sex yet.
Simple. It's you facing a wall while I hit the Alex spot, previously known as your G-spot, and I'll make sure that is taken care of every time my dick is inside you.
He laughed while I watched him going on and making up these silly lines.
Either way, I'm ensuring you know I'm sorry for whatever I did to cause an argument while fucking you up against the wall.
And if I piss you off? He smirked and took another sip.
Same thing. Me fucking you hard from behind and having you climbing that wall in ecstasy.
Let's change the subject, I said with a laugh. Unless you're already drunk and have a list of various types of sex we'll be having.
Office sex?
He raised his glass to that one.
You might as well put that thought in your head now, because it can and will be happening.
Yeah, I don't think so.
I do,
he stated.
Because if I can fuck in my sleep, I can surely nail your ass anywhere in that building, and all the employees would be none the wiser.
He looked at me as I studied him to see if he was as serious about this as he sounded.
Trust me, you won't make it past noon, and I'll barely survive until 10 in the morning after seeing your sexy eyes looking at me with desire for more.
I sighed and enjoyed the fact that I loved being here at this moment. Even if it did consist of Alex bullshitting while we stretched our legs out in his stone spa, allowing the crisp breeze of the salty air to keep us both awake.
You're right. Change of subject,
he said.
I'm getting ready to tear your ass up again. So, how will we handle this little relationship of ours?
So, this will be more than a friends with benefits situation then. He eyed me with that dark business stare of his.
I've never told a woman I loved her in my life. Hell, I've never felt this way about any woman.
He'd pretty much said what I'd hoped he'd meant from earlier, confirming how I was feeling too. Is it weird that we're just tossing the word love around? Do you think that's the sex talking?
It might be the sex talking for you, but in my case...
He leaned down and kissed my lips softly.
I know these are strong emotions. I know I want you solely for myself, and I know for a fact that I'm never letting you leave me.
His somber expression lightened up some.
You're sort of screwed if you don't return the sentiment, and I'm certainly going to look like a freak because I'm not sure I can blot out these emotions. Trust me when I say that I'm not an emotional individual.
When did you really start having feelings for me? Was it before or after I made a jackass out of myself the first night I met you? He grinned, and his hand came up to rub my shoulder.
That night, I was certainly intrigued, but you were only a piece of hot ass I wouldn't have minded fucking.
He chuckled.
Honestly, I don't know where it all came from, but I'm not pushing it down. I was scared to death I would fuck this all up and hurt you.
He grew distant as he looked out at the ocean the spa faced.
I don't know. I guess it was acting on kissing you. And then after we did have sex, that's when I fully knew I could never hurt the one woman who'd gotten through my coal-black heart somehow.
I rubbed his chest. I can see it bothers you, though. You get this sad expression in your eyes, I said, seeing that look again. I have no idea what the hell you're thinking or what's scaring you about me. As for this whole hurting me thing, well, you've heard the rumors about what happens to men who fuck me over. I paused when he smiled.
You play embarrassing sex tapes of them for everyone they know to see? Tell me.
His eyebrows knit together, and he pulled me close.
Did you love him?
I rolled my eyes. Honestly, no, I answered. Maybe I'm not supposed to say that since we were going to be married, but in hindsight, I can say with certainty that it wasn't love. I thought it was back then, but I think he was just the closest person around when my dad was first diagnosed, and I needed someone. I was scared, and I needed something constant. My mother's side of the family went batshit crazy when Max proposed to me at a party they'd thrown for a bunch of wealthy friends.
Jesus Christ.
Alex said.
That asshole took away the way I was going to propose too?
I chuckled. Yep. And now my crazy aunts can't work up a greedy appetite to show off and act like they have as much money as their friends.
So, you never wanted to marry the man?
Again, I think that's where me needing to feel something constant came in. I knew I was losing my dad, and my mother was already dead. I think I was subconsciously trying to root myself because losing my dad meant I was going to be an orphan, and I didn't know how to begin to handle that. Getting married and starting a family seemed like a good way to make roots, I suppose. I'd never admitted that to anyone, and saying it out loud to Alex made me feel an odd sense of relief. Max wasn't always horrible. He was funny in his own way, and he did things to keep my mind off losing Dad. I sort of clung to him through grief. Theo hated him, though, and the girls had their watchful eyes on him. That's how I got the video of him having sex with that bitch.
Let me guess. Natalia was the friend who set him up.
I was so busy being thrown into having the perfect wedding by my aunts. I looked at him watching me, and I could tell he was definitely interested in this story. They freaking flew me to Fashion Week in New York and to Paris to have my gown designed. It was so over the top, and I was looking for an excuse to get out of it. My first panic attack happened in the middle of all of that. Alex frowned.
My God, was it all that bad? I thought young girls such as your beautiful self loved the idea of big, fashionable weddings.
No more than all young boys want to be the captain of the football team. I know plenty of women who want nothing to do with having a big wedding, so that's a stereotype, buddy. But anyway, yes, Nat's friend set Max up. That's why, Mr. Grayson, I should warn you now that if you think you can hurt me, you might want to think again. I have friends who will bury your ass. I reached for his cock, which prompted him to lick his lips, swim around to face me, and bring his hands up to my cheeks. He gently kissed my lips.
I know this is all new between us, and it's extremely fast. I say we enjoy each other and have fun with it all. I want to keep that dimpled expression on your face, and I will.
He paused, and his expression darkened again.
Bree, I will fucking work my ass off to accept all of these feelings and keep you smiling.
Quit burdening yourself with everything between us. I ran my fingers over his cheek. I liked the idea of enjoying what we found in each other. If that moves in a direction that gets too heavy for you, you have to tell me. It feels like you're more afraid of failing me in a relationship, and we're not even in one yet.
As I said, I don't throw the word love around lightly. I never have.
I've also hoped that the rumors about you are true, then. His forehead creased in concern.
Oh, great. The angry witch must have sent her monkeys to fuck me without my knowledge in Rumorville, then. What do you know, and how worried should I be?
I kissed his forehead and smoothed back his wet hair. Let's just say the woman who started the rumor would be pretty pissed to know you kissed me while fucking me, and you also made eye contact. Unexpectedly, he smiled.
Well, shit. How many witches are in The Wizard of Oz? Because if this is the case, it's all true, and it could be any fling or ex of mine who can't keep her mouth shut.
So, I eyed him. You seriously fuck women without so much as looking at them?
There's never been an intimate bone in my body while I've had a woman in bed with me. Until you. I mean, running baths? That's all brand new, too.
What about drinking warm milk? I giggled when his hands came up to my sides, and his lips captured mine in a kiss hotter than the spa. Hell, this kiss warmed up my insides, and Alex's hand slid into my bikini and kicked on the sexual heat. I need to step out. I laughed through his kiss. You're cranking up my internal temperature gauge, and I'm burning up.
The sun's rising.
He stepped out and grabbed a towel for me.
How about we enjoy it while wrapped up in this oversized towel and continue talking about how much we love each other?
I smiled at him and stepped out. Sounds like a perfect way to start the day.
Chapter 24. Alex. Having a house on the Pacific Ocean didn't allow us to watch the sun rising over the ocean. Instead, the pastel hues replaced the darkened sky, and the sun's rays streamed out over the water, creating a glimmer that moved with the ocean currents. Usually, after long weeks in the city, I would retreat to my beach house and spend a lot of time at the edge of my balcony, absorbing the serenity of sunrises with a cup of coffee. Today was different in every way. For starters, my stone-cold heart had thawed overnight, and I felt like an entirely different human being. It wasn't due to anything I'd done, either. Being with Brienne made me feel different, happier. My jaded outlook on life seemed somehow softer whenever I was near her. It was strange how a woman could change it all with just a look, the sound of her voice, and in Brienne's case, the alluring part of her stubborn yet golden personality. I was a man in love, and honestly, what a liberating feeling to care for someone so suddenly and intensely. Knowing the man that I was, and never being down this uncertain path before, I knew I could fuck this shit up as fast as it had started. I wouldn't go down that road, though. If I began to overthink this, I'd destroy the peace I'd found, given to me by the woman who put this goofy smile on my face, a smile I hadn't seen since I was 16. As soon as the memories of my past started to bubble their way up in my mind, I knew I had to shut this train of thought down immediately and lock it away. Fuck. I felt suddenly nauseous at the idea of haunted memories resurfacing, knowing my first instinct was to close myself off and push Bree away for her and my own good. As we'd said earlier, we would make this fun and see where it all went. There was no pressure, only me reacting to how happy I felt and the fear of darker times trying to ruin that. I lived all this time, shutting out the chaos, and I was perfectly fine. I could do it now, too. I deserved a happy life with someone who made me laugh. Why couldn't I have it with Bree? There was no good reason why not. It just got cold, Bree said, snapping me out of my thoughts. I have an oversized beach blanket. I brought it up and around me as I came up behind her and pulled her into my chest. Better? I asked, kissing her soft cheek. Perfect, she said, leaning her head back against my chest. Aren't you the perfect man? I don't believe I've earned that title yet, but if you're handing it out, I'll take it. This is so surreal, she said, looking at the sun's light as it changed the sky above the ocean into a variety of hues of purple and blue. If only we could pause certain moments in time. And if you could? I questioned, as I nestled further into her body, kissing her hair. I would keep us like this for at least another hour, she laughed. Just an hour? Hell, I'd keep us here forever and unpause the time so that I could fuck you and then hit pause again. I rolled my eyes at how lame that sounded, but I guess lame was all part of being the love-drunk fool I'd become since I'd accepted these emotions. Ah, and it seems he recalls the hot and sexy dream I had about us being out here? He just fucking remembered? I smiled, my dick perking up after Brienne reminded me about her horny dream. And thank God for not pausing time, because I need to make up for falling asleep on you like a teenage boy. She lifted her lips to kiss my chin. You were hardly a teenage boy. Well, I did make a promise that I'd fulfill that fantasy, I said, kissing the back of her neck. How about you enjoy the sunrise while I fuck you into bliss? Ha! She nipped at my bottom lip, turning my ass on even more. I don't think so. You don't? I smiled. Out here? Having sex? You don't have it in you. She reached back and clenched my hard dick, and her gasp gave away that she realized she was entirely wrong. Yeah, we're fucking, I stated with a laugh. No one is around, and your hand clenching my dick at the moment isn't making my drive to fuck you here and now any less. I slid a foot between her legs, gently maneuvering her so I could validate whether or not my idea of fucking her discreetly while she watched the sunrise was something she was down for. She'd released my cock while I slid my hands into her bikini to find her entrance was already wet, and that was all I needed. Without hesitating, I pulled down my board shorts, and my dick was throbbing to enter her from behind. I took her neck into my lips with tender kisses and brought her back to feel my hard cock. Her soft moans and sexy short breaths told me I was heading in the right direction, and she wanted this as badly as I wanted to give it to her. I'm going to fuck you as you watch the sunrise, and you're going to come hard, Dimples. I heard her swallow. God, I slid the crotch of her swimsuit to the side, and with a slight bend of my knees, I positioned myself to enter her with ease. Her gasp in response sounded more soothing to my rejuvenated soul than the waves rolling into the shoreline. You have no idea how perfect you feel, I told her as I moved slowly into her after sliding my hand through her bikini and pressing my fingers over the soft surface of her clit. I found a slow and perfect rhythm to gently fuck her, moving my cock in and out and resisting the urge to drive harder into her greedily. I kissed along the back of her neck as she leaned forward and gripped the rail, tempting me to go deeper. I loved that she enjoyed it deep and got off by me hitting her spot or going after what I loved the most, filling her and forcing my tip against the back of her pussy. Jesus Christ, the sounds this woman was making was going to make me fucking come inside her before she came. This was about her, and I had to wonder what the hell I was doing in that dream of hers to make her wake up wanting me hard and deep, fucking her into that mattress as I'd done. All motions, movements, and sounds stopped the second I spied two figures walking up the beach. Of course, this would happen as soon as I teased Bree with a deeper thrust. Bree saw them the same time I did, and she made pulling out that much more difficult when she snapped her legs together, rose, and locked my cock in place with a tightness that made me grip her stomach to hold on to my shit. Fuck, that felt good. "People are coming," she whispered through clenched teeth. You have no idea how close I was to coming, I thought, as I blew out a breath, forcing myself to adjust to how fucking tight her pussy was around my cock. "I know," I whispered back. "And you're currently holding my dick hostage." I kissed her cheek. "Relax, Dimples. Act chill and they'll pass by. Everyone out here keeps to themselves and leaves the homeowners alone." "Alex?" I heard the voice of Mrs. Campbell, and instead of dropping my forehead to Bree's shoulder in irritation, I established my bearings to greet my friendly yet overly talkative neighbor from 5 doors down with a smile. "Good morning, Mr. and Mrs. Campbell," I acknowledged them. At the same time, I steadied Bree where we froze in place, still erotically connected, and trying to keep it together as if we were both bundled up, enjoying a beautiful sunrise. She walked away from the wet sand and toward the softer sand to engage in conversation. Jesus Christ, I'd only ever talked with this woman one time before, after a long run on the beach when I was walking my heart rate back into a normal rhythm. She loved to talk, and it was a good conversation while I recovered from my morning beach runs, but at the moment, I was sort of trying to fuck my woman, and this wasn't time for idle chit-fucking chat. "Herbert and I got up early today to enjoy the gorgeous sunrise," she said, while her husband smiled up at us. "I love these colors." "I see that. Nice to see you both. Enjoy the sunrise. You know you can't pause them." Bree sighed and eyed me while I looked at her with a stupid-as-fuck smile. I could pull this off. I knew I could. I just had to get Mr. and Mrs. Campbell on their merry little fucking way. "It rained last night," she said. "So Herbert and I were going to enjoy our walk a little earlier than usual." "Sunrise might be behind me," I grinned, "but you're missing what you came out early to see." "What's that, Alex?" she questioned while I exhaled. "The colors, of course," I answered, and my dick could no longer sit parked in this hot and tight pussy. I moved slightly just to feel what the fuck I was out here to enjoy, and also what my neighbors were on a fantastic mission to destroy unknowingly. Bree softly moaned as I worked her tightness from behind.
"It's just so lovely to see you. I'm glad you came down to the house this weekend,"
Mrs. Campbell said, ignoring my polite way of moving her down the shoreline.
"That way you can enjoy the sunrise after the rain."
Fuck my life, lady. Keep walking. But nope, why would she? It was time for some wholesome small talk. "It's why we're out here." I tried to act a bit more dismissive. From out of nowhere, I couldn't resist but to inwardly laugh at this fucked up scenario. I was steadfast in ensuring I fulfilled Brienne's fantasy. My dick wasn't letting up on her perfect pussy, even if I jerked the damn thing out. We would have to enjoy each other while Bree met my neighbors in quite a unique predicament. Of all the mornings for my talkative neighbor to be nosier than usual, too.
"Alex, I'm mortified,"
Bree finally spoke through a whisper, while I tried not to laugh at Mrs. Campbell, who was in her pleasant little world, moving the sand around between her toes. Just keep the blanket closed, and they'll never have a clue. I moved my cock slowly into her. You focus on my dick and the sunrise, and I'll deal with my neighbor.
Are we really doing this?
Bree's voice was lower than the sound of the waves crashing into the break point just beyond the shoreline. Yes, I answered with certainty, eyeing Mrs. Campbell leaning over to gather a seashell. We're going to fuck, talk, and greet that sun if it were our last sunrise together.
It's going to be our last if she doesn't leave or finds out what you're back there doing.
Bree tried to sound firm, but I heard the humor of this messed-up situation in her voice, too. I moved deeper into her.
"That!"
she gasped, and I kissed her cheek.
"What's that?"
Mrs. Campbell said, all but setting out a blanket in front of my house to stare up and talk for the rest of the damn day.
"Sunrise is so beautiful,"
Bree answered nicely. I licked my parched and hungry lips, hearing it in her voice that she was enjoying my cock as it worked its way around her pussy, slowly and subtly.
"So who's your friend?"
Mrs. Campbell asked.
"Oh my God, this isn't happening,"
Bree whispered into her shoulder. Oh, it's certainly happening. I smiled down at Mrs. Campbell, whose husband was turning her attention to something in the sand near their feet. It's going down like this. You're going to hold your composure while I fuck you and simultaneously move them down the beach.
"How can you fuck and talk?"
She continued, hiding her voice in her shoulder. You'd be surprised at how I can please my lady.
"Did you hear me?"
Mrs. Campbell asked, looking up to us again, holding her hand like a visor over her squinting eyes. I smiled, knowing the sun was saving our asses as it rose over the mountains behind my house. Thank God my board shorts hadn't dropped to the ground as well. Yes, this is my girlfriend, Bree. I introduced her, hoping my probing neighbor would move on. Most people would have left already. I'd like to think so, at least. I'd never been in a position like this, and somehow the dark, crazier side of it turned me on even more. Bree, remaining wet, told me she wasn't about to let my nosy neighbor ruin this in one way or another either.
"We're so fucked,"
Bree whispered back to me. Figuratively and literally, I chuckled and kissed her cheek. Enjoy the literal aspect.
"Are you appreciating the sunrise from our beautiful Malibu shores, young lady?"
"I am,"
Bree said, while I started moving to find her G-spot, forcing her to croak out the words. Act emotional or something. You have to cover that up, I said with a smile, bringing my cheek slyly next to hers, as if I weren't on the verge of bursting into an orgasm sound with the slightest movement myself.
"Cover what shit up?"
She clenched her throat.
"Oh, my voice."
"Right, the fucked up sounds you just made when you spoke," I smirked. "Why don't you cough? Wait, don't cough." Bree faked a cough and squeezed the fuck out of my dick, forcing me to grip the deck in front of us and pull back the cum that almost burst from my goddamn loins with the tight clench of her pussy. Bree softly laughed, knowing that I almost lost it, and she knew exactly why. Baby, loosen your legs. You're going to pull this right out of me. You're so goddamn tight.
God,
Bree said when I moved into her again.
What was that?
Mrs. Campbell questioned. The rip currents are pretty bad this morning. Mr. Campbell, naturally stiff and silent, decided to join in on the fun. Hope you don't plan on surfing.
Bree seems to be awestruck by all of this beauty, Alex, Mrs. Campbell informed me.
Okay, I wasn't usually a complete asshole, and especially to my elderly neighbors. Still, things were about to swiftly change if they didn't figure out that I was trying to enjoy a sunrise alone with a lady. Wait, had they caught on to me? I re-examined mine and Bree's current predicament and figured there was no way these two knew I was fucking my woman while they headed towards small talk. We looked like two sweet, cuddly kids trying to enjoy a fucking sunrise, and my rude neighbors weren't allowing that. I started to rub against Bree's clit, and now the games were on. She was delicious, even more so while trying to remain discreet and entertain my nosy and rude neighbors.
Holy cow! Bree pointed out to the ocean. Look at that!
I grinned, hearing the rasp in her voice and her breathlessness as I went deeper and slower, pressing firmly against her clit and moving it in a variety of directions. My cock was soaking wet, and I realized that from this position, while Bree talked, her pussy put pressure on my cock in all the right places. Fucking hell. Keep talking. Your pussy is massaging my dick, I said, kissing her temple.
It's beautiful, all right, Mrs. Campbell said.
Answer her, Dimples, I ordered through an exhale of pleasure.
You two walk out here a lot?
Bree asked. Jesus Christ, I closed my eyes. Fuck, you feel amazing, I growled into her neck.
Stop talking to me,
Bree said under her breath, or it's all going to get worse. There's no way this method of fucking gets worse, I answered.
I'm killing you for this later, she laughed.
I'll take death. I kissed the top of her head and worked her clit as hard as my dick wanted to come.
Well, where's Zeus?
The neighbor I'd forgotten about asked. Fucking hell. Is she trying to stay here until high noon? I whispered into Bree's hair. She knows you're probably fucking me. No, I laughed. She's more interested that I have a beautiful woman out here for the first time.
Fuck, where is Zeus?
Bree practically sang my cat's name when I punched deeply into her, my eyes rolling back and her pussy clenching in gratitude.
You know about my Alex's cat?
Mrs. Campbell asked, while her husband went on looking for sand crabs or something.
Does Zeus like you around?
My Alex? What the fuck with this line of questioning? Zeus adores Brienne, I said, feeling my hard dick soften at the newfound bitchiness of my neighbor.
He sure is a sweet cat.
Mrs. Campbell held her heart, but I wasn't amused.
He certainly is,
Bree said, in place of me glaring down at my absurdly rude neighbor. I let my dick slide out of Brienne. I was irritated, and this lady had finally killed it for me. My neighbor used a tone that was meant to put Bree in her place for being here with me, and she was lucky I didn't pull the blanket off both of us and show her I was in the middle of fucking my lady when she decided to interrupt the fuck out of us. Bree cleared her throat and readjusted herself while I rose.
It's been lovely to see you, Mrs. Campbell. Enjoy your day. We're going to start ours with some breakfast.
I watched the woman eye Bree nastily, and it was confirmed that my neighbor seemed to disapprove of her.
Well, if your lady friend wants to make your breakfast, you can join me and Herbert on our walk.
I concealed my dick in my shorts and stepped out of the blanket, covering Bree fully and bringing her into my side. Herbert seems to have ditched you, Mrs. Campbell, I answered curtly. I feel sorry for him that our conversation seemed to ruin his morning walk.
Herbert is just Herbert. Come on, Alex. Let's stroll the beach together.
I'll pass, I said, feeling Bree's forgiving eyes on my dark ones. As you can see, I quite obviously have a guest. Maybe where you come from, it's acceptable to leave them behind, but I would never dream of being so inconsiderate. I feel I've ignored her enough since you popped by to chat, so I'm hoping that if I make her breakfast, she'll stick around. I couldn't have cared less if the old bag wanted to burn my house down at this point. People like her drove me insane. The woman frowned at Bree in some petty, bitchy way, knowing she must have come across like the pretentious hag she was being. This whole interaction caught me off guard. Mrs. Campbell had always seemed to be a very kind and easygoing lady. Where had this new side of her come from? I hadn't a clue. One thing I could be certain of, though, was that when it came to wealthy people, you could never take them at face value. Most of them could be the absolute worst, and Mrs. Campbell proved that. "Good day, then," she snapped, as she spun around and went after her husband. I took Bree's hand, hoping that would be the last time I ran into my neighbor. "Are you pissed because you couldn't get a piece out there?" Bree teased, softening me up some. "I'm pissed because my neighbor is rude as fuck," I answered. "I'll have to have Colin blast his patio music loud to piss her off after she acted like that. Fucking unreal." We got into the house, and then Bree ran her fingers down the center of my chest. "Want to make up for it in the shower?" I grinned. A little aggressive sex is what will cure me from wanting to retaliate at my neighbor for ruining your sunrise by wondering where the fuck my goddamn cat is. Bree laughed while I scooped her up into my arms, and that's when her phone went off. "That's Nat," she said. "I have to get that." "Where's your phone?" "On the charger," she answered, hopping up the steps to her room. "Not to pry, but do you think something went south?" "Nat knows I'm with you." She smiled at me, walking to pick up her phone. "And because she hasn't heard from me since my texts yesterday afternoon, she knows we screwed." "She's checking in?" "No, dipshit," Bree laughed, unlocking her phone to dial out. "She would put the word out to all my friends to leave me alone until I got back to them. Something's up, or she wouldn't have called." "Hey, Nat," I heard her say in the loveliest voice as I left her to talk to her friend. I was in the kitchen for only a few minutes before I heard her tone change completely. "Oh my God, this isn't happening!" I heard her say, and I instantly froze. I didn't know if it was presumptuous of me to rush into the room and see if she was okay, but I also didn't care. If I seemed protective, then shoot me. I cared, and I wanted to make sure she was okay. I went back down into her room as she hung up the phone and broke down crying into her hands. "Jesus Christ," I said, rushing to her side. "Tell me what happened." "It's nothing." "The hell it isn't." I tilted her chin, and she collapsed into my chest, sobbing. I ran my hand over the top of her head, not knowing if her friend had gotten into an accident or what had gone wrong. "Talk to me, love." "My aunts," she sniffed. "Between them and Max, I'm going to have a nervous breakdown." "Not after the night we just had." I tried to smile through her pain. "Tell me what is going on." "They're all in a bidding war to buy my condo. Max started this shit by telling them I was selling the place, and my aunts are jumping in. They told Nat I didn't deserve it anyway. I feel like they hate me because of what I did to Max. How could they even think to take his side over their own flesh and blood? Worse than that, I think they despise the fact that I outlived my parents, and they think I'm some spoiled little bitch." I pinched my lips together and studied her tear-stained eyes. "They haven't met me yet, have they?" "You're not buying that house. They have bid the fucking place so high that I won't allow you to waste your money. That isn't investing, and you and I both know it." "What's the house at?" $10 million. Fucking stupid," she sighed. "Pull the listing," I suggested. "No. I need this place gone so I can pay off my shit and feel financially stable again." "Then the bidding war will commence," I said, knowing she didn't want me buying the place. "You're not buying it. As I said, it's no longer an investment." That's when I frowned, seeing her bottom lip quiver. I traced it with my thumbs and brought her eyes to meet mine. "Pull the listing, baby," I said. "Allow me to help you get out of this nightmare. I know you don't need my help, but you don't deserve this shit either. Are these the ants who were pissed about your wedding? The Paris wedding dress ants?" "Yep," she said stiffly. "Interesting that they won't leave you to your business." I glanced at the view out of the windows. "Brienne, that place is an investment to me because of what it means to you. Either you pull the listing and get their grubby hands out of the pot, or I'm coming in." I ran my hands up her legs, letting my thumbs trail the insides of her thighs. "I will give you an offer they can't compete with, and you, my sweet, adorable, stubborn-as-hell love, will accept it." "Or," she became more playful, "I'll dump your ass like we're in grade school." I winked. "Seriously, you can decide on whose offer you want to take. The most exceptional way to slap an asshole or two in their face is to take the lowest bid if you're going to concern yourself with real estate values." Her lips tightened. "I don't know what to do." "I told you what to do." I knelt in front of her. "If this is because it's me, and you're taking issue with the uncertainty of us, then Cam comes from old oil money, and that man needs a place close to the hospital." "Cam?" "Cameron, Dr. Brandt." "Oh, Dr. Sexy." She leaned forward and kissed my suddenly frowning lips. "That's what all the lovely ladies tend to believe he is," I smirked. "Sell Cam the place, and then you can live with me until this is fixed and you find another. Otherwise, I have Nat's number, and I'll play the bidding war game all day long until your bitchy aunts and your asshole of an ex get beat. I mean, do you really need to sell it?" "I can't even afford to turn the power back on," she rolled her eyes. "Just look at what that condo's done for you and me in the last 24 hours. Hell, I'm purchasing the place, gifting the son of a bitch to you, and ending this shit here and now. That condo brought you to me, and what came of that was a way of saving me from my dark, tortured soul. I'm buying it, and your cute little ass isn't stopping me from it." "It's not that I'm trying to be so stubborn. I looked at her with sympathy and took her hands. "Baby, pull the listing, and let me fix the rest of the hardship. I'll even throw the car you appear to hate up on the auction block, and you can use the proceeds of that to buy whatever car you want, so you can start putting a dent in the debt you accrued by trying to save your dad's business." "You have to know I love you." "You better fucking know I love you," I smiled. "Let me get out of here and go deal with this." She rose from the bed and kissed my forehead. "I'll let you know if I pull the listing or if I get greedy and say the price went up to $50 million. She chuckled. "Okay, take that damn car, please." I raised my eyebrows at her as she rolled her eyes at me. "Listen, it was my bad for not asking you if that was a car you would really want. If you hate the thing, I have a friend who'll sell it at auction. Then you can buy some beater or whatever the fuck you want. I do need help getting it to the city, though, and you need a ride. So it works out for the best." "Fine, I'll drive the stupid car there." "Would you look at us?" I grabbed her waist and brought her in close. "We're already acting like a good married couple that's learning to compromise." "Shut the hell up. I am missing out on making up for sunrise sex because of this shit." I patted her ass as she grabbed her duffel bag. "That's why we're going to have sunset sex." "Yeah. The party's over, baby," she said adorably. "I'll text or call later. I'm going to handle this shit while these idiots are all in the same room. It's about time we clear the air on sex tapes and runaway brides, don't you think?" "I think I'm a little offended that I'm not invited to this." I arched an eyebrow at her. "I think you have an adorable infant nephew you need to go visit. Let's not pretend that none of our friends are talking shit behind our backs." I couldn't give two fucks about what my friends have to say. "Right," she smiled. "I love you, and I'll call you later." I would have naturally pressed, held my ground, and stormed out with her, but she held me back with those words in a way that was soothing to a tired soul. A heavenly sensation was finally replacing the hellish life I'd been gifted as a child, and I couldn't resist absorbing every last ounce of goodness. This woman brought happiness into the troubled life I hid from everyone, and it was something I never knew I needed. To hear the words "I love you" fall out of her mouth as if it were second nature was glorious. The last person to say those words to me was my mother, and I hadn't heard them since long before she had her stroke. She could no longer speak, and her mind was nearly gone, so feeling the warmth of those words again, being delivered in the most genuine way, was like basking in the sun. After my father tried his hardest to fuck up my life, my mom begged and pleaded with me to find love, and she told me that one day I would. She told me I should cling to that emotion because my evil, abusive father couldn't take that from me. I didn't believe her until Brienne found me. If only Mom could comprehend things like she used to. If she were still mentally capable of understanding things as she used to, I'd tell her she was right about me and finding true happiness. I would cheerfully tell her that her prayers for her son had come true.
Chapter 25. Bree. I met Nat at our favorite restaurant in the city, where the outdoor patio made you feel like you were on a quaint street in Amsterdam. Flowers were always in full bloom, no matter the season, and changed in an array of colorful arrangements. I needed the escape to this place, and their delicious mango salad and strawberry iced tea sealed the deal. "Hold up," Nat said before we walked to the hostess stand to be seated. She answered her phone and glared at me. "You're shitting me, right?" She narrowed her eyes and then ran her hand through her immaculately styled hair. Shit, this can't be good. Nat would never screw with her hair like that, I thought, knowing Nat never stressed like this. Or at least I'd never seen it, and I'd known the woman since forever. "What?" I asked after she ended the call. "It seems that your broker, a man whose name I will never say aloud for any reason." She paused and sighed. "So now he's Beetlejuice?" I said with a smirk, hoping she was just acting dramatic, and this wasn't going to blow up in my face somehow. She wasn't amused. "Do I need to call him?" "Yeah, call him and pull that fucking penthouse off the market. This is getting out of hand." I thought we'd all be meeting in a conference room to fix this crap with my aunts and Max. "Real estate doesn't work like that, Bree. We don't meet in conference rooms like executives. Agents call for their clients and give your listing agent an offer." "How do you know about what's going on then?" I stopped and cleared my throat. I hadn't officially listed the property with Nat, so technically, she shouldn't know most of the details. "I've been in this business too long and have too many friends and contacts not to know what's going on. Everyone knows who you are to me," Nat said, sounding distracted or disturbed, or both. "I'm sorry I went behind your back, but I didn't want you or the girls worrying about my financial problems. And because of that, sister dear," she said the words with oozing sarcasm, "Alex Grayson is involved." I think we both know that Alex is involved. I felt the heat in my cheeks when she smiled slyly at me. "And because you two have obviously had mind-blowing sex since we sent him to do the dirty work for us, I'll forgive you." Good Lord, that shit must have been good. "I'm not saying anything, no matter how hard you probe." "You don't have to," she chuckled. "Your body is screaming that rich men can fuck good while they hang on for dear life with their lips on your neck." She arched an eyebrow at me. "Tell me the man was enjoying your perfect little lips so much that your love bite is just that, and not him trying to kick your ass." "Jesus Christ!" I clenched my exposed neck, which had at least 3 hickeys on it. My lips dried the second I recalled Alex devouring my neck, loving his firm lips and tongue as they pulled my soft flesh, not realizing I'd look like this in public. "We need to get you a new, high-collared outfit and get to your condo immediately." I'll buy you something from the couture shop 3 doors down. Don't argue. Let's go. I picked out a flattering blue silk blouse with a neckline that concealed my hickeys, tucked it into my new high-waisted trousers, and slid on a pair of heels. I couldn't argue with Nat. I'd shown up in leggings and a tank, and all of my dress clothes were in my condo that my aunts, Max, and their agents were most likely viewing for whatever stupid reason. I had no other option but to allow my best friend to buy me a new outfit while she gave me play-by-play details about this bizarre real estate situation. Nat was getting all of her news from her friend, Shelby Patton, who was the agent representing my 2 bitch aunts. I'd met Shelby over drinks at a club after Max and I first broke it off. She was a sweet lady, and apparently she liked me well enough to keep Nat in the loop about what was happening. 10 missed calls and 3 voicemails from my broker told me that this morning had gone to hell and fast while Alex and I enjoyed his sunrise and neighbors. I hadn't called back my listing agent because I wanted to speak to Nat first, but I regretted waiting after listening to his voicemails. He'd arranged viewings, and when I didn't respond to him, he decided to open my house up and let the bidding war commence at my condo, with all parties present. I texted him immediately to hold off, knowing Nat hated the man, and I told him I'd be there soon. What the hell had started all of this nonsense anyway? After I was dressed, I wished I'd picked out my outfit and not let Nat do that for me. The blouse had an opening that accented my cleavage, and it seemed the opening started just below my high collar and ended at my belly button. I had no idea what would look trashier, my pronounced boobs or showing off the hickeys. "You look fabulous. Stop fidgeting," Nat said after I stepped out of the car in the parking area of the condo. "What the serious fuck with this car? Is this on loan from Mr. Sexy Lips himself?" "You don't want to know," I said. "Oh, I want to know. I will know all about it, too. You finally kicked that dreadful dry spell with a man who tore your hot little ass up." She laughed and smacked my butt. "Well, you're in a pretty good mood, considering that we're about to walk into a hornet's nest. Do we need to be here?" "Yes," she nodded. "Now, if I were your agent, I wouldn't have allowed for this showing, but you insisted on secrets, so your dick of an agent has. You will be here, and we're ending this once and for all." "How are we ending this by being here?" "Well," she said, hitting the elevator button to get us to the penthouse unit, "I figured that if they all saw you in person, they'd knock this shit off. I also know you," she raised her sharp eyebrow, "and when you get pushed to your limits, you start thinking smarter." "Smarter?" "Yeah, as in pulling the fucking place off the market. I think you need to see them all swarming in your apartment like flies for you to end this." "Oh shit." I stopped before entering the elevators. "My power and water are shut off. I didn't tell the agent about that, and I can't have them knowing that was all shut off on Friday night." "It's turned back on, Sweet Bree." She smirked. "Get your ass in here and let's go face the music." "Did something happen on our drive over that turned this into some fun game for you?" "Yes?" She grinned. "You look just as hot as you look sexy, and that puts me in a damn good mood." She looked at my hair and scrunched her face. "Do you have anything to pull up your hair? Good grief. You look like you—" She stopped and pinched her lips into a smile. "Damn, I can only imagine how glorious the sex was. This is he fucked me senseless hair." She became serious. "Either way, give me that." She took the hairpins from my hand that I'd dug out of my purse. She ran her fingers through my hair, twisting it into a low knot and pinning it. "Thanks for this. I feel like I'm getting steamrolled, and now I'm sick that I'm about to see them all again." "Don't worry about their sorry asses," Nat said. "I've got this handled. I need you looking like you own the entire building and not just the penthouse." She turned me to face her, and I felt tears surfacing. I hadn't seen my aunts since I left Max at the altar, the day they showed their true colors. Then there was seeing Max again. Why was this happening to me? I wanted to sell the damn place, as hard as it would be to let go, and start over again. It should have been a nice and easy transaction, but that shit wasn't in the cards for me somehow. "Why?" I finally let a tear slip and hugged Nat. I'm only in this position because I was trying to save my dad's company. Why do shitty things happen to good people? Nat withdrew from my embrace. Look at me, she said, and surprisingly, she had tears in her eyes, too. You're right. It sucks that assholes prey on good people. We both know life is fucked like that. But I'll be goddamned if you think I'm going to let you stand there and have a woe-is-me mentality. You're Brienne fucking Stone, and out of all of us, you are the strongest. I would be the one to crumble for losing my precious car or possessions, not you. Sammy and Cass wouldn't even know where to start if they had to sell their condos. But not you. Shit happens everywhere, every single day, but these stupid fucks who are being horrible to you mean nothing in the grand scheme of things. And you know it. Don't let them turn you into someone you're not. You are loved and supported, and you don't have to go it alone. Tough times are why we have good friends, good sex, and hard liquor. She chuckled. So, now that you have all of that in your court, let's end this. You'll know exactly what to do once we're in that condo. She glanced at her phone as it began to ring. I need to get this. Hang on. I waited as Nat talked to someone who sounded like a client for one of her listings, and I tried to pull it together. She was right. My hardships were not easy for me to deal with, but the world was an ugly place, and it was much uglier to many other people. I didn't like feeling sorry for myself, and I wasn't going to anymore. So, I nearly bankrupted myself. So fucking what? I was healthy, wasn't I? Better people than I had gone bankrupt and rebuilt their lives. My pride had been in the driver's seat for too long, and it was time to shut down the pity party it seemed like I was constantly having. I hated being a victim, so that shit was going to stop here and now. I was going to pull it together and handle everyone in that room. I didn't have to accept any of their offers if I didn't want to. Let's go. Time is of the essence with these creeps, Nat said, ending her call. I walked in, and my stomach twisted in knots when I saw my aunts. Brienne, Charlize said, with her usual dismissive glare. We didn't expect to see you here. Well, it is my place that has made you all go into some bidding frenzy, I answered, as Nat and I moved briskly past 5 people and into my living area. You need to accept one of our bids, Max stated. I don't need to do anything, Max, I said, disgusted with him now more than ever. What did I see in this guy that nearly led me to vow to spend the rest of my life with him? Thank God he was stupid enough to cheat on me and get caught. Ma'am, a man in a dark suit approached. My client is willing to offer 20% over the highest offer on your home. I'm not sure if she'll love the place or not, but since it's an exclusive open house, I figured you'd want to see it. I'd just sat on my couch when I heard Alex's scratchy and overly humored voice say that to someone. I glanced up to see Dr. Cameron Brandt with a beautiful woman at his side. When I looked up to see him, Cameron and the woman, all who were dressed as if they owned the entire county, I saw that Alex's expression didn't match his humorous tone. Excuse us, Aunt Blair snapped. We were told that we could view this with our bidding partner and... Bidding partner, I said, standing up. Just what the hell is going on between you 3? It doesn't matter, Ms. Stone. Cameron winked at me, while the woman with brilliant blue eyes and black hair offered me a glowing smile. My future bride and I would like to place an offer ourselves. What was it? Alex smirked at the 2, who must have been dragged into this game Alex was playing, and I had no idea what to do now. Wait, let me guess. The 2 of you got nasty in the elevator on the ride up here, and that's why you demanded I go up in the other set of elevators. That certainly is the reason. The woman smiled at Alex's grin. I don't know, honey. She patted Cameron's stomach. After fucking in the elevator, I've been thinking that we might want to start considering a nursery, too. My eyes widened at the woman's language, and I couldn't help but love that my aunts nearly fainted when they heard what she'd said. Some women can be so beautiful. Cameron stared into his lady's eyes. Well, I'm thinking that making babies is going to be the best part of marrying you, he said excitedly. That and the hospital sex, too.
These two.
Alex rolled his eyes and licked his enticing lips.
They're not even married, and I suddenly feel like we're watching a sex video at their wedding.
I shook my head and rolled my eyes. "Please don't," I mouthed, when all eyes turned back to Alex, who was sporting a sharp three-piece suit. "Please do." Nat grinned, but was having a difficult time with the two overly handsome gods who'd entered the room. "There's nothing wrong with a good sex tape." "They're all going to be the death of me."
"This is stupid,"
Max said, glaring at Alex.
"How are your and Brienne's wedding plans coming along? Is that why she's selling the place?"
He looked over at my aunt.
"I'm sure you two know Mr. Grayson. This is the man who demanded Brian sell his business to Mitchell and Associates."
"You're the snake who conned my poor brother?" Charlize snapped. Alex leveled her instantly with his supreme, dark business glare.
"Aside from what a disgruntled ex-fiancé would have you believe,"
Alex slid his hands casually into his pockets.
"Brian Stone approached Mr. Mitchell and me."
"That's nonsense," Blair said. "You're one of the wealthiest men in Southern California. I knew your grandfather well."
"Good."
Alex's eyebrows shot up, and I could tell I was looking at the vice president of Mitchell and Associates now.
"If you knew him well, then you'll understand I was raised by the most skilled investor you've ever had the privilege of knowing. If I make an offer on this place myself, you will not be able to touch it."
"You look like him." Blair seemed to calm somewhat, and if I wasn't losing my mind, I could swear she was in awe of Alex. "I'm sorry to hear about your mother."
"A lovely yet unnecessary sentiment, ma'am,"
Alex stated firmly enough that it silenced the room.
"What are your plans, Cameron?" "Well, Juliet?"
Cameron recovered his somber expression and looked at the woman, bringing her attention back to the handsome doctor.
"Are we making babies here or not?"
"All we can afford is the asking price." I heard snickering coming from my aunts, and Alex stood there, lividly pissed off, watching everyone in the room. I couldn't help but wonder what had happened to his mother that my aunt knew about. I looked around the room, seeing all of the people who were here to bid on the place, and my thoughts drifted to when my father and I first walked through this unit together.
"Brienne,"
I heard my father's voice inside my head, as if he were standing in front of me again.
"Look at this. It's our first completed vision. You and me, sweetheart. One day you'll sell it, of course."
"I'd never sell it. I can't even afford to buy it," I said.
"You know how proud I am of you. You've also proven that you've learned a lot from your hard work, volunteering your extraordinary talents at the company. I'm so proud that my girl focused hard and has graduated at the top of her class."
"I had to bust my ass if I wanted to work for the great Brian Stone, you know?" I remembered how my dad's handsome face wrinkled in humor, and I missed him more than my heart could express. His beaming smile, white hair, and broad shoulders I loved finding refuge in when I hugged him. I wanted to burst into tears, thinking about that day and knowing that I was faced with the reality of letting this place go. I didn't know what to do. Sell it or not? Maybe I should. I was so confused. The pain of losing my dad felt raw in my heart, and I wanted to collapse into tears. Alex must have seen the look on my face, because he was at my side in an instant. "Brienne," Nat said in a sympathetic tone as I clung to Alex's side for comfort. "Pull the listing. Please." I felt Alex's lips on my cheek and looked up into his concerned eyes.
"Pull it, or I'll make the offer to put a pin in this once and for all."
"What if I rent it out?" I proposed the question as I looked at him.
"And move in with me?"
He smirked and kissed my forehead.
"I'm down for that. I'll offer you $50 million just to rid you of this nonsense."
$50 million? I heard my aunt scoff.
"Make it 70.
Alex grinned.
"Just because that woman annoys me." "Well, I guess the lovely bride-to-be and I are out,"
I heard Cameron say, moving closer to where Alex and I sat on the couch. "I'm pulling the listing." I smiled at Nat, then nodded as professionally as I could at the others in the room. "I can't let this place go, and I won't. This was mine and my dad's baby, the first place we designed together. I won't lose that. Sorry to ruin all of your horrible lives. You are an insufferable, spoiled brat. I can't even imagine what your mother would think of you, Charlize said.
She'd say that her daughter was so beautiful and brilliant that even the harshest of men could be brought to their knees by her beautiful dimples.
Alex rubbed my cheek as his eyes searched my face.
And that her daughter rescued a doomed man.
He pulled me in tight and brought his lips to my ear.
And that's the fucking truth.
The house is on the market, and you can all be on your way. Shelby, we'll talk later, Nat said as she moved everyone's unsteady footsteps out of the apartment and closed the door. Holy fuck, Nat said, waltzing back in. Well, now that shit is done and over with. She looked at Cameron and his woman. I would like to say that it pains me to stand in a room with two beautiful men who are taken by such lovely women. I heard a scratchy laugh come from Cameron's girl, then watched as she hugged him. We do make a good couple. The woman laughed again. She looked at me. Are you okay? I'm Avery, Jim Mitchell's wife. He said he knows you and hoped this would all work out. My eyes widened as I looked at Alex's shit-eating grin. What? I stood to shake her hand. It's very nice to meet you, Mrs. Mitchell. Call me Avery. She ruffled the hair on Alex's head. And after witnessing this man do what he just did with you, she clicked her tongue. I can't believe none of us believed you'd finally find the right woman.
You can tell Jim I was right about all of this,
Alex said, standing at my side.
And that I think you and Cam make a better couple. Now you're asking for Jim to pummel my ass.
Cameron laughed, then looked at me.
Are you sure you're okay?
Yeah, thanks, I said. I just started thinking about my dad, and I'd had enough. If your father is haunting this place, Nat's eyes widened. I suggest selling it to the bitchiest aunt in the war. She smiled at Cameron. I'm Natalia. Please tell me you're hungry for dinner later. Cameron grinned.
Unfortunately, I'm going to have to pass on dinner, and I'm already kicking myself for turning down your offer, too.
He looked at Alex.
All right, your ass owes me, and I'll see you later. I think the score is even, brother, Alex said. I saved your ass with the board, remember?
The two men exchanged humored looks, and it was apparent that the good doctor, who seemed just as taken by Nat as she was him at the moment, had some hidden details.
I'll see you all at the next circus.
He waved and then hopped up and out of the room. Damn, so close, too. Nat smiled at the rest of the room. Well, moving on past my rejection. She looked at me as we all laughed. Call your broker and pull this place off the market. We'll discuss where we're going with all of this next over coffee.
He only turned you down because he knows you've met our friend, Mr. Monroe. Sexy Spence?
Alex poked, not letting the subject die. Oh, damn it. Mr. Cellphone fucked me over in more ways than one. She shrugged. Well, it's their loss. Alex walked over to her.
Isn't that the damn truth? Hey, thanks for involving us.
He looked at me after giving Nat a half hug.
Your stubborn butt almost missed out on meeting Jim's wife, seeing Cameron and me again, and of course, burying the bullshit as fast as it fired up.
I didn't believe it would come to this, I said. If you two are down, Nat and I are going to get some coffee. Avery smiled. We'd love to, but we're visiting Colin, Elena, and baby Alex today. It took a phone call from your friend, she smiled at Nat, and a little convincing from Alex, but I was happy to come and play games with the jerks. God knows I've met my share of them and speak their language well.
It's why she was the best for the role,
Alex said to Avery.
Though, I still like my idea of Cameron walking in with 3 women on his arms, all future hot wives, and ensuring we threw those ants into a rage.
You can be so ornery at times. She laughed. Okay then, that's a wrap on drama for the day, I said, and reached for Alex's face. I hope you both came in one car because your AMG 1 is waiting for you.
After what you just went through?
Alex laughed.
You earned that car, baby.
He leaned down, kissed my lips.
Love you,
he softly said, and then he and Avery left, leaving me staring at the beautiful man in awe. Did that all just happen? I questioned. I'm asking myself the same thing, and I'm not talking about his friend either. Alex just said he loved you? She held her heart. What the hell happened in Malibu? I smiled and took her hand in mine. You know I don't kiss and tell. You will. She hugged me and sighed. God damn it. I want to know everything from the bruised neck and lips to the motherfucking I love you. I wasn't going to give in to Nat's probing, but I couldn't get past him rushing in and moving out the trash so quickly. And most of all, devising a plan with Cameron and Jim's wife. He was as fun as he was sexy. But I didn't fail to see his expression when my bitch aunt brought up his mom. What did that woman know about Alex that I didn't? And why did it change her tone?
Chapter 26. Alex. Avery had my back after I whipped out an I love you farewell to Bree, as if we'd been together for months. And as to be expected, my best friend's wife peppered me with questions during the drive to Colin and Elena's equine estate in the hills. My lame-ass smile was a dead giveaway. I don't think the guys had ever seen me smile like this before. Either way, I played games with Avery for the entire ride. It was fun, and it kept my mind off of the lady who'd floored me by mentioning she knew my grandfather, and, even stranger, knew what had happened to my mother. I had no idea what circles Bree's aunt paraded in, but the connection of both my grandfather and mother made me wonder how she knew them. Mostly, it made me curious about what the woman knew about my family and me. If she knew about the Graysons, was the woman honoring my grandfather's wishes and leaving the scars of our tortured past where they belong? In the past? My grandfather passed away many years before Mom's stroke, which was the only thing this woman should have known about my mother. My mom left Southern California before I was born and had lived in Arizona ever since. So this lady should have had no connections to her, and she couldn't have known jack shit about her stroke. I started mentally running down lists of people in upper-class families that I knew, wondering if Mom still had ties to them. Instead of riding horses at Colin and Elena's house, I decided to find out what I could about this mystery woman. My friends were fully engrossed with their kids, using Elena's therapy horses to entertain themselves, and I watched them riding cheerfully in the arena from where I sat at the picnic table. I was in a fantastic mood, just perplexed as hell. If only my mom were still coherent, I could get the answers I wanted. "Hey, lover," Jim said, walking over and sitting across from me at the picnic table, where I pretended to watch everyone behind my sunglasses. Lover? Isn't that what Colin and Jake throw around when they get lost in each other's eyes like the dipshits they are? I teased, stretching out my legs. I folded my arms and leaned forward on the table. Jim looked over his shoulder at Colin, who held his newborn son, and at his younger brother, Jake, standing at Colin's side at the rail of the arena. Jake's son was not a fan of these horses, and he sat on his dad's shoulders unashamed about that fact, pointing at everyone else who was enjoying them. "Yeah, but—" Jim paused and turned back to me. "I only say lover because Ave alluded to the fact that something's up with you and Brienne." He held up a hand to stop me from saying anything. "Don't think for a second I'm that naive to believe you didn't pack up everything and pull off one of your trademark stunts with Avery and Cameron just because Brienne Stone is your partner." "That's exactly what I did," I said. "I know you too well," Jim exhaled. "Spill the beans. You generally don't give a wild fuck about anyone, and after what you did with your partner today? I mean, come on." I smiled at Jim's wife, knowing she likely couldn't stop herself from mentioning something to Jim about me saying I love you to Bree before we left. I couldn't blame her. It probably came as a shock to her as much as it did to me when I said it like I'd been using that word forever. Fine. I wasn't going to allow Brienne to get buried by her dick of an ex and bitchy aunts. "It's true, then," Jim said, my eyes not leaving his after he pulled off his sunglasses. Good God, man. Do you know that if you fuck this up, as you did with Summer, don't bring that woman into this? I sharply cut him off. Summer and I are over, and you know that it was for a good reason, too. Well, before you two were over, Jim said firmly, you strung that woman along and made her believe you were in love with her. Summer believed what she wanted to fucking believe. If you want to take her dramatic side on this shit, fine. Know this, though. Brienne is unquestionably nothing like Summer. They are so opposite of one another that I would never have mentioned those two in the same sentence if it weren't for you comparing them. I wasn't comparing them, Jim countered, and then he shrugged his shoulders. Perhaps I was. The comparison is that they're both women with whom you were involved. You've stated yourself that you are incapable of giving a woman the love she deserves. Any woman. It all changed, I guess. You guess? Jesus Christ, man. He pinched the bridge of his nose in frustration. Alex, Brienne is your goddamn partner. If you fuck this up because you wanted to get laid, I swear I'll kick your ass. I shook my head. It's different. Brie's different. I can't explain it, or I would. Your response is not convincing me that Monroe and I aren't going to be dealing with a fallout in the future from the co-owners of that firm after you piss off Ms. Stone like you did Summer. I never aired out the dirty laundry of my messed-up relationship with Summer to anyone, unlike my ex, who told fucking everyone. I shrugged off the bad press the woman gave me, and I couldn't blame my friends for believing her sorry-as-fuck story. Part of it was true. I led her to think I could love her, but I certainly made it known there were no guarantees I could be that man in a loving relationship. She knew that and still tried to change me. It only pissed me off and made me more closed off to the woman in the end. I might as well clear the air with Jim, because until I accepted my feelings about Bree, I suspected I'd hurt her too. Since I never mentioned the real issues I had with Summer, I guess it's time to set the record straight once and for all. If I don't, you'll continue to believe what she's led everyone to think, and you won't know that my feelings are different with Brienne. What really went down between you and Summer? You're a closed book about anything personal, and you know I respect that. But I'm concerned that you're going down the same road with your partner of all the people in the world. I gripped my forehead. I hated talking about personal shit. I was cool to hand out advice and listen to others, but when it came to flipping that coin, I wasn't the man to open up. The scary part about opening yourself up, in my opinion, was that it always led to more questions, and that's where I had to draw the line. Summer and I started as fuck buddies. At least that's how I saw it. She was hot, fun, and a means to an end for a man who wanted to get laid, I started. I thought she and I were on the same page after I referred to her as such, but she thought she'd captured my heart or whatever the fuck it is she's out there still telling everyone. I knew that. What I didn't understand is why you got back together with her after she pulled the I love Alex bullshit, and you treated her like shit to move her along. Then you both split up, and I figured my predictions had come true. My best friend had run off a damn good secretary of mine. He laughed. Your predictions wouldn't have come true if she would have accepted what I told her when we first started fucking around. There would never be anything more than us fucking, going on the occasional trip, and going out to dinner, and stuff like that. She was good with it until I allowed her to run away with her fantasies about our future. It all went to shit when she decided she wanted us to get serious. When I mentioned that's not where I was allowing any of it to go, she rightfully broke things off with me and was supposed to move the fuck on. Then she got pissed you were over her and had moved on with that masseuse, and after she saw us together, she quit as your secretary. Why the hell did you get back together with her then? Love? He asked, taunting me with that word. I knew what Jim was doing by this point. He was saving Bree the heartache he knew I could deliver. He was also making sure that I didn't make his and Spencer's lives a living hell if I fucked Bree over because I couldn't sink my teeth into a relationship like a normal person would. The man had seen me in my darkest and wildest days, trying to maintain a relationship with his former secretary, and then back to selectively using women for my pleasure. I'd also mentioned multiple times I wasn't a man who was capable of loving women. I stood firmly on that and felt convinced about it until a switch had flipped with Brienne. Bottom line, I took Summer back, and as you know, she and I tried to make a run at the whole relationship thing. So much so, I trusted that bitch by putting her on 2 of my credit cards as an authorized user. It's when her whole fucking personality changed. She was using my cars, spending my money, and acting like she was one of the Rodeo Drive housewives. It was beyond ridiculous, and I couldn't handle it anymore. When Elena ripped into your ass about you both being wrong for each other in Hawaii, that probably added to your doubts. That too. Although by that time, Summer and I were done. She was only there because I'd invited her when I was drunk. Jim chuckled. And spouting off that you love Ms. Stone? Still drunk? Now you're just being a dick. I understand your concern. I fucked it all up with your secretary, but trust me when I tell you that what I'm feeling for Brienne is as foreign to me as it is for you to try and accept. It's real, and it's fucking too fast, and yet I don't give a shit what any of you dipshits think about it. She's a beautiful soul inside and out, and I'd be a fucking idiot to look the other direction and expect I'd screw it up with her too. I care about her too much to be the one who hurts her. I fucking love her, man. Jim's expression was dark and calculating as we both sat in silence before he finally grinned. Did you just mutter the words, beautiful soul? You? Alexander Grayson, my best friend, who doesn't have an emotional bone in his body when it comes to women? I abso-fucking-lutely did, I softly laughed. See, I can't explain this shit. She's nothing like the women I've dated before. While they've all been superficial, using me and my money for status, Bree is nothing like them. She's got a heart of gold, and her smile is the only thing that's ever put me at a loss for words. Well, slap the pig and spit in the fire. Alex is in love, Jim repeated a saying we'd heard some drunk cowboys use at a bar. The reason for Jim's ridiculous attempt at a southern accent was that he finally understood I had developed feelings for a woman for the first time since he'd known me. It's slap the dog, dumbass. And I see we're back to the wealthy abusing animals again. I smiled at him, knowing responses like that got under his skin. Only vocally, friend. Well, shit. He laughed in what seemed to be utter shock. You know I've asked it more than once, but seriously, what happened to bring all of us these amazing women that we don't deserve? He asked, glancing at Avery, then back to me. Trust me, I know I don't deserve Bree, or anything close to the happiness I feel by being around her. It's so fucking surreal. But for now, I pleaded, folding my hands together, please, for the love of God, allow Brienne and me a week before telling everyone that Alex is in love. You're no fun, Jim said with a laugh. Seriously, though, I hope this all works out for you. I really do. You deserve all the happiness in the world, buddy, and I don't say that lightly. I blew out a breath. Thanks. Now let's pray to God that Bree doesn't transform into a snob, steal my money, and label herself as the future missus to everyone she knows. I smirked. Summer pulled that shit on you? Yep, I said with disgust. She told every last idiot she came across that I was going to propose. The worst part was that she dragged my damn cat into the middle of it with adoption shit. Jim coughed out a laugh. She definitely changed after she quit working as my secretary. He shook his head. Fucking hell. Why didn't you tell me any of this shit? Because it sounds enough like a goddamn soap opera as it is. I think she tried to use our engagement to get into the movie industry, if I remember correctly. She most likely did, he teased. That old money name of yours moves mountains." My mind drifted back to Brienne's aunt, and I wondered if Jim knew the woman. It was a rare occasion if Jim knew someone I didn't, but it was worth a shot. "Hey, I wonder if you know someone," I said. "You might not, and I was too thrown off my game to ask for a last name." "Try me," he said. Two of Brienne's aunts were at her condo today. "Yeah, Ave said they looked and sounded every bit of the nasty crows you made them out to be when she went off to claim Cameron as her future husband." "I'm curious as to who they are. Bree mentioned they play around in some exclusive circles, and one of them mentioned that she knew my grandfather, and she also said something about my mother." Jim frowned. "Damn, you won't even speak your birth surname to me. How would I know Brienne's late father or mother's sister's last name? Maiden names for these women, no less." "Right." I chewed on my lip. "I hate to bounce on everyone, but you're not bowing out with that fucked-up death tone in your voice. I have to know how that woman knew my grandfather and how she knew my mom had a stroke." "Well," Jim's eyes widened, "if you're so in love with Brienne Stone, text her and find out. I don't want her to question my past. You know I don't go there, and I won't." "Has she questioned it yet? I mean, if you're in love with her, don't tell me something came up to have you push that shit down like you always do." She didn't press me for any additional information after she found out that Grayson is my adopted name. "So she's in the same mystery boat we all row in, then." "And you will all keep rowing," I smiled at Jim. "Trust me, if this shit surfaces, I'll probably go nuclear and get thrown into a mental institution when I'm confronted with it all again." "Painful past, strong man," Jim said, somewhat annoyed I wasn't giving up secrets of my shitty past. "That's how you pulled her off your ass, right? Your go-to quote?" "It's not my go-to quote, fuckhead," I smiled. "It's the truth." "You're probably in witness protection because when you were a child, you witnessed a mob hit, and you had to testify against the mafia boss, and you've been on the run ever since. Your real name is probably something like Paulio Russo, and you're originally from Brooklyn," Jim said, looking at me with prying eyes as if to confirm his ridiculous conspiracy theory. "Oh, Russo, huh? I'm Irish and Italian at the same time?" I asked, rolling my eyes. "You look like you could be either, so why not?" Jim said with a grin. "Well, you caught me. Don't tell Tony Soprano where I am, or else," I teased. "I knew it. If I get whacked because of you, I'm going to come back and haunt you," Jim said with a shrug. I rolled my eyes and laughed as I texted Bree for her aunt's last names. Dimples. Charlize Foster and Blair Gandy are their married names. Morris is the maiden name. Why? Alex. Mother's sisters, or married into the family? The one referred to your dad as her brother. Dimples. She says that for the status, and she's a bitch. They're actually my mom's sisters. Why, though? Alex. Ancestry stuff. You know, making sure we're not related. Dimples. WTF? Alex. Gotta get that shit out of the way if I'm in love with you today and proposing to you tomorrow. Dimples. Oh, God. Get over yourself. See you tomorrow. I smiled at her response to the marriage joke. Shit like that would have had my clingy ex texting back 700 heart emojis and happy tear faces in response. I loved the fact that Bree saw through the nonsense. I also knew I'd gained her interest now, and I seriously didn't want to bring up the past. Maybe I should just fucking let it all ride. Who gave a shit about who knew my grandfather or knew that Mom had a stroke? But fuck me to hell, that woman had a look in her eye that made me more curious about her than I could imagine she was about me. All good? Jim asked. Yeah, Blair Foster and Charlize Gandy. I looked at Jim. Not ringing any bells on my side of the table. How about you? They have maiden names? Foster and Gandy aren't much to work with if the one knew your grandfather. Morris. That name isn't connecting any dots for me either, Jim answered. Fucking hell. How did that woman know who my grandfather was, but we don't know who the fuck she is? That man hung in the same circles with your dad, Brant's family, Monroe, Brooks, all of them. I haven't a clue. Gandy is familiar, but I think that's a client that you fucked over. Jesus Christ, I said. Matthew Gandy. I saw right through his bullshit. There was no fucking way I'd let you invest in that company. No shit, and that's why the man left pissed, and his wife was held off by security in the lobby of Mitchell & Associates. What the hell was the wife's name? I asked. At the time, I couldn't give a shit, but now that's the $1,000,000 question, Jim said. Text Bree back and ask her. You know that by doing this, I'm asking Brienne to peel me open like a fucking onion. If you love this woman as you say you do, trust her to answer you, and let her in just a fucking little, man. It's fine if you don't confide everything into me, but I'm not your future wife. He winked to soften the blow I knew he was about to give. Bree needs to be aware of your past, or you might as well end it all now. Secrets suck, and you know that. I won't keep secrets from her, but I know what I'm doing when it comes to delivering information about things that don't need to be reopened. Ask Brienne who the aunt's husband is, Jim grinned. Stop running around with your excuses and get answers. Alex. Is Matthew Gandy your uncle? Dimples. By marriage? I hate that man. Why the sudden family questions? Alex. Curious as to why I struck a nerve with your Aunt Blair. It also looks like I'm the reason Charlize is pissed your wedding didn't work out with that fucker. Dimples. Question mark, question mark, question mark? Alex. I'm the reason she's fucking broke. Dimples. LMFAO. No shit. When you worked at Mitchell? You didn't buy into their business scheme, eh? Alex. Nope. Had security take her ass out of there, too. Dimples. I think I'm more in love with you now. Alex. Enjoy the night, Dimples. Love you. Well, if it isn't our sweet Alex who's in love, Elena said, sitting next to me and placing baby Alex in my arms. Your Uncle Alex is in love with your godmother, little man. She rubbed my back briskly. Jim shrugged and laughed. You're the one who let it slip in front of Ave. Of course, you'd defend her, I teased. Hey, Elena kissed my cheek. I told you that one day you'd find love with the right one. Look at this softer, lighter Alex that you've become. You've lost your mind if you think we're all blind and can't see this cheeky little grin. She pinched my cheek. I'm so happy for you. Now take your little namesake and let's bring this party inside. I'm starving, and he's waking up soon to eat too. Should we let Alex feed him? Jim laughed after Addison, his oldest child, ran up to him. Let's not freak him out too soon, Elena said. Then she gripped my shoulder. It had to be baby Alex who brought you both together. See, I was right about that too. I told you to marry her, and you will. She gave me her usual wink and met Colin's tall frame with a tight hug. What is Alex all smiles about? Colin asked, eyeing me. Dead giveaway, man. The always firm and unwavering one is now smiling like a little girl who just got a pony? You're fucked. Jim laughed and stood. He wasn't wrong about that. I was going to hear shit about this too, but what the hell? If I were in love, I'd better face the music and own that shit like I felt it. If I didn't, I'd be sitting and getting questioned all night, and I just got done with my interview with Jim, so I wasn't about to do that shit again. It was time for drinks anyway, and I could use a stiff one.
Chapter 27. Bree. I'd arrived at work early, and while I was sifting through potential renters for my condo, the scent of Alex's cologne announced that he was on the top floor before 7 in the morning as well. I tucked the papers away as soon as I heard him talking with our vice president, JC, and their voices were getting closer to my office door. Good morning, Bree, JC said with a smile. How's it going? As usual, Our shared vice president seemed always to ask questions, and before you could answer her, she was out of sight. I smiled, and I noticed Alex was trailing her, head down and face in his phone. Before I started talking business with anyone this morning, I needed to call Nat about this list of renters she'd sent over. "Nat," I whispered when my best friend picked up. "This is all we have? I don't want the place to go public, not after what happened yesterday." "You woke me up to ask about renters? I sent that over last night. I'm sure I can ask around. I do not doubt that some corporate suit will need a temporary rental anyway. I woke you up because I know what you're trying to do." "Oh my God," she grumbled. "Goodbye, Bree." "Oh," she suddenly perked up. "And don't forget about tonight." "How could I?" I smiled into the phone. "Do you think Robert proposed?" "I know he did." Nat's voice was her usual tone of excitement. "And that's why you're living with me until your bills get caught up." "I thought I was only living with you so that Alex could bring one of his friends over." I softly laughed. "That too. And you're eventually going to give up the dirty details about you two in Malibu." She yawned. "Don't think that you going to bed prematurely last night went unnoticed. I'd bet good money that you were sexting Mr. Sexy Lips last night." "Goodbye, Nat," I said. I nearly threw the 50 pages of real estate off my desk when I saw Alex standing in my doorway in a nicely pressed white shirt, suspenders, and black slacks. He folded his arms and eyed the papers floating slowly around me after I'd panicked for some stupid reason.
"And here I thought we worked all the secretive kinks out of your system."
His closed lips pulled up on one side.
"Which new lie is in the documents wafting around you?"
"No lies. Just paperwork."
"Come on, Bree."
He seemed more annoyed than anything as he walked into the room after closing the door behind him.
"Who are these people?"
he asked, looking at the list I'd been sifting through. "It's a list of renters that I'm considering for my place." He sat across from me and crossed a leg over his knee, thumbing through the papers.
"Would you like my opinion on this?"
"No."
"Too bad. I'm giving it,"
he responded. "I'm not moving in with you." He grinned.
"You will in time. For now, I have a better candidate for your place."
I folded my hands together and placed them on my desk. "Oh, is Dr. Brandt interested in a short-term lease?"
"Brandt's not interested in short-term, so he's out."
"This is news?"
"Not really,"
Alex said dismissively, then set the stack of papers he'd put back together neatly on my desk.
"Out of all the people in that paperwork, the one who's in for the short-term lease has a smoking hot boyfriend who still has the battle scars to prove how much he wants her after he wasn't finished with her over the weekend."
I felt heat rush to my cheeks and saw Alex's grin in response to me, giving myself away. "Oh, that's my renter?"
"Correct. She even had me write a check for her first and last month's rent. Let's just say the deposit should take care of everything for a year's rent. And that is if she doesn't get married and move out like she insisted she would."
I looked at the 6 zeros on the check and narrowed my eyes at Alex's unwavering expression. "Looks like she just broke it off with her boyfriend or her future fiancé."
"Her future fiancé is going to break it off with her if she wants to be stubborn and argue."
He leaned his elbow on the armrest and rested his face against his chin. "This is all very adorable, but come on," I said, done with speaking about myself in the third person.
"This isn't charity, nor is it me helping you out. It's me giving you a head start out of this financial strain and keeping you in your home because I'm simply in love with you."
I sighed. "Alex."
"Knock that Alex shit off,"
he said, standing up.
"You're keeping your place, and once we become more serious and you finally trust how much I love you, that's when I'll pay the rest of it off. That's if you're still buried in debt. Until then, you have a year to keep the condo up and running. That check covers all your utilities, what a renter would pay you per month, and gas for that piece of shit car I bought you on Saturday."
"I love that car now. I might keep it, too." I blushed. "Well, would you look at me?" I let out a breath with a laugh. "I admitted the truth to you."
"It's because you're admittedly in love with me."
He winked.
"All right. Now that's all settled. I have a meeting with HR in an hour." You want in on it, or do you want to wait and hear the highlights at lunch with me?
Damn it. I promised myself I wasn't going to dodge the BS part of the job. I tapped my fingers on my desk.
Don't worry about it. JC will be sitting in on it anyway. I'd rather you share your vision for the pediatric wing with the architects on the St. John's job. We've already decided you've got what it takes to make this place stand out, as it used to when John Brooks was running the show. I just wanted to inform you in case HR meetings were an easier way to give you the excuse to stare at me with lustful eyes.
Hey, I said after he turned to leave, and the mask of Alex the businessman had replaced the man I'd fallen in love with. I was a bit uneasy that I didn't argue with him after his nonchalant proposal of offering me help. Still, I was done trying to act like I had any other options, and it was time to start being grateful and stop being bullheaded. Not everything needed to be so difficult, and after everything, I knew I needed to get out of my own way.
What, Dimples?
He smiled in response to my vibrant one.
I have to get my ass out of here, or people are going to talk.
He dramatically mocked my request to keep our so-called relationship between us.
And we can't have them talking, especially after they notice that badass car you're set on keeping. You know I couldn't give a damn if I tried about what people think, right?
Get your snarky and sexy butt over here, I said, coming around my desk, only to be met with an overzealous kiss that pulsated throughout my body. Alex gripped me, pinned me against the wall, and an array of delicious tastes thoroughly assaulted me. It was his hairstyling products that reminded me of the expensive shampoo at his Malibu place, his robust yet woodsy cologne, and the delicious taste of his natural scent that could only be found in a heated kiss like this one. His lips went below my chin, and then he stopped when laughter erupted from his chest.
I love the guard you've put up to prevent me from bruising your neck again.
He pressed his lips against mine after his lips couldn't reach my neck because of the high-collared dress I wore to hide my hickeys.
I've been thinking about that and how to make it up to you since I enjoy devouring your body.
Oh, yeah? I said as I brushed my thumb over his moist lips. What's your bright idea?
You'll find out tonight at your home. There, I plan to show you exactly where I'll be devouring your flesh, and that location won't bruise as easily.
I gulped, knowing what he was implying. It was too early for me to get worked up and wet over Alex, yet my body felt like we should be sharing a bourbon at his place and reliving sunrises in Malibu. Oh no, I have plans after work, I said. I have to go out with the girls tonight. We think my friend Sammy is announcing that her boyfriend proposed to her. Do you know Robert Kinder? Alex turned to open my door after JC knocked. He looked back at me.
Bobby Kinder? Is he Julietta and Thomas Kinder's son?
Please, God, tell me you don't have bad blood with him. He's like a big brother to me.
No, not at all. He's a good guy. I didn't think he lived here anymore, though. The bastard didn't tell us he's back and dating my lady's girl.
What? JC croaked hoarsely, and she looked at me as if Alex had run over her cat. Do you know him? I questioned the beautiful woman. After what had happened with Max getting caught before our wedding day, I'd inwardly hoped sweet JC wasn't going to be the wedding wrecker in my best friend's worst-case scenario. It was apparent to all of us that an engagement announcement was happening tonight, especially after Sammy tried to hold us off from prying questions. No. She shook off her suddenly odd vibes when Alex looked at her questioningly.
You sure about that?
Alex asked.
Because you're sure as hell acting like Brienne or I just said something that's about to make you lose your breakfast all over my expensive shoes.
I thought she was talking about another Kinder. She readjusted her glasses, cheeks red as she looked at Alex, then exhaled when she looked at me. Listen, I'm getting everything ready for the meeting, but I'm not feeling very well. I'm probably going to go home unless you need me today. For the first time since meeting Alex, I saw the man look as confused as I felt.
I swear to God, JC, if something's up, you'd better tell me,
he said in a soft tone.
Jesus, you seriously look like you could use some water or something.
I walked over to her, eyeing Alex's shocked expression, and led her to my desk. Your hands are clammy, I said, sitting her in my chair. And you're as white as a ghost. This has to do with something we were just talking about, doesn't it? Her eyes filled with tears. Then she smiled at me. It's nothing. I sort of had this lame crush on Bobby Kinder. I met him when he waited on my table. I didn't realize he was in a relationship. Did he lead you to believe he could return your feelings for him? How long ago was this? He's lived here for at least a year, so I'm not sure why Alex hasn't been in touch with him if they're friends like that. As I said, it's nothing, and no, he's not cheating on your friend. She smiled at me. Damn, I guess all the good ones are taken. I used to say that all the time. I eyed Alex standing with concern on his face behind her. Trust me when I say that when the right one comes along, you'll be thankful the others were taken. Or, in my case, you'll be happy you got cheated on and you broke it off before you ruined your life with the wrong one. You'll find your man. Nothing to get this upset over. I'm sure I will. She fanned herself. I'm going to splash some water on my face or something and pull myself together. That was kind of weird. She rushed out of the room, leaving Alex and me to stare at each other, more confused than anything. Kind of weird, Alex said. Not to be harsh, but up until now, I didn't think that woman could be shaken. Oh, shit. I sighed and shook my head. This wasn't about Bobby Kinder. It's about you. About us. I narrowed my eyes at Alex. This is why we're not telling anyone about us. Good God, we almost killed JC with you saying you're Lady's girl. You know what? This is precisely why they need to know. Alex became firm. Fucking A. Now I have to deal with this shit, and I'm not in the mood for it. You think I am? I didn't say you were, Brienne. Alex snapped. What happened to you mocking me and saying you couldn't give a damn what people think? Obviously, JC being upset made you worried. Not about us. If she wants to cry at a bar tonight because she magically believed I would entertain her as anything more than my vice president, then that ridiculous shit is on her. You can be such a prick, you know that? It's not grade school, Brienne. Alex shot back. How am I the bad guy in this? You most likely led her on. Christ, how can you not see that she thought you probably felt the same way about her? As I said, Alex's expression was dark and searing. I did absolutely nothing to lead her on. Fuck me for being a nice owner and allowing a young woman to work as my next in line. Jesus, I'm not the bad guy here. I could sense this was something more significant to Alex. It was about more than JC losing her shit about us being together. He was acting too dickish to make me think otherwise. Did something happen between the two of you before we merged the companies? I asked, wondering if that could have been the reason JC was so easily triggered. Alex's leveling glare made me swallow the lump it had conjured in my throat. I wasn't backing down, though. What if he'd had a fling with her? He was known for dating Jim Mitchell's former secretary. I was trying my hardest not to judge him, but sometimes the past sneaks up and bites you in the ass when you least expect it. No, and though she was tempting to my callous and asshole self before I met you and found I wasn't a doomed dick after all, I wouldn't allow that. She's like my fucking little sister, and that's why all of this is so goddamn disturbing. You judging me, yet again, doesn't help either. I'm not trying to, Alex, I said, crossing my arms. But face it, you're an extremely attractive man. You must not have meant for this to happen, but it did. I'll try and talk to her. We can't lose her. I'll talk to her, he insisted. In this mood? You might as well have a detective grill her about being wrongfully attracted to you. Do what you have to do, he said. I have a meeting to run and a job to go over. Lunch is still on unless you'd rather spend that time nursing JC's broken heart back to health. We'll see how the day goes. For now, get some coffee or something. Your attitude sucks. My attitude is reflecting the fact that JC has made me out to be some office man whore, and that pisses me off. If she quits, she quits. Alex was out of the room before I could respond to him. How the hell were we to manage this? I was officially in agreement that we should not keep the fact that we were together a secret, but I felt like shit for throwing JC's situation on Alex. What I'd asked him was presumptuous and shitty. He hadn't set out to hurt her, and I trusted that he knew nothing about the fact that it would crush her if she learned he was with me. I desperately wanted to find a way to keep her around. Sadly, before noon, she'd sent her resignation letter. And even though I tried, I couldn't get her to stay. Now, I was pissed at her for storming out on an excellent job. Whether her excuse of missing home in New York was valid or not, she admitted that she thought Alex and she had a thing, and finding out it was all in her imagination was enough for her to reach her limit. She was packed up and gone before I could even say goodbye.
"I need the sales and marketing teams in conference room B and 5,
Alex announced, while I worked with the architects to start in on the 3D scale of the butterfly gardens at St. John's. "What's going on?" I asked, following Alex out of the room.
"The meeting is in 5 minutes if you're curious,"
he curtly said. "Don't be a dick to me. I didn't know."
"You wouldn't, though, would you? We're back to judging me again, so that throws me back to proving myself. I don't have time for that. Our VP walked out in tears today, and I'm sure that after you saw her letter and watched her leave, you allowed her to cry on your shoulders about how it was my fault, yes?"
"I'm not dignifying that with a response."
"Of course you're not. The meeting is in 4 minutes. I expect those teams in that room—"
I watched him walk off, and Alex seemed to be more of an enemy now than ever. The worst part was that I felt like shit for accusing him. We'd have to talk later, and I would sit in on that meeting. Within 5 minutes, we were all sitting in the room with Mr. Iron Fist himself. His face was black with anger, and the mystery of what these teams did to put this expression on his face was about to be revealed.
"Who sold the Fitty Ship property?"
I eyed the room and saw that most people were sitting here as if they were waiting for Alex to fire them at a moment's notice.
"Am I sitting at this table talking to cardboard cutouts of my employees, or have you all lost your voices?"
he questioned.
"Who sold that property?"
"I did, Mr. Grayson," a young woman said. "It was a fantastic deal, and it works for the Fitty Ship family. They're having their home built in that location." He pursed his lips and narrowed his eyes at her.
"Did you visit the site? Who was the agent who offered such a fantastic deal?"
"Brendan Strait."
"I thought we were working with Natalia."
Alex looked at me as if I were the reason that we'd bought a property that could never be developed without thousands of rocks being blasted out of the hillside in an area that was prone to mudslides. This was a washout. We'd never get the permits for this place. "We are," I answered.
"Then why did you go outside of our exclusive agents and work with some random person I've never heard of before? He sold you a property that cannot be developed. Did you know that? Was Tish your manager before this?"
"No, David Hudson is," she answered, looking at the man sitting next to me. "Why would you approve this?" I asked him. "This is a complete loss for our company, and good luck trying to sell the property to anyone."
"How much are we under with this? And was there an architect working with you?"
Alex directed his question back to the woman who'd purchased the property, and from what I saw on the cut sheet, she was using the firm to buy it with the promise to build on it. "I believed I could entice the Fitty Ship family to work with Brooks & Stone by purchasing the property in good faith," she responded.
"So you didn't run this past any of us? Unless you knew about it, Mr. Hudson." "I told her to use it as leverage,"
David responded. I sucked in a breath of anger, while Alex's expression didn't change. But anyone would have been a damn fool to think he wasn't fuming.
"Do I look like a man who wears a clown suit to work?"
Alex asked.
"Do I appear to be handing out cotton candy like I work at the goddamn circus?"
"This is inexcusable," I said. "David, you will find a way to recover the losses."
"David, you will turn in your resignation letter or you'll be fired for negligence, costing this firm $1.3 million in useless land."
Alex pulled out another piece of paper.
"Why is it that we're suddenly trying to develop every last inch of real estate on Southern California's coast? Here's another piece of shit purchase from Rochelle Sanders. Again, rock blasting and mudslide land. Who was your agent? David?"
He stopped the man from leaving the room.
"Did you approve this as well?" "I approved everything that you're firing me for, Mr. Grayson." "Without looking at any of this?"
Alex questioned him.
"Why would you be so trusting of a sales agent we never approved?" "I wanted to bring in profits before the quarter is out,"
the man answered. Alex didn't falter with the man's broken response.
"Well, your profits have thrown my margins in the red. Now, I'm up to $7.5 million in property that people get to stand on, or perhaps they can have a picnic lunch on the side of the road as the waves crash into the rocks below them that we can't blast. These are just 2 examples of our deficit in sales this month. Your negligence has taken this firm's profits by $45 million. Are you trying to bury us? No, sir. Then how do we sell an oceanfront property without it being worth anything more than staking a claim on it?
He reached for his phone.
Call Natalia Hoover.
He commanded his cell phone, saying Nat's name as if she were in trouble for this, too.
Natalia, this is Alex Grayson, and I need you as our exclusive agent. No sales will occur by my team unless they go through you. I have no idea what happened to the man you recommended, but I need to know if you will sign an exclusive agreement to work with my sales teams.
Jesus Christ. Alex was on the warpath and not letting up any time soon. He was handling shit, but this was the second time I'd seen the dark edge of the man that everyone feared. The guy I had previously referred to as Satan in a suit. I didn't think there was any rebounding from this, but what I did know was that Nat wasn't one to be shoved around, and if she felt Alex was too pushy, she wouldn't hesitate to hang up on his ass.
All right. Well, if Monroe is here...
It was the first time I'd seen Alex smile since the devil washed over his personality.
Then you and I both know he's seeing what he's missing out on after hours. You too.
He set his phone down and eyed the room.
David, sit your ass back down,
he said to the man he'd pretty much fired 5 seconds ago.
You have 2 options. You can walk out of here and hope you land a job to match what we overpay our employees for their work, or you can work with Natalia Hoover to dump these properties and replace them immediately with properties that your clients can build on. We don't do cheap. Ever. I am not impressed with cheap shit. I'm impressed with the best and nothing less than that. In everything. Even in my personal life and preferences.
He looked at me, his eyes darker than the night.
You will find that I only entertain the best, whatever the cost. I'm an extremely picky man, so whatever I see in your purchases better be more impressive than the Taj Mahal. Am I clear on this? I swear I will lose my shit with the next faulty purchase any of you make. If you have one in mind, Natalia has agreed to work with us and will be in at 3 this afternoon. Speak with her and handle this trash. That's all.
Alex left the room in a rush as if he were taking his pissed-off mood to his next victim. I followed him out, annoyed that these people didn't seem to get it the first time we had a meeting like this. I still felt like shit for calling Alex out for JC's broken heart. That was a low blow, and I knew it. I knew he wasn't happy about her leaving. He was as upset about it as I was, maybe even more. "Alex," I said, walking into his office to see him staring between the 3 monitors on his desk.
"Bree,"
he absently said.
"What do you need?"
I sat across from him. "To apologize. I did it again, and I'm sorry."
"Don't apologize. You did nothing wrong."
"I made it seem like it was your fault for JC quitting. And I agree. We shouldn't hide our relationship." Alex subtly smiled while he clicked around on the monitor he was looking at.
"Thank God, because I'm not the best liar."
I finally heard humor in his voice.
"I know you're an expert in the art of lying, but I'm not."
"I can see that. You were pretty clear in that room."
"I was just handling things as usual. David can thank you for still having a job,"
he said with a smile.
"All I needed was to see your face, and it saved him from the fact that I know he doesn't deserve the job for being as careless as Tish was."
"My face?"
"Yep, and the fact that we're exactly where I want us to be."
He finally glanced at me and flashed a sexy smile. "Where's that?"
"In love. And I think I'm going to take advantage of this apology you're giving me and use it as an opportunity to call for makeup sex."
"Ah," I grinned, feeling my tight nerves soften from being tense since JC wigged out on us today. "So, I guess we had our first fight, and makeup sex is the only natural progression."
"You recall what our makeup sex is, correct?"
"I recall what our angry sex was. Maybe I'll keep you pissed off at me." I smiled at the softer expression he wore.
"I was never angry with you."
He glanced back up from his computer monitors.
"I was more upset with myself. I'm not guarded enough. And even though I pride myself in reading people, I got it all wrong with JC. Jim and Monroe are going to speak with her.
You really think she's moving to New York?
I know she wanted this firm to advance her career, so who knows? Maybe she's headed back to Manhattan to make some miracles happen.
Could be.
Perhaps we try out angry sex?
Depends on who's mad, I teased him. Am I climbing the walls or just getting it good from behind?
If you keep talking like that, you're getting that here and now. Otherwise, when do you think you'll be done with dinner tonight?
I have no idea, I answered truthfully. You're more than welcome to wait for me at the condo you've helped me keep, though. He smiled at me.
Text me if you're up for it. Otherwise, tomorrow night, we're doubling up on angry sex, makeup sex, and you made me wait sex.
You're just horny. He chuckled, doing math or whatever on his computers.
As I said, I never got to finish what we started at sunrise.
He looked at me.
The one who should be sorry is me. Let's just move on.
I'll get you a key to my place. We both know you're paying to stay there anyway.
I'll have a bath drawn, candles lit, and wine brought over.
Make sure to warm the chocolate, I teased. Because after all those various types of sex we're going to have, I'm going to have to lick chocolate off your sexy dick. I mouthed that word, now having Alex's full attention, and ensure it gets a delicious massage while I curb my chocolate craving.
I just might allow you to give me that unique massage.
He grinned.
All right. I have to finish pulling more numbers or I'll be working on this until tomorrow night.
I'll text you when I'm heading home after dinner, I said as I turned to leave.
I'll make sure your chocolate dessert doesn't let you down.
Chapter 28. Alex. I shot up in bed, drenched in sweat, hands trembling, and my heart practically pounding in my head. My breaths were short, and if I didn't calm the fuck down this instant, I was going to hyperventilate. Jesus Christ! My head fell back against my pillows as I worked to steady my breathing. Fuck! I growled, frustrated that this crippling and terrorizing sleep disorder had returned for the third time this week. I couldn't lie here and stay in my drenched with sweat sheets for another second. I took a long shower, allowing the water to rain down over my tense muscles until they finally began to loosen. I hadn't had this sleep phenomenon occur so frequently in a long time, though they were never far away. As a young kid, I had no idea what to make of them. All I knew was that it felt like the hellhounds were coming for me to drag me to hell where my dad insisted that I belonged. The terrors hadn't changed for as long as I could remember. I would wake up terrified, not recalling my dream or whatever the fuck had happened while I slept to awaken me in this state. I didn't want to succumb to the notion that this was happening because I was finally happy, and this was the universe's sick joke that I didn't deserve it. A quick reminder that I was never too far from the darkness that had haunted me since I was a boy. I'd spent many nights out of the last 2 weeks with Bree either at my place or hers, and luckily these nightmares hadn't occurred when I was with her. At this rate, however, I was beginning to wonder when my luck would run out. The last thing I wanted was to stay away from her for the purpose of having my night terrors go unquestioned, but I'd found myself making small excuses to go home because I was afraid of this happening. For the first time, I felt liberated from the belief that I wasn't capable of loving someone, and that was the most significant breakthrough of my life. I'd embraced every ounce of the meaning of the word. I was in love with the woman and finally feeling something aside from being a cold-hearted dick. Maybe the thing that increased these episodes was the fact that I was going to be flying to San Diego to see my sister. It was the only other reason I could think of that would kick my subconscious into this gear, waking me up in this panicked, trembling state so frequently. It had never been the case before, but I was desperate to blame these on anything else. I'd prepped for a week to be in San Diego. Most of my time there was to be spent meeting with a team of our architects on a job that was close to missing a deadline and costing the firm money. I wasn't expecting to see my sister on this trip, but she'd surprised me with a call yesterday, telling me she was home on leave with the Marines she flew with in Miramar. So I called Bree and asked her to hold down the fort for an extra day so I could surprise my sister by standing with the families that waited for the jets to come in from the carrier. I didn't see my sister often when she was on leave for 2 reasons. One was because I didn't live all that close to San Diego, and the other, more important reason was that we didn't have much to talk about aside from how fucked we both would have been if she didn't join the military and I hadn't gone to live with our grandfather. Bree gladly took over our business in L.A. for the week, and even though I desperately wanted her to meet my sister, it was probably best that she stayed home since we didn't have a VP to run things for an entire week. If there were any hang-ups because of contractors or bullshit regarding building permits, that was more in my wheelhouse to handle than Brianne's. One thing was for sure, though. I was going to miss the hell out of that woman. After the chopper ride down, I jumped into the car that awaited me, and I wasted no time getting to the Marine Aviation Base in Miramar. My crazy morning that had started by trying to kick my ass mentally had changed entirely when I was let through the gates and funneled into where family members awaited the arrival of their loved ones. I had to admit that, surprisingly, I was excited to see my sister. Part of me thought that maybe opening myself up to Bree meant opening myself up to feeling everything, all of my emotions. I had to be honest. I liked it. There was a sense of freedom that I felt in my soul. The only thing that concerned me about that was that my night terror was a reminder that the darkness was never far away. I saw all the families waiting for their loved ones, especially the baby girl who was about to meet her father for the first time since he was deployed before she was born. The energy was electric, with nerves of excitement and anticipation, and that energy was radiating through the entire hangar as we waited for the jets to fly in. This was what it was like to be there for a family member who'd left home to serve their country, to greet them with gratefulness and welcome them back home where they belonged. Part of me felt bad that I was the only one Jane had to welcome her home after a long deployment, doing God knows what in her fighter jet overseas. This was the only time I'd ever stood out here and watched her come home. She'd never had anyone wait for her before, and the thought of that made me feel oddly horrible, mainly because it had never even occurred to me until now that she was always doing this alone. The sound of jets flying in formation at high speeds silenced the group. I watched as older couples clutched each other's hands while their sons brought in their jets, and the reunion couldn't seem to come fast enough for them. As I studied the beauty of the families who were there for their children, I realized that my sister deserved to have a healthy mom and dad waiting alongside me as she touched down and brought the fighter jet to a stop. I watched this private air show in awe, the jets landing one after the other until they were all taxiing along their runway, and we were able to stand outside with the Marines who worked at the base. The soldiers were in stiff and sound formation, hands behind their backs, as they welcomed home their family of fighter pilots. I was honored to be related to one of the first women Marine fighter pilots and the only woman fighter pilot from this base. My sister wouldn't settle for less when it came to getting what she wanted, though. She was an active-duty Marine fighter pilot and Miramar's first woman to be stationed on this base. I couldn't have been prouder of her. As the jets parked, you'd think I'd have been more fascinated with the Super Hornet she flew. Instead, I was more thrilled that my sister was stepping out of that badass jet. Jane walked in the center of the line of men as if she were their sister, and I smiled when I watched her cheerfully nudge an excited pilot at her side. She had no idea I was here, watching her with more pride than I could handle, and then our eyes locked. I grinned when the other pilots took off to their loved ones, and Jane stopped with a look on her face that made me laugh in response. I knew my sister well enough to know that she was trying to figure out what had possessed me to show up to her homecoming. Jane resumed her walk, and I met her with the same excitement and shock she carried that I was here. I was so damn proud, excited, and honored all at the same time, and that was expressed by meeting my laughing sister, hugging her, and spinning her in the air. She laughed harder at my dramatics, knowing I was most likely mimicking what was happening all around us.
"Put me down, you idiot," she said,
and then raised her hand to my face and pinched my cheek. "Look at you, Alex Logan." "You know I hate when you talk to me like that. I'm about to leave you here."
"That would just make me think that this was some crazy dream, one where my little brother actually came to greet me on base."
I arched my eyebrow at her in her flight suit and gear, her curly blonde hair pulled back tightly into a bun, looking every bit as badass as she was. "So how was the flight in, Lieutenant O'Connor?" She pulled her sunglasses back on and grinned.
"The pilot sucked. I could have sworn that bitch was going to fuck up the landing and kill us all."
I wrapped an arm around her neck, and she gripped my side. Damn, it was good to be with my sister again. I'd never felt this way before when she would return from deployment either. Fuck, maybe I was the damn Tin Man, and Bree had managed to pull a Dorothy and get me a heart from the Wizard of Oz finally.
"Hey, genius,"
she said to a man who'd just finished saluting a group of military men.
"Get your ass over here and meet my baby brother."
The tall man walked over and tucked his sunglasses into his jumpsuit pocket. "Nice to meet the only family member we know about." He extended his hand and smirked at Jane. "Ace here thinks it's funny to fuck around and claim our sorry asses as her family. That's outside of you, of course. Alex, is it?" "Ace?" I grinned at Jane. "Don't you guys have to do some crazy shit to get these names?" "She flies with an ace up her sleeve." He grinned at Jane, and I could easily sense that he and Jane either had an intimate history or were in the middle of creating one. Unfortunately, Jane was a lot like me when it came to keeping people away emotionally. Well, like I was before Bree. Love was not a word that came out of our mouths, thanks to the fucked up home life we both left behind. We can't even lock her ass in drills.
"And genius,"
Jane seemed to blush when she smiled up at him.
"Well, he's just a goddamn genius. He's got the ultimate skill in everything."
"I'll bet," I said, to see how the two would respond. Just as I'd imagined, my sister was fucking a genius. The fact that Jane was blushing was as shocking as me stating that I was in love. She wasn't giving me the man's full name, though, so that meant he wouldn't be in her bed for long. Or this was as far as it went when it came to getting personal.
"I'm getting out of here and going for breakfast with my brother. I'll see you tonight," she said, as she led me to walk away.
"Tonight? I gather genius lives up to that name in bed, then?" I said, looking back at the guy while Jane elbowed me.
"None of your business. But because you stomached showing up out here amongst the family reunions, I'll give you just a little. He's a great companion in a world of living most of our lives deployed."
"That's all I needed." I smiled at her. "You and Genius can hash out the rest tonight while you're banging in a hotel room."
"He has a place here too, Dick," she laughed. "So what brings my baby brother to Miramar?"
I had to see it if I wanted to believe it, finally. "Shit, Jane, you're a real fucking pilot."
"Right?" she teased back. "It's been 10 years now, and I still almost lose my lunch when I pull the G's."
"Quit bragging. In fact, why don't you retire from the military already and go join some fighter jet club like the Blue Angels so I can hitch a ride in one of those planes?"
"I have a friend who's a Thunderbird, and he can take you for a joyride the next time they're in town."
"Finally, my sister is worth a damn to me."
"No shit."
Once Jane had changed into civilian clothing, we took off and followed each other to a restaurant in San Diego. After we finished eating at a hole-in-the-wall cafe, we sat at our table, sipping on coffee, and Jane finally asked what I knew her questioning eyes wanted to know.
"Who is the girl in your life, little bro?"
She smiled.
"I've never seen you smile this much. Then you meet me at the base, and that whole spinning, theatrical hug?"
I sipped my coffee and smiled. You know, I was just adding to the homecoming stuff, right? I couldn't stand out there and look like we come from some basic family, could I?
"Fair enough on that,"
she grinned.
"Seriously, though,"
she cocked her head to the side.
"You are different. What made you show up at the base? And don't tell me it's because the timing worked out either."
"Fine," I answered, knowing Jane wouldn't leave it alone if I didn't. Her name is Brienne, and before you say anything, the answer is no, she's not right for me.
Another gold digger, eh? Who was it last time? Ainsley? Halsey?
Haley. I rolled my eyes. God damn, that was a long time ago.
Why isn't this one right for you? Still letting Paul's words fuck up your way of thinking?
My stomach clenched into a knot at the sound of my father's name. You know I only tolerate our surname when I see it written on your jumpsuit, and because I respect your position in the military. I still think you should take it off the side of your plane and your respectable military clothing.
I know you do, she smiled. Answer the question about this woman who put a goofy grin on my brother's face.
She's my business partner. I have no idea why, but she's got this way about her that... I paused, not knowing how to explain.
That,
Jane dragged out the word,
makes you think she's not like any other chick you've dated? One who wants your money and status?
Seriously, Jane.
Hey, you chose that life by following our grandfather's strict silver spoon ways and hanging around Howard Mitchell's sons. All of those men only hang around the upper echelons of the wealthiest people. I know who rides in those circles, and Jim Mitchell being your best friend in college proved how you'd associate yourself once you got there, too.
She took another sip of coffee.
I can't blame you, though. I joined the military and left you and our little sister.
She frowned.
You know what? I'm being a bitch, and I'm sorry.
Don't apologize, I said. I think our reunions tend to bring it all back up again, no matter how hard we try to dodge the subject.
I want you happy, Alex, she said. I can see that happiness on your face, but I don't want you hurt either.
I'm a grown-ass man. I ran a global empire with Jim for years, and I'm doing a damn fine job of running my best friend's late father's architectural firm as well. I think I can handle a woman.
You've always thrown them away, though. I've never seen you happy because of one. As I said, you've changed. How long have you been with her?
2 weeks. I announced the truth that widened Jane's eyes.
Are you in love? She asked.
That's not a word you use. I guess I should send that question back to you and Genius Boy.
No, I haven't changed. I'm not in fucking love, and I asked a serious question.
I guess I am, I responded. I felt my defenses going up against my sister because she was calling me out on something she knew was ridiculous about me.
Do you even know what the goddamn word means?
She said incredulously. I went to retaliate, but she stopped me.
Listen to me, Alex. Paul nearly destroyed you. The abuse, the mental attacks, the fucked up way he handled everything about what happened that day. You were his punching bag, and he didn't let up even an inch.
You don't think I know that? I have the scars to prove it.
I know you know it, but have you moved past it? She said. You can't love anyone unless you can forgive and move forward. Drinking yourself to blackout drunk, nearly beating Dad's ass to death after he went after Mom that night, and Grandfather taking you on from there? How did you rebound from that and fucking find love after 2 weeks of knowing someone?
I swallowed the lump in my throat. Jane was striking me where she knew I could fucking crack, but she was a Marine, and she'd walked through the fire to become the hardcore woman she was today. Are you trying to ruin this for me or save her? I asked.
Save her from you, she answered,
her eyes locked severely on mine.
How does this woman feel about you being in love with her? Does she know about your fucked up past? Does she know everything, Alex?
No, I seethed. And why would I resurrect it to tell her? I don't plan on bringing that stuff to the surface again. Ever, God damn it! I was breaking, feeling my heart pounding in my head, and a severe headache was coming on while thinking about this shit. Listen, she's the best thing to happen to me, and I've allowed myself to feel for the first time in too goddamn long. So shoot me for being fucking happy. Her harrowing expression softened.
I don't mean to dig up shit from the past, but whenever I used to bring up a woman making you happy one day, you always told me that nothing would change what Paul ruined in you. I want you to find that happiness. My God, out of all the people in this world who deserve it, you do. Then why are you trying to bring up everything I worked so hard to bury? Yes, at one point, I did fully believe myself to be capable of only basic emotions. The only people I cared about were my friends because I saw them as family. Even Jim only knows the bare minimum about my past, and I've been close with that man as if he were my brother for years. Nothing has threatened our relationship, though. In fact, my group of friends has become closer over the years. What I'm saying is that through it all, I've forged relationships and maintained them. Maybe I'm just getting old and sentimental, but for better or worse, I feel what I feel. Maybe you have found the love you deserve. A peaceful life and a woman who makes me enjoy living it. It can get a little exhausting, she smirked. Just fucking and being vacant while you're with someone. I get that. It is, I answered her. And you deserve happiness too, Jane. It seems we lost Jenny in all of this, and even though you weren't subjected to that man's wrath, you seemed to... From the time you were 5, up until you left to live with grandfather, I had to watch you suffer the horrific and disgusting abuse from Paul, and that was enough to fuck with me. I was powerless to stop him or help you. All I could do was scream at our bitch of a mother who allowed us to remain with him after he lost his shit and went off the rails. She should have taken all of us and left. There's a reason she stayed. She's a fucking bitch. What kind of mom allows her kids to endure that? What kind of mom watches her drunk as fuck husband brutally assault her boy and then allow that boy to believe it's his fault? Jane's face was red with rage. Fuck, why do we always come back to this conversation? She sighed. I love you, Alex Logan Grayson, and don't you ever forget that. Mom's not doing well, I told her. Jane had already stood and grabbed the tab, as she always did when our conversations became too heavy and we seemed to go round and round. Sarah O'Connor can suffer like she allowed us to suffer. She bent to hug me. I'm happy that you're happy. I hope with all my heart that this works out for you. I just worry that if you let anyone close, they'll pry into our family life, and they won't like what they find. The Graysons hid this shit, and grandfather ensured the truth of what happened would stay hidden. Was that for your good, or grandfather Grayson's good name? I stood with her. I lived a life of hell since I was in kindergarten. My father hated me. I'm confused as fuck about it to this day, and grandfather wouldn't allow the conversation to take place. I don't know why he wouldn't talk about it, even to ease your conscience. I don't know what happened, Alex. I wasn't fucking there. Why can't I remember what happened? Grandfather left you most of his inheritance, cutting Sarah out of the will entirely, and that resulted in Paul hating you even more. You'd think with all that money, you'd be able to get someone to do a miracle on your brain so you can figure out all that shit on your own. Money doesn't work that way, I answered her. You can't just buy your way out of a nightmare. Really? Some people think money is the solution to everything. You think the reason I busted my ass to sober up and make it to Oxford, graduating at the top of my class, was to snag an inheritance and have money be my solution to this fucked up problem? I asked, walking out of the diner with her. She ran her hands through her thick, curly hair before she finally pulled it out of her face and into a ponytail. Isn't it? Isn't that what dear grandfather baited you with after he covered up everything with Paul and Sarah? You know, I said, standing next to her car, I used to have these night terrors daily until our grandfather helped me close the book on our family drama and bust my ass in everything I did. I used sports as the first part of that, then my pursuit to be the best in college, which is how I met Jim and why we became close friends, and then in business. It's called burying your head in the sand. You are a product of that, too. You just found your way out of this mental fuck show in a goddamn jet that can assist in getting the aggression out. But it seems when you're on land, in my presence especially, you can't cope either. And here I thought you were a badass Marine. You know what they teach us in those multi-million-dollar jets when we're running combat drills? She held me off and grew serious. when there's a lock on your ass and you can't shake it, it can all end as quickly as it started. In under a minute, I've had to get my enemy off my tail. I had no time to think, just worked to shake the lock on me. 30 seconds to maneuver my way out of a life-threatening situation. I wasn't thinking about how I'd save my ass, I was saving it. So yeah, if you want to think less of me because I hate our family for what they did to you, and the fact that I hate seeing you happy because I know it won't fucking last, then whatever. I slammed the door shut on all of it, and I worked my ass off to serve our country. My real family is the Marines. I love them, and I love how I'm constantly pushing myself to be better and do better by every one of them. I hope the way you throw yourself into rigorous work is enough, that's all. For the first time in my life, after having yet another shitty conversation with my sister, I felt sad for both of us. We couldn't speak to each other because we'd never been given a chance to have a relationship as brother and sister outside of our messed-up family. We didn't know each other outside of that nightmare, and when we tried to reunite, knowing that we both loved each other, the only thing the two of us could talk about was our trauma. Her true family was with her brothers and sisters on that base and that aircraft carrier. I was just blood relation, as she was to me. I had to let this go because I hated the pain it suddenly caused in me. I wasn't about to destroy what I'd felt about Bree because my sister and I couldn't hold a civilized conversation if we tried. Fuck. I hated this. But I was also inwardly thankful she had her military family, and I had a family with my friends. Jane and I didn't need each other. We just put on a brave face every time we met. I love you, Alex. I hope it all works out for you. I'm glad you got yourself out of a deadly scenario, I answered. Well, this went the way it always does. I know. She patted my cheek. Now go do what you do best. You were down here for work, right? Right, I said. I guess we'll see if we get another chance to meet up again on another time. We always do. She grinned, and then got in the car and drove out of the parking lot. I had to hold on to the happiness I had with Brienne, the feelings of love and being loved for the first time. I wouldn't allow any of it to go to waste, no way in hell. I was moving forward whether or not Jane believed I could hang on to this like she could hang on to her plane. All I wanted now was to be in Bree's arms, but I knew I had to detox from this conversation first, or I'd be spilling my guts to her. Just when I thought the thought, my phone buzzed. Bree. Surprise! I finally met your friends, and we had a pretty fantastic flight to San Diego. What the fuck? Bree texted the hotel where they were headed and where to meet them for Elena's tuna sandwich picnic, and I knew they were all here. All here, and there was no shoving down the confusion, anger, and sadness I felt after my conversation had gone to hell with my sister. I needed to switch gears, or Bree would see right through me the second she saw my face.
Chapter 29. Bree. I'd never been in a relationship where a man adored me. I loved spending every night with Alex, and though we couldn't make it 5 minutes in the door after work without giving in to our desire for one another, it was heavenly to experience a man who adored me, with or without flaws. I loved how he made me feel, empowered, in love, and more than anything else, appreciated. Alex had made it clear that being with me had changed him for the better, and somehow I believed him. I could finally say that I knew what love truly felt like, to be someone's treasure while treasuring them yourself. The ultimate asshole had already played me, and I almost married him. Thinking about the nightmare that could have been if I'd married Max made me sick to my stomach. Even though Max and I had started as good friends, we laughed, we lived, and I thought we loved. I'd spent years with that fool, and yet it paled in comparison to how Alex made me feel within the span of 2 weeks. Jim had mentioned this morning that my dad was to be honored at a masquerade event in San Diego, and I was to accept an award on his behalf for his work. I'd never been to San Diego before, so I hadn't a clue about what to expect. I didn't even know what my dad had done to receive an award, making me attend a full-blown charity event thrown by socialites from all over the country. Thank God Avery and Jim were going, and if Alex could break away in 3 more days, I hoped he'd be an arm I could cling to if it became overwhelming. Jim had assured me that Mr. Monroe would be in L.A., bouncing back and forth between his business and the firm to ensure no one tried to slide anything behind mine and Alex's back while we were away. So, I gave in and welcomed the help that was offered to get me into a fancy gown and prepped for the event. While on the flight to San Diego, I was introduced to Alex's friends and couldn't help but smile at the scene on board the luxury flight. The guys were joking, the children were playing, and the wives were excited to get out of town. On top of being reunited with Elena, Colin, and their newborn son, the flight was the perfect way to bond with everyone over getting to surprise Alex. I'd finally met Jim's younger brother, the heart surgeon, Jake. Between him and his best friend, Colin, the jokes never ended. Together with Avery and Ash, Jim and Jake's wives, and Elena, I had a blast goofing around with the men, who were relentlessly teasing each other. It was a great way to get to know the gang, and I could see why Alex loved them all so much. Now, we sat and waited for Alex to show up after he'd texted to say that he was 20 minutes away and was looking forward to seeing everyone. The sun was bright, the weather ideal, and the ocean just steps away from the perfect park where the kids now played while Elena fed baby Alex. I was entirely caught off guard when Alex answered my yearning thoughts about him, and he kissed me on my cheek. Then, as if his friends weren't at the table with us, Alex and I were wrapped in each other's arms, laughing and kissing, until the comment I'd anticipated finally came.
Jesus Christ, get a fucking room,
Jake's humored voice said.
I had one, but I had to change that venue when I learned all of you decided to come to San Diego,
Alex said, sitting at my side and bringing his arm around my lower back.
Turns out, unless Bree has a nice room waiting here, we're going to have to get arrested while we make up for missing out on each other last night. I'm glad I didn't place bets against your sorry ass, Colin said. If I had, I'd have lost a lot of money. Isn't that what Alex is, anyway?
Jim said with a smile.
The Joker's wild, the unpredictable mystery man, to be sure,
Colin said. Oh, he's predictable, I teased, rubbing his back and offering him a sandwich. He declined and stole a few grapes out of my fruit bowl instead.
I'll bet,
Jake snickered.
Let's change the subject. I'm already gagging down this tuna fish sandwich, and I don't need the details of why Alex has had this cheesy-as-fuck grin plastered on his face for 2 weeks solid now.
Jacob, Ash snapped at her husband.
Listen.
He held his hands up.
I love you to death, Lainey, but god dang, what's with the raw onions, olives, fucking celery, and whatever else bullshit is in this goddamn sandwich? You don't fuck a fish over like this.
It's cilantro, jerk, she said with a laugh.
Oh god, altogether? Sometimes less is more, you know? Regardless, it certainly isn't a Cuban sandwich, something you promised me quite a while ago,
Jake said with a playful arch of his eyebrow, most likely to ensure I was hanging on to the way all of these friends bantered with each other. You'll never get one after insulting my grandmother's tuna salad recipe either, Elena shot back.
Don't tell me this is the shit Colin ate to impress you. No, it was her egg salad sandwich,
Colin chuckled,
and it complemented our picnic at the lake perfectly. No shit,
Jim interjected.
What was in that recipe? Probably grass or tree bark to complement their picnic at a lake.
Jake laughed.
Bark is great for your heart. You know that fucker?
Colin said.
And the neurosurgeon figured this out how? Because his heart found love?
Jake said.
Egg salad, tuna salad, why so many salads? Aren't these concoctions supposed to be saved for potlucks?
Oh, shut up and eat it. Or don't, Elena said with a laugh. I suddenly felt like we were all back on the plane, the guys debating the SeaWorld versus the San Diego Zoo experience, and the children were pulled in to learn about the marine life and zoo animals. Everyone ended up being compared to either a monkey or a meerkat. God damn, Avery said, coming back from the walk she'd taken with her kids. "You guys just can't get enough of the jokes today, huh?" "No kidding." I laughed. I rubbed Alex's leg, who was quieter than I imagined, given the jokes floating around. I didn't fail to notice Jim's expression, which was more solemn than it had been all day, and I saw him looking over at his best friend multiple times.
"Where's your sister? I hope we didn't pull you away from her,"
Jim questioned before I could.
"Seems she's got her own man to please."
He grinned, but it looked forced.
"We had a nice breakfast, and as usual, it's the same old shit whenever I see her. Breakfast, some catching up, and then we go our separate ways."
"Was she happy that you surprised her at the hangar?" I asked.
"She certainly wasn't expecting it, but I'm sure she appreciated the sentiment,"
Alex said. Alex suddenly grew robotic in his answers, and my lips tightened when I noticed the entire group at the table felt the awkwardness of it, too. Everyone was silent, trying not to make it evident that something was off. I guess asking about Alex's sister wasn't the best topic to bring up.
"So, what brings two surgeons, the owner of a global company, and the co-owner of a badass firm all the way to San Diego?"
He looked at Ash, Avery, then Elena.
"I'm sure you all had to close up shop, too."
"We have people covering for us. You know what they're referred to as, right? Employees?" Ash winked at Alex, who was forcing yet another smile on his face. What the hell went weird for him today? Did we interrupt his visit with his sister? Here I was so proud to be in love with the man, but I had no idea what to think, say, or do when it came to him being in this mentality. I eyed Jim, seeing the man more as Alex's best friend now than the intimidating owner of the company that had bought mine. When you got Jim away from the workplace, he was entirely different, just like the two surgeons I sat in the midst of. When I questioned Jake and Colin's explosive cursing and pranking, they usually made it known that they never spoke or behaved this casually around their patients. It made me chuckle to wonder how many other doctors behaved like real humans outside of work. I, personally, liked that they had such fun personalities, given some of the sad things they must have witnessed regularly. It displayed a certain resilience that I found endearing. We spent the rest of the afternoon at the beach. Alex ran up to the hotel to change after encouraging us to head down to the shore and set up things for the kids to play in the water. I watched as I played with Jim and Jake's adorable daughters and Jake's little son, John. We built pitiful sandcastles, and I laughed as Addison informed us that our work was certainly not making it into a sandcastle competition anytime soon. I watched Alex go out with the guys when John forced them to get wet and enjoy the warm water, which was as beautiful as any resort in Mexico. I could have easily lived in San Diego if I was freed up to do so. Once the men were fully engrossed, Addison joining them and Ash and Avery bringing out the little ones as well, I laid on a lounge chair next to where Elena was shielding baby Alex from the bright sun. "I told Alex that I predicted he'd marry you," Elena chuckled as I stretched out on my stomach, feeling the gentle ocean breeze brush over my back. "I'm sure he didn't argue," I teased with a smile. "I'm always right," Elena said. "You're good for him." She said that in a way that made me lean on my side to face her. He seemed pretty off when we brought up his sister. It makes me wonder why he says things like, "I've saved him," when the truth is the opposite. She grinned at me. I had to admit that Elena's smile was as contagious as her personality. When I watched him with his ex, I hardly knew him then, of course. It didn't take long to see how miserable he was. He has always been firm, but he's friendly and understanding, selfless, and all of the stuff that makes him a beautiful human being. However, he never seemed truly happy until you. I've done nothing special, trust me. That was a fact. You don't have to, you know. When the heart is joined with the one it knows it wants, it's all over except for the screaming babies that wake you up at night. She laughed. I'm happy that he's happy. I love being around him. Even when he does ruin the old movies that I like to watch to unwind after work. She giggled. Colin was the same way. Sex, right? I laughed in return. They all must somehow be related. They're cut from the same cloth, that's for sure. Whenever a kissing scene pops up, he uses that as an excuse to prove how he can outplay those actors. I rolled my eyes in humor behind my sunglasses. I positively love hearing this. She looked out at where the men were playing with the kids. It proves that two souls have found each other. Now, I just want to know how long we'll have to wait to watch you get to finally walk down the aisle like the beautiful bride you must have been the day you had to play a sex tape. The only thing special about that day was when I mortified all of the wealthy people my aunts invited, and my ex's ability to lie his way out of the affair. You know, all the stuff that goes along with playing sex tapes at weddings. She relaxed further into her lounge chair with a grin. You've got the same feisty spirit that I have, although I would have cut the bastard's dick off.
Holy fuck,
I heard Alex state as he walked up to us.
Please don't give Brienne any ideas about how you and Colin like to get kinky, Lainey.
I shivered when his dripping wet hair ran down my spine as he kissed my cheek.
You all good?
He asked.
I heard that something came up with the Julep project. What was that about?
I turned onto my back as Alex took the lounge chair to my left. Nothing that sexy Spence and Natalia can't fix with the sales team and architects involved. Alex pulled his square aviator sunglasses down. He wasn't even trying to be flirty or unforgivably gorgeous, but he nailed both in one simple move.
Please, God, tell me that's a joke.
What? I grinned.
Well, I'm walking up to hear Elena advising you about cutting off dicks, and now you're putting your poor friend in a shitty work situation?
Are you kidding? I laughed. Natalia will wear her most classy yet tempting outfit and make Spencer drool and wish he'd never answered his phone while in bed with her. Besides, she's the agent on the job, and she doesn't let shit slide. So, matters and issues will get handled. If it makes you feel better, Jim warned Spence about her being involved and mentioned something along the lines of, "This is what happens when you fuck the wrong one." I laughed, repeating what I heard Jim tell Spencer Monroe when he asked him to help Natalia and the firm in our absence. You okay, though, Alex? Elena pried. After learning more about her personality, she was the type to concern herself more with her friend's well-being than what the friend thought about her asking.
I'm fine, Lainey,
he answered, lying flat on his back now.
I know you mean well, but there's a reason my holidays are spent with all of you. You're all my real family.
You can check out all you want. She became firmer. We all know you don't need the tan you're pretending to soak up, Mr. Olive-toned skin.
I know I don't.
He smiled.
Thank you for bringing my girl with you, though. Seriously, I'm good. Just tired from being up at the ass crack of dawn.
I studied him as he pointedly avoided us, ignoring Elena's kind concern. Well, I'm going to go cool off in that enticing water, I said as I stood, and then brought my lips to Alex's. Then I'll be sure to come back, kiss you, and drip all over your body. His lips pulled up on one side.
If you wake me out of a dead sleep out here, I just might ruin everyone's day and take you here and now under a beach towel.
Good God, there's a baby who's named after you that shouldn't be allowed to listen to this come out of your mouth, I said.
It's been too long.
He chuckled.
Now get out there and give me a show so tonight will be as amazing as you dreamt it would be all day.
Arrogant ass, I said.
Don't talk like that in front of baby Alex.
He teased back, and then I was pulled over his stomach, and his lips were on my ear.
Tonight is ours. I'm addicted to every last part of you, and I plan to prove that later. Now, go run in slow motion on that beach like you're on Baywatch.
You're sleep-deprived. I looked at Elena's smile as she pretended to ignore us, too. If he starts snoring, just shove him off the lounge.
Violence in front of my godson?
Elena giggled. Go enjoy the water. I'm about to trade with Colin, so I can, too. Why don't you ask him if he'll do a Baywatch slow-motion jog up to me from that water, will you? Super slow-mo or just slow? Elena and Alex laughed at my lame joke together.
Make it super slow,
Alex said. I went out to the shoreline and informed Colin what awaited him up the beach between his wife and Alex.
Is Alex cool?
Jim asked. He says he's fine, given his sister seemed to have blown him off.
Yeah, it usually takes him a day or two to get his head right after he sees her. I don't know why he tortures himself with it all. I get that they're family, but without Alex ever explaining anything, I never know where he'll end up whenever he sees her.
So you're in the same boat as me?
As Alex likes to say, we're in a rowboat.
He smirked as he swung his youngest daughter's feet over the water.
And we'll just keep on rowing. The man has a past that he doesn't want to be dug up,
Jake added.
Might as well leave it all there. He's a badass and he's doing okay. I'm certainly one for allowing him to keep it buried. I almost lost Avery over burying stuff,
Jim said.
Your stuff was different,
Jake countered his brother.
Besides, we all have something shady that we hate bringing up and reliving. Who doesn't?
That's the damn truth, I said.
That's too bad, because you know that we all want that sex tape so we can sneak it into Jim's rival company and embarrass that piece of shit ex once again.
Well, if that company is anything like the guests at my wedding, you'll look like the asshole in the end. Jim smirked.
And here I thought my brother was on track to take down our stiff competition. So close.
Jake shrugged his shoulders. We spent the rest of the day letting the kids enjoy the warm water and mild surf. It was a beautiful day to unwind at the beach, and Alex's brighter smile by the afternoon and his teasing demeanor with the kids told me it was a better day for him. I did worry after Jim told me he was also in the dark about Alex's past. It wasn't just that, though. He'd met his sister on what seemed like it would be a killer reunion trip, and either the man didn't give a damn about fighter jets and his sister flying them, or they didn't have that tight of a relationship. I wouldn't know unless I peeled the guy's brain open and dug deep into his past, something I never intended to do. If Alex needed to talk about something that upset him, then he would.
Chapter 30. Alex. A long day in the sun, watching Bree smiling more than I'd seen her smile since the day I'd met her, was exactly what I needed to push past seeing Jane and the reminder of our non-existent relationship. We sure as hell tried to keep something going outside of our nightmares, and even though I was happier than I'd ever been, that didn't change the pathetic situation with my sister. Jim and I sat next to a gas-lit, fiery waterfall and enjoyed a bourbon, but the relaxing ambiance wasn't what made me steal glances of the woman I loved. Bree's dimpled smile was more alluring than whatever this resort had set in place to make one believe they were thousands of miles overseas at a tropical resort. Jake, Ash, Colin, and Elena opted to join family night at the hotel, watching a movie outdoors that the resort had set up for families to enjoy with their kids. Jim and I watched in humor as Jake and Colin took a few shots and acted as if they were heading down the long road to hell to do a family night with all the kids. The best part was when Jim and Avery's daughters tagged along, and Jim raised his bourbon glass to the two doctors as they were on their way to be devoted husbands. Before Bree, I would have been happy to have everyone show up in San Diego randomly, and then I would have returned my focus to what I was down here for in the first place, handling business. If the group didn't insist on me sticking around, I would have gone back to L.A. Yet here I was, shaking off mine and Jane's short reunion, and more thrilled than ever to have a wonderful woman in my life to enjoy these brief trips with my friends. Sitting next to Jim with a sense of joy that Brienne was down here, and her electrifying laugh that was heard from where we sat, completed the happiness I was feeling. It felt so fucking amazing to have someone to make me feel alive inside for the first time. I suddenly understood why my three closest friends were grateful that they'd found the right woman to blot out the mundane bachelor lives we all once lived. Is it me, or is this bourbon smoother than the usual drinks we have at these resorts? I asked Jim. Jim took another sip of his drink after handling a phone call from Spencer. It's you. He eyed me with that cheeky grin he held since I admitted I was a fool for love. It's also her. He lifted his glass toward where Bree and his wife were fully relaxed in a world of their own. It is good to see my best friend like this, though. It's good to have some emotional freedom finally, I guess. Emotional freedom? Jim laughed while I continued to sip on my drink. What exactly is that? You know, it's easier to say that you're just in love, and the woman who made that happen has also made it possible for you to enjoy life a little more. It's a hell of a thing, but emotional freedom? What makes you say that? Because I seriously have no other way of describing it, I answered honestly. I'd usually chill with you guys on a random visit while I'm on a business trip, and not feel anywhere near as excited as I'm feeling now. It's called being in love, buddy. Enjoy it. Jim laughed and leaned on the armrest of the cushioned chairs where we'd found refuge away from the party animals in the pool. Listen, I need to bring up this event we're going to that's honoring Brian Stone. The money raised at it will be given to the company. Yeah, I sighed. Thank God Brienne's here. I hate these masquerade events, and I know you do as well. That's an understatement, but it's in honor of your lady's late father. I wouldn't miss out on my best friend watching his love with profound pride, whether the masks stay on or come off. What does Brienne know about the award? This one sounds unusual. They're donating the funds that are raised in Brian Stone's name to our parent company? It's not that unusual to offer the check to the one who receives the award. I've already spoken with the chairman and requested they give the money to the late Brian Stone's daughter. Unfortunately, since we own Brian Stone's company, they're entrusting us to offer her the money to donate to a cause of her choosing, or to use it to advance the architectural firm in his name. Why do the chairmen of masquerade events act as ambiguous as the masquerade itself? They should give her the funds raised on his behalf and allow her to invest in the company if that's what she desires. I sighed. It all has to be fucking difficult, and she is still the CEO of the fucking place. I'll cut the shit about the award, the group, and why Brian Stone is being honored and celebrated, Jim said, seeing my frustration rise, because shit like this annoyed the hell out of both of us. This was particularly annoying because these things were always staged for the wealthiest to attend, act like they gave a fuck about the recipient of the award, and then use the evening to prove who was the richest person in the room by accidentally saying how much they'd donated. It always depended on the group hosting the party, but the donations would easily start at hundreds of thousands of dollars. Please do, I answered. The Marin Project, he said. Do you remember that? Yeah, I frowned in thought. Brian Stone was the architect who built that place to help those in need. Doctors, nurses, teachers, and every last good Samaritan was part of helping the less fortunate get back on their feet with that project. A lot of people are alive and well today because of that place. Exactly. It's sort of like Avery's Center that helps women who suffered abuse and so on. Although we both know that the building and the land was worth more than we believed the cause was worth. Hell, how many people have you and I fired at Mitchell due to a failed drug test? Because of Marin, we had a place to send them to get sober, and they came back to the company better than ever. I nodded. Too many employees to count. We could have lost some great people at Mitchell & Associates if we didn't send them to Marin to get help. Yes, well... Jim's lips tightened as he looked at Brienne. Brian Stone was the original donor to that place. Shut the hell up, I answered in surprise. He's the anonymous donor that we were all questioning at the time it was being built? Yes, Jim grinned. Remember that other stupid-ass masquerade ball we had to go to? The first event we attended after John Brooks told us to? I remember Brooks insisting that we get into the executive life, and fast, I said. You know he was testing our asses to see if we could handle ourselves while taking over Mitchell straight out of college. Brooks always had a method to his madness. He's partly the reason we hate these things. Well, it appears the masked man was Brian, the one to pour money into that thing. Jesus. The apple doesn't fall far from the selfless tree, I guess, I said, as I smiled at Bree. Does she know her father is the reason countless individuals were able to go to Marin? Because her father donated the money to get that place built faster than any of us anticipated? She doesn't. You'll tell her. Well, I'll be happy to, I said, but I didn't fail to notice Jim's perplexed expression and meet it with one of my own. What's the catch? She's going to ask why Mr. Stone was so charitable to that cause so many years ago. She's not aware of it from what Javier told me. Brian almost took his own life after he lost his wife. Jim stopped and shook his head. I can't imagine the grief and sorrow he must have gone through when he lost Brienne's mom. It took someone speaking to him from a small place like Marin that helped him refocus and see that his wife may have been gone, but she didn't depart this life without giving him the gift of their daughter. Through counseling, I'm sure, Brian settled himself to continue, and of course, this is why he came to you and me and begged us to keep his illness from his daughter. Jesus Christ, man. I suddenly felt torn for Brienne. I could never tell her that her dad almost ended it all while he was lost in grief. I remember humoring the man, wanting that business under Mitchell for our greedy interests and thankful he came to us. Sort of makes you feel like shit, doesn't it? Not anymore, I answered him truthfully. I'm honored he trusted us with his firm and his daughter's well-being. It's a shame that she almost lost the place after trying to run it with a bunch of thieves. And because she's quite the gifted liar, Jim chuckled. We hadn't a clue that she was the anonymous donor in the numbers to keep Stone looking okay in reports. Yeah, and her little donations cost her everything. She's broke as fuck now because of that. I've never jumped her ass about hiding it from us, but she should have mentioned something when all her jobs turned out to be losses. Pride, Jim said. That's why Mitchell & Associates is matching the collected funds from this event, and you will be giving them all to her in the name of her late father. Jim, I tried to level the man. You realize the woman only took that outlandish car I bought her because she had a few fun days in it, and of course a few fun days with yours truly. The penthouse she nearly sold? She wouldn't even allow me to buy the damn thing so she could continue to live there and pay all the debt back that was drained by those fuckers since Brian passed away. That's why you're giving her the check. It's going back to what we promised Brian. We'd take care of her, and we're finally doing that. Before, she was floundering, and we saw that in the numbers. We should have known better. We let the man down on our word. Something we always prided ourselves in. Our promises and our word, and now we have a duty to do what's right. Jim was resolute, and he was right. I shook my head and smiled at the woman I was in love with. She won't accept that money, even if we do come up with a crazy-ass story. True, we obviously can't lie as well as she can. Jim shrugged his shoulders and laughed. So we tell the truth? In this case, the truth may sting a little, but isn't that why you're with her? Isn't that what will get you both through this? Love, correct? Jim said. Jesus, I'm just getting my feet wet in the love department. Now you want me to dive head first in all of this? I asked, knowing that his request shouldn't have felt as heavy to me as it did. Does she deserve to know the truth? Fuck yes, but shit, she might lose it, I said, knowing how she'd reacted every other time she was offered something she thought was charity. That's why you lift weights and work out every morning, Jim chuckled. Nice biceps to hold your lovely woman with. Hilarious. I rolled my eyes and studied Bree. Shit, okay. Well, this thing isn't for 3 days, correct? And she's been advised that she and Avery will be dressed to impress by Clay and Joe, too. Well, I have to be on that job this week. I need to figure out why we're stuck with the city and what we need to fix, or we're back to losing money and missing deadlines. Already done. Brienne is going with you tomorrow. She showed me the issues with the site she found. She mentioned that she believes she could alter the dimensions of the project, and with your asshole self riding up everyone's butts, you'll get it all pushed through by the end of the day. We'll see, I answered, knowing this project was held up over bullshit, and I had no idea how we'd get it moving again. So what else is on the agenda? And please explain why it feels like we're all down here for a wedding or something. How Jake managed to take off time to come down. Chief surgeons put in for vacation time months in advance, like the rest of the hospital staff. And he chose to come here for what? An award? To stay at a resort that, if we're honest, feels less like a tropical resort than his beach house? Jim laughed. Well, first of all, it was a perfect way for us to impose on your sappy ass and meet Brienne, and Jake used it as an excuse not to go to Disneyland for the 100th time this year. I'm not going to SeaWorld. I eyed him. You all may think I'm a true sap with my feelings about Bree, but I'm not a theme park kind of guy. Wait until you have your own kids, and then tell me that nonsense, Jim said. And you will go because Colin and Jake plan to use the dolphin experience to shed light on the mammals that like to ride the surf with them. I shook my head. Shed light? I asked, rolling my tongue under my upper lip. What the hell do a neurosurgeon and a heart surgeon need a dolphin to shed light on? Colin read that they can bring the kids into the water, and the trainers teach them how to communicate with dolphins through sign language. The kids being the 2 9-month-olds and John and Addie, correct? I chuckled. Do you think those 2 jackasses would let the opportunity to speak to a dolphin in sign language pass them by? No, but I'm curious as to what their excuses are for it now. Trying to impress the Tahitians they try to compete with while surfing, Jim said. I wish I could say you were joking, but part of me believes that shit. And the best part is, Jim laughed again, those idiots are proud that you're in love because they think we'll start surfing with them again. If it's confirmed, and I see Colin and Jake in that arena trying to learn dolphin sign language, then you can't keep me away. I'll be the first one on a surfboard just to see the look on Flex and the other Tahitians' faces when those 2 idiots try that in the wild. That's why I knew you'd join us at SeaWorld and take time to surf with the guys. Well, Colin only has 2 weeks of this maternity or paternity leave left, whatever you call it. He'd better hope he's a fast learner, too. I'll be pissed if I go to SeaWorld and no human-to-animal communication happens. What are you 2 going on about? Avery asked, as she and Bree walked over wrapped in towels with their wet hair in buns. Alex wants to learn dolphin, Jim lied, and Bree quickly caught on. She must have been given a crash course in my friend's ridiculousness on the flight to San Diego. More than anything in the world, I answered. Why would a man who is fluent in 3 languages want to learn dolphin? Bree teased me. So I can ask them to help me while I ride a surfboard. I'll tell them to get my back while I take a wave, I teased. Such bullshit, Avery added. And are they going to use your sign language to scare off the sharks? I suppose so. Even our science geek doctors recommended it for safe surfing. I'll bet, Avery added. Speaking of which, I need to run inside, shower, and save those doctors from our kids. I'll sit with our kids. See you down at the beach where this theater is set up, Jim answered Avery. He looked at us. See you both tomorrow night. After Jim had taken off, and Bree and I went up to our room, I felt my dick aching to feel her again. When we got inside the room, I decided a hot shower was the perfect way to loosen up both of us. I had my girl facing the wall, and her beautiful hand stretched out over it while I answered her as she begged for it hard and fast. I'd never get enough of this woman. 3 rounds of fucking later, I'd switched it up entirely. We were both situated on the bed, her face more beautiful than ever, and my heart was so full of pride and love for her that I'd managed to slow it down in a way I didn't even know I was capable of doing. Bree's groans were smooth and unwavering as I moved in deep and out in a way that made her grip my biceps. I nipped and tugged at her hard nipples, relishing in her full and large breasts, as I'd always done, and then used my tongue to caress her neck. You feel so amazing. Right there, she moaned when I brushed my cock up against her deep spot.
"I'm close,"
she whined, and I loved this slower way of watching her orgasm build. The way her voice changed, her whines, whimpers, moans, and her legs fully open and allowing me to fill her deep was intoxicating. I was coming undone in my own way with her erotic sounds, the goosebumps covering her body, and her fingers, which were now digging into my forearms. She went to turn her head the second I felt her pussy tighten against my last thrust, and there was no way I was losing out on the expression I was waiting to see. I cradled her face to keep her dazed eyes staring into mine. I was holding back, but ready to feel this bliss the second I allowed my dick to have its way. She closed her eyes when she licked her parted lips.
"Fuck, I feel so high right now,"
she said, confirming the exact numbing sensation that was occurring within me.
"I love you fucking me."
That's when I felt her pussy clenching all around me in a fiery orgasm that nearly went into me. "Fuck yes," I seethed, my eyes becoming heavy as they always did right before I came hard inside my woman. While Bree's fingers firmly dug into my ass, I kept myself from exploding into her. Instead, somehow, I throttled down the explosive sensations of my own orgasm and was so fucking stoned on Brienne's faded eyes that my lips were as dry as hers. I pushed in deep, feeling myself release more cum into her, only able to close my eyes while she ran her fingers through my hair and kissed along my chin.
"That's it, baby," she coaxed. "You look so sexy."
Bree's lips went to my jaw while I held my mouth open, my lips softly moving down the side of her cheek.
"Shit,"
I whispered, still coming.
"Jesus." "I love you,"
she said, adding to this slow way of taking her. My forehead was in the pillow next to the top of her head, while I felt a full-body shiver of completion to this hotter-than-hell way of fucking. When I nearly collapsed on Bree, she went back to our usual pattern of riding out the last of an orgasm. I kept still and let my muscles loosen as her fingertips tingled over my back.
"Well, I'm hoping we can at least say that's enough for one night,"
she said as I rolled off of her and collapsed on the bed.
"But I'm sure it's not."
I kept my eyes closed, still feeling my dick pulse in and out of my heartbeats as the blood returned to my head. Most likely not, I smiled.
Chapter 31. Bree. Call it whatever you want, but even a nice resort and great sex right before drifting off to sleep couldn't keep me asleep through the entire night. This incredible hotel suite and the handsome man I was excited to be reunited with should have made me kick my habit of not sleeping well unless I was in my own bed, or Alex's bed. Unfortunately, that was not the case. I went to curl around him, seeing that it was still dark outside our balcony windows. But when I moved closer, I found a drenched spot instead of him. "What the hell?" I questioned quietly, shifting to turn on the light and check the time. It's 2 a.m. Why is he in the shower? As soon as I asked the question, I heard the shower shut off. I eyed the soaked sheets where he'd been sleeping, and I was confused as hell. Did the poor guy have a fever or a nightmare? I had to wonder because the room wasn't hot. The doors to our balcony suite were open to let in the crisp ocean air. And yet, unless Alex had gone for a swim and taken a quick nap while soaking wet, I had no other conclusions as to what had happened. "Hey, Dimples," he said. The natural scratch to his voice was lower, and his face appeared as if he'd been given the worst news of his life. "Hey." I got out of bed and walked to where he had a towel neatly wrapped around his waist. "Are we meeting at the job site 6 hours earlier than I was told?" He frowned and rubbed his forehead. "No," he stated with a heavy sigh. I took his hand and grabbed a hotel robe from the closet. "Tell me what happened." There was no getting around the fact that this man was disturbed about something, and I had a weird feeling it had to do with reuniting with his sister. I walked with him to the other room in our suite, a room that I thought was utterly unnecessary until now. Before I could pull him to sit on the bed, he took me into his arms and pulled me into his chest. Instead of Alex's usual way resting his chin on the top of my head, he leaned his forehead on my shoulder. "Baby," I softly said, "talk to me. What happened? Did you have a nightmare or something?" I was completely lost. I'd never seen this man show any weakness. And now, here I was, holding him. Something I never imagined myself doing with the outwardly and inwardly strong man I knew. This was a completely broken version of Alex, and it was so heart-rending that it brought tears to my eyes to hold him.
"I want to say it's nothing."
He pulled back and rose, and his mouth twitched in humor.
"But I'm not the pathological liar in this relationship."
I eyed him and gave him a nudge. "I thought we were past the days of you catching me lying about finances."
"I know, but you did it so flawlessly."
He climbed onto the bed, reclined against the 57 or so pillows on it, and held his arm out to invite me to lay next to him.
"I can't explain why I woke up sweating like I did, but it seems I had a night terror."
"Were you or are you concerned about your sister?" I peered up from where I leaned against his shoulder and saw him staring blankly at the wall opposite our bed. "You didn't seem particularly thrilled at first when you joined us at lunch. I mean, everyone was screwing off with their jokes, but you seemed distant. Jim seemed to see it too."
"I suppose it's all coming back because I saw Jane again. I have no clue,"
he said as I sat up to face him. "All I know of your past is that it was shitty, and your grandfather adopted you. I never pried, but I'm not stupid either. Something had to have happened for your grandfather to move away from your parents, and your reaction to seeing your sister makes me think that maybe there are some things you haven't processed entirely. I don't know." He chewed on his frowning and tight lips, and it was almost as if I could see a certain darkness wash over his expression. It was as if he were seeing right through me and staring at something else. "Alex, baby," I said, him blinking a few times and looking at me again. "You know you can tell me anything, right?" He let out a breath that was almost a laugh of disgust, or that there was something I didn't understand.
"I know that, yes."
"What happened to give you night terrors?" His hand rubbed along where my leg was exposed.
"My father was a horrible man,"
he finally said.
"He hated me with every fiber of his being. He was a physically abusive drunk and—"
He stopped himself and closed his eyes. "I'm so sorry. Did he beat you?"
"As often as he could,"
Alex sighed.
"and in every way he could manage, mentally and physically."
Oh my God. A million thoughts were flooding my brain, and I couldn't form any of them into a sentence that could have been construed as an appropriate response.
"My father took me out of my abusive home on the night I'd had enough. I was a troubled teen at that point anyway. I may have been an all-star freshman quarterback, but I was stealing booze from my drunk dad's liquor cabinet and getting wasted just to numb the abuse."
"When did he start doing this to you? Was he abusive to your sister?"
"Just me,"
he answered flatly.
"If I was gone, he'd drag around my mom. I came home from a game one night, sober for once, and found the old man slapping around my mom, and I just snapped. I pulled my dad off of her, and I beat the shit out of him. My mom had to throw herself on me to get me to stop. I wanted to kill him, and I almost had my chance."
The look on his face was distant, as if he were reliving that night, and I could almost feel the hatred for his father bubbling inside him as he told me the story. He shook his head, and part of me felt like the defenses he'd laid down to start sharing with me were quickly put back in place.
"Ultimately, my grandfather did the one thing my mother wouldn't. Protect me."
I felt my heart racing, and perhaps it was because I'd heard many stories of horrific abuse, and it never failed to hurt my heart. I could imagine him as a helpless child, being beaten by the person that he should have been able to trust most, and it crushed me. Alex reached up and smiled when a tear slipped out of my eye.
"Don't you dare cry over that, Bree. It's in the past. I'll move past this like I always fucking do. I've managed to attract a lot of success in my life, and my grandfather did everything in his power to make sure I would survive my traumatic past.
Still, I said, I can't imagine how you could move on without therapy. Why didn't anyone call the cops on that bastard?
What seems like an easy solution is not so easy to the people living with an abuser. We were all terrified of him.
He was right. I had no idea what it must have been like, and part of me was beginning to think it was much worse than he was letting on.
My youngest sister finally called our grandfather, and that was only because that night it was obvious that one of us was going to die. My mother's father offered to take her and all of us children, to get us all out of there and into safety. But she chose my dad instead. I guess she thought that she could help him. I have no idea why she stayed, but she insisted that I was the problem and that he wouldn't hurt any of them. So long as I left, they'd all be safe.
What the living fuck? I said, not knowing if that was what Alex needed to hear or not. I wasn't a mother, but the thought of a mother saying that to her child, letting him feel that he was the one to blame, made me feel instant rage and disbelief.
That's why Jane hates her. Maybe it's too forgiving of me, but I just think my mom was in a position that she wasn't emotionally capable of handling. I think it was the only way she knew to survive.
Emotionally capable? Fuck me. She made it seem like you were the problem. I don't even know what to say to that. My gut reaction was to tell him what I really thought of his spineless, wretched mother. But I also didn't want to shut him down either. Not when he barely started to open up. Alex, she chose an abusive alcoholic who hated his son for God knows why, over you. What kind of parent does that?
One who's terrified he'll find her?
Alex shrugged.
Jane left for the military soon after I went off with Grandfather Grayson. My grandfather insisted I keep the Grayson name clean and do right by it.
Fucking bullshit, I added, getting pissed at that man, too. There were a lot of things in life I was ambivalent about, but victim blaming and shaming were not one of them. How dare these people pile all of this on the child? What the fuck was wrong with them? Alex smirked.
Jane would love you if she and I could get past the fact that all we ever talk about, no matter what is going on in our lives, is our fucked up family.
He exhaled.
My grandfather was set on sobering me up and teaching me a better way to cope and overcome a painful life, and being stronger because of it. And I did that. He was a strict, no-nonsense man for sure, but he was at every one of my games, and he made sure I did what I needed to attend Oxford, and he insisted that I go into therapy.
He shrugged.
I guess therapy has a shelf life, because these dreams that make me wake up feeling like I'm in a horror show are back with a vengeance. I haven't felt this way in a long time.
If it keeps up, at least you can talk to Elena. Having a best friend who's married to a therapist can be lovely. He relaxed some with a lazy smile.
If it keeps up, I'll be sure to make an appointment with Dr. Elena Brooks, ride a horse or two, and get back on my feet again.
Does Jim know about this?
Jim knows that my father was an abusive alcoholic, and my grandfather saved me from that bastard, just as his father saved him from his drug-addicted mother.
Oh, wow, I said. And is he okay? Jesus Christ.
In the end, Jim's story played out nicely.
He grinned.
He's happily married with 2 beautiful daughters.
And your story? How does Alex's story end? He grinned at me.
He learns to love hard and become fearless in doing so.
He pulled me to lay on his body.
You say I saved you. Well, that was merely in business.
His hands ran over my back.
Because of you, I've learned how to do what my family said I was never capable of doing.
And that is?
Loving. I'm in love with a beautiful woman. That's my happy ending, baby.
He grinned.
And one I never believed I deserved until recently.
You probably felt that way because your dad impressed that in your brain a long time ago.
Possibly. Either way, now you know the dark secret of Alexander Logan Grayson.
I chuckled. You seem a little lighter now that you talked some of it out. He touched my nose.
I can promise you this right here and now, that you're the woman for me. And since I gave you more information than even Jim knows, you have to marry me now.
I laughed. Nice try, buddy. I smiled. You think I'm going—"
I'm serious.
His eyes widened as if he'd seen the light, and the heavens opened up with some revelation. He sat up and framed my face with his hands.
I know that I'm decided on loving you and only you until I die. I know that I've never felt this way about anyone, and I know I never will. If you don't feel it, then please tell me.
Well, it happened quickly, but I've never felt this way either, I answered him truthfully.
If I fuck it up, I'll personally record some humiliating tape you can play on our wedding day.
He chuckled. If we keep forgetting a damn condom, we might end up with a baby. And then what? He smiled.
I'm in love with you. When the time is right for you, I will secure your hand in marriage. You're having that big-ass wedding, and I'm inviting those bitchy aunts of yours to sit next to Max so they can all see you finally marry a man who loves your sexy little ass more than anything in the world.
A big wedding, huh?
I'm turning Ash's best friends loose and rolling out the damn red carpet for my bride.
He grinned.
You're going to get the wedding you deserve. A day where everyone honors the bride and adores her dimples and beauty just as I do.
I never pinned you as a man who'd want a huge wedding.
I never pinned myself as a man who'd want to get married.
He laughed. You're serious? Really serious?
I'll lock it in with a ring if I have to. After you meet Clay and Joe when they dress you up for the award ceremony, you'll understand why I'll likely be their favorite, as everyone else took the easy routes on the small wedding venues.
I straddled him, and this time I held his beautiful face in my hands. You know I'll marry you, my handsome stud, I said with a funny expression. Let's give us some more time, though.
I can claim you with a ring, though, right?
Shit, I said, recalling when I saw Sammy's engagement ring. There's no way I can get engaged right after Sammy. Sorry, buddy. Now you definitely have to wait.
Why?
He looked at me, questioning me with a smile.
Is it an old wives' tale that two best friends will curse the other if they're both engaged at the same time?
I twisted my lips in thought that only made Alex laugh. There's no rush. I'm not going anywhere, so let's wait. We do great at the fake fiancé stuff anyway.
You never cease to amaze me, you know that?
How? I just turned you down, and now you have the I'm gonna tear you up look on your face. Just as I suspected, I was quickly pinned beneath Alex.
Because every chick I've ever been with, especially my last girlfriend, would have never turned me down. They would have jumped at the chance to make my money theirs, and they'd be shattered if I insisted on a prenup.
Well, all I'm concerned about is the prenup stuff. I giggled in response to him moving in between my legs. I've got to pay off my debt somehow.
I already offered to do that, but you won't allow it. So, nice lie.
He arched an eyebrow at me.
Anything else before I do the one thing that has you screaming the word yes?
No. I traced my fingers over his lips. I'm ready to become your yes girl. After Alex and I shared a glorious round, wrapped and tangled in unimaginable ways, I had to wonder if he was just coming off of having frazzled nerves from his night terrors, or if he genuinely wanted to marry me. Either way, we needed time. There was no doubt in my mind about that. But it was also fun to talk about these things with him and know that we were both on the same page.
Chapter 32. Alex. The Masquerade Charity Ball was the first time I found myself enjoying an event of this sort. Being groomed and raised around these sorts of affairs since my grandfather adopted me, I always found them mundane and used them as an excuse to possibly get laid. But even at times, that was a stretch for me. This time, instead of bullshitting with everyone and drinking booze to help pass the time, I was lost admiring Brienne. Even wearing her dazzling mask, she was welcomed and appreciated by all in attendance. Instead of jealousy creeping up on me, I felt a swelling sense of pride that the auburn-haired beauty was mine. I watched as Avery and Bree moved through the room with style and grace, and I was rendered speechless on more than one occasion. I knew words were flung around the room about us, and whispers were made behind masks, a blatant excuse to gossip if you pulled off your attire well at one of these occasions. Regardless, my eyes were only on the gorgeous woman in her shimmering onyx dress, white gloves, and diamond-rimmed mask, and that gave the crowd a reason to gossip. When the evening drew to an end, and the award was accepted on Brian Stone's behalf, I finally had my girl to myself. I knew the time was at hand for me to be honest with Bree about why she needed to accept this money and donate whatever she wanted after fixing her finances. It was not a conversation I wanted to have, but it had to take place. "Bree, as I mentioned earlier," Jim said, "there couldn't have been a better recipient for the award. Congratulations to you and your father for the achievements of making a remarkable contribution to society." Bree smiled. "My father was a very generous man. I plan on making sure this award and the outrageous amount of money that was raised in his name tonight go to an excellent cause as well." "Make sure it's something your father would have wanted," Avery added with a wink. "Love you both. Good night." With that, my cloaked best friend, his stunning wife, myself, and Bree split, quickly disappearing to our rooms to get out of the penguin suits and ball gowns. I couldn't shed the damn tuxedo fast enough, but I paused when I saw Bree standing in front of the floor-length mirror Clay and Joe had brought to the room for Bree and Avery to see how they looked before we left for the event. I walked to her and ran my fingertips over her bare shoulders. "I've thought of nothing all night but removing this gown from your sexy body, and now you've destroyed that," I smirked at her as she smiled at me through the mirror, bringing my lips to caress the goosebumps on her skin. "I'm sorry I ruined your crazy fantasy," she teased. "Do mysterious and creepy masquerade balls turn you on?" "No," I smiled. "I'm only turned on by the one who received the money that was donated to them." "I knew there was something scandalous about you, sir," she taunted. "My fiancé wouldn't approve, you know." I smirked at her, using the sultry tone she teased me with while playing along at the event tonight. Once her mask was on, Bree had transformed into a more flirty and humorous date. I could easily sense she thought the masquerade was just as bizarre as I did, and I welcomed her fun way of engaging in all of it. Another enjoyable side of the evening was that I had experienced a different side of the woman I'd fallen for, and I staked a hard claim on loving her and being in her presence that much more. "Your fiancé was a fool for not putting a ring on this finger," I said, sliding my hand up her arm and pulling her left ring finger to my lips. She turned to face me and tugged on the bow tie I had hanging from my neck. She casually started finishing where I began to unbutton my shirt before I spied her standing in front of the mirror. "Did you enjoy the night?" Her eyes lifted to mine, filled with passion and desire. "Or do I need to make up for hiding behind this mask, as you mentioned more than once while we danced?" I wanted so desperately to take her right here and now, to do precisely what she'd reminded me of whenever I had a moment with her, and I stole her away for a dance or two. My cock was begging me to ignore my sense of reason about doing the responsible thing. Overruling my sexual appetite and craving that seemed to be endless with her should have been the hardest thing I'd ever attempted, but strangely, it wasn't. I needed to fill her in on this charity money, and I wanted to do it correctly. I wanted to say that I hadn't had the opportunity to tell Brienne about her father until now, but it was more accurate to say that I hadn't conjured the nerve to do so. Seeing her sparkling personality all night, and that she seemed to enjoy the evening up until now, I was certain no one had mentioned why Brian Stone received the honor. The announcement was made that his benevolence was the reason for it, being selfless with his money, time, and architectural skills. It was obvious enough that they wouldn't mention the man had become suicidal after losing his wife. Still, I suppose that was another reason my eyes were constantly on her throughout the night, watching for some miserable fuck to come at her sideways and tell her the painful truth. I wanted to duck out of this with everything that I was. Historically, I wasn't the most empathetic person when it came to delivering such news, and that is putting it mildly. I was scared shitless that I would relay this vital information to the woman I loved, sounding like a cold-hearted bastard. That was the man I really was when it came to handling situations like these. Even when I had to help Colin through the worst possible time of his life, I was strictly business with him, even though my heart broke for him and the uncertainty of Elena. Fuck. I knew I could do this. I understood that Bree needed to know, but could I be the man she needed if this news was received horribly? I was throwing that damn word love around like I understood what it entirely meant. Hell, I pulled a marriage proposal out of my ass. And why? Because I trusted and cared enough about her to let her in a little bit on my fucked up past? Alex? Bree questioned, her hand brushing along the stubble on my face. You look like you're going to tie me up and have your way with me or something. She smiled as I let out a breath. Why the dark expression so suddenly? I chewed on the inside of my tightened bottom lip. How's a walk on the beach sound? She cocked her head to the side curiously. I'd rather take my sexy lover to bed, she grinned. I'm down for a walk, but we missed the sunset by 4 hours or so. San Diego beaches are beautiful with or without sunsets, I smiled. Go and change into something that will keep you warm. There's something... I stopped myself, knowing I was about to fuck it all up if I kept talking. What's up with you? You better not be worried about the job. We fixed everything, and the permits are in the process of being approved. I know, I smiled. You and I seem to have a grand way of fixing things and saving the Titanic while doing so. The Titanic? She looked at me as if I were the silly one to bring that idea into play, the way she did when we saved the Sphere job. You don't recall comparing the Sphere project to the sinking of the Titanic? Oh, damn! She laughed and ran her hand down the center of my chest. Back when you were the asshole in the suit. And now what do you see me as? I asked with a dry tone and an arch of my eyebrow. Sex in a suit? She leaned up and kissed the hollow of my throat. You're really up for a walk on the beach? You're making it quite difficult. I swallowed when her hand roamed over my cock. Extremely difficult, I might add. Get dressed, Dimples. If we truly believe we've both been shot in the ass by the Cupid's arrow, then tonight we'll test that theory. You're acting stranger than that masquerade event. Just get dressed, I smacked her flirty ass. Trust me, with the way you're turned on at this point, I'm letting you tie my ass up and do whatever you want with it when we get back. Shouldn't tempt me, she said, and then she disappeared into her closet while I pulled on a pair of jeans and a long-sleeved shirt. Bree's laugh was contagious as we passed our friends, who were chilling with drinks in the lounge area of the pool. The guys had cocktails, and the ladies were in the jacuzzi, enjoying the freedom that came with having Jake and Ash's nanny watch the kids. We're being romantic, Bree teased, after Jake questioned where we were going as we headed to the pathway that led to the private beach. Can't wait to report that 2 grown-ass adults are having sex on the beach, Jake countered back. I'm sure we'll be joining the club of doctors who do crazy-ass shit on the SoCal beaches, correct? I asked with a grin. Colin raised his gin. Get it done, man, he smirked. Jim was the one to make eye contact with me, knowing that I was on my way to tell Bree the truth about her father. Part of me wanted to withhold this information, knowing that what she didn't know couldn't hurt her, but there was no way in hell that my best friend and I could have this information and not tell her. I was holding back enough secrets from the woman, and I was certainly not going to add this one to the list. So what is with this romantic walk anyway? Bree questioned once we reached the beach, took off our shoes, and allowed the soft, warm sand to massage our feet as we walked. I brought my arm around her and held her close. Please, Alex, don't fuck this up. I should have mentioned this the night Jim made me aware, but I wanted to make sure that I delivered this news in the best way I knew how. That stopped all forward progress, and now the only sounds were the waves as they softly crashed into the shore. "What news?" she questioned, in a voice that was the most serious she'd used since she was busting balls on the job we had to fix yesterday. "It's about the award and why your father received it and all of the proceeds of the event tonight." "It's because he donated his money. A lot of the work he did was charity," she said. The full moon lit the beach, and I saw her perplexed expression. I instantly wanted to leave our conversation at that. "Correct," I said, as I reached for her face. "It appears that you're a lot like him, being charitable and selfless." She sighed. "Alex, if you're out here trying to use the ocean and a beach walk to get me to keep that money for myself, you've not learned anything about the person I am." I took her hand and led her over to an area to sit in the sand. "This isn't easy at all for me to tell you, but I believe you have every right to know. I need you to understand that Jim learned more about the reasons that your dad helped create that center and why they're giving back after all these years." "Go on," she said, her hands defensively crossed in front of her. "Well, first of all, when your father approached me to ask if Mitchell & Associates would invest and acquire his business, I was a ruthless asshole at the time. Since getting to know you better, I have changed my opinion about taking his business. I was so angry with him for not telling me. The whole merge pissed me off too. It's like my dad didn't trust me, but in the end," she laughed, "I couldn't run that company right. I fucked it all up. I've moved on, though, and I am grateful for you and Jim's company taking on my dad's. I'm thankful to you for uncovering everything." She brushed her hand on my arm. "I am too. Your dad wanted to ensure you were taken care of. He demanded that we not mention anything to you and insisted that we keep the company going and allow you to keep his vision alive. I don't believe he wanted you to run the company, and that's only because he mentioned that your heart was in design, not the corporate affairs." "That sounds like something he'd say." "I guess he was right," she said, with sadness in her voice. "Were you happy running that business, or are you happier designing and keeping that part of his vision alive?" "I just feel like I failed him." I took her hand. "Jim and I feel as though we failed him in his requests. You've seen me work, and I'm sure you understand that I'm all numbers, profits, and business. At the time, we were more focused on the fact that Brian Stone was handing his business to us, and we weren't so concerned about keeping his daughter happy. I am now, of course. Jim and I failed him, letting it come down to the fact that we let you have too much freedom at Stone Company. I should have insisted you and I meet back then, and that I audit the company to see why it needed regular donations." I arched an eyebrow at her. "We should have been more involved, but we were assholes, and I'm sorry to you and your father for that." "Don't you even think about taking on that burden," she insisted. "I hid the real numbers, trying to prove a point to myself and trying my best not to fail. It bit me in the ass in the end, but I did what my prideful mind thought was best." With that said, Jim is matching the donations from the event tonight. He and I both want you to take the money you need, even if it's just the match from Mitchell & Associates, and use that money to recoup what was stolen from you. I'm not sure about the numbers, but I know that an anonymous person made millions in donations. That was you. That was the inheritance your dad left you. You have no idea the underhanded shit that Jim and I allowed by not being more involved as the parent company. We were looking at profits, and that was fucking it. We should have been helping you. You trusted the company you owned was delivering the numbers you needed to see. Alex, I did this to myself. Please don't fight me on this. Take the donations Jim is matching and fix things. Replenish the funds. It's everything your father left behind to keep you financially stable. Why are you so worried about this? More than that, why is Jim? I gripped the back of my neck. Babe, I said, using a word that was becoming more common when I spoke to her in more of an emotional way. Your father had reasons for donating so much to the cause down here for those who needed help to solve problems they deemed unsolvable. To help those who sought counseling through stages of grief, and he did all of that because he faced horrific battles after losing your mom. Fuck. There, I said it. My dad never said anything to me about struggles or things like that when we lost my mom. He said he was thankful he had me, and because of that, my dad and I were extremely close. Yes, I said. However, Jim has learned your father was not well after your mother passed. He knew that if he didn't seek counseling through a place such as the one he funded, he might not have continued on. He knew that your mother may have left him too soon, but that she gave him the best gift a wife could give the man she loved. God damn it, Alex, you're not making any sense. Bree was quiet, and I watched her body language as she pulled her legs into her chest and leaned her chin on them. Brienne? I ran my hand over her back, wanting to kick myself for what probably sounded like incoherent rambling to Bree. Am I fucking this all up? He was going to kill himself? She asked through a cracked and broken voice. I can't... Holy shit. I would have never believed that my dad could fall into a depression and end it all, even though he still had a little daughter who depended on him, who was suffering too. What was he thinking? What would have happened to me then? I would have been forced to live with my aunts? She said, anger dripping from her voice. As quickly as she flared up, she deflated again, hanging her head. I want to hate him for considering that. It's such a selfish fucking thing to do. Grief is an unpredictable emotion, and depression can cloud even the clearest of minds. Sometimes people see no other way, and I can't pretend to know how low you have to feel to think about ending things, but I imagine it's the most difficult thing anyone can ever face. I may not have been overly in touch with my feelings, but I knew the darkness, and I knew what it was like to do almost anything to stop feeling like you were drowning. I wasn't world-renowned for my empathy, but I knew about struggling with the darkness inside that made you feel like the worst person who ever lived. I knew that all too well. Some people don't realize they're struggling with depression until it's too late. That's why that center is such a blessing, and you heard tonight how many lives were changed and are now better because of it, because that building was funded and went up so quickly. Why are you telling me this? Her voice was riddled with anger, which is precisely where I expected this whole damn thing to go. My heart ached for her, and she was right. Why the fuck did I have to tell her this? Bree, even though the event was a beautiful thing for your father, people talk. When donations are involved to honor someone, people like to dig up dirt. There was no way in hell Jim and I would allow you to find this out from anyone but us. I'm sorry to be the one to tell you this, but your father was a brave man. He sought out help instead of giving up. After he didn't take the rest for granted. He used his experience, knowing it could happen to even the strongest of people. It took therapy to help him realize he would find that healthy life and light, and it was through you. That's why he didn't want to leave unless you were financially cared for. He was a beautiful soul, Bree said with a sniff. A beautiful man. She looked at me. Thank you for telling me this. Come here, I said, pulling her rigid body into my arms. I'm here for anything. I know this isn't easy to hear, and God help me, I wish I never knew it so I wouldn't have to tell you. But I will say that Brian Stone was brave beyond words, and I can look back on that day with him in my office and remember the humility it took for him to ensure you were cared for. The man loved you, and I only hope I can love you as well as he did. She leaned into me and kissed my chin. I love hearing you say that. I held Bree on the shoreline, both of us quiet and watching the surf without speaking a word. I was running everything through my head and hoping to God that I'd said it right, not twisting up the memory of Brian Stone for his daughter. I had to believe I delivered the news the right way, the compassionate way, and that she understood I was here for her. After we got back to the hotel room, Bree seemed numb in thought. And that's when I knew for sure that love was more than sex, and more than admiring a woman from across the room, or while she worked, or hearing her call out my name. All of that was a fantastic addition to being attached to a woman, but what love was proving itself to mean to me was entirely different. It was allowing this beautiful soul to curl up around me and let me hold her as her broken heart shed tears until she fell asleep peacefully at my side. I didn't interrogate her. I didn't try to fix her sadness. I didn't do all the shit I always did when I delivered shitty news. I just held her and loved her with every ounce of my being. I knew now that Brianne Stone was mine to love, care for, and adore until she either pushed me away or I left this life. There was no other woman for me but her. No other woman I could ever hold and give a damn about. When you were with her, you saw sincerity and love that went deeper than anything on the surface. Now it was a matter of getting her to accept that we were meant to be together, to accept that even though it had only been a couple of weeks, when this strong emotion swarmed you, you felt it, and you knew it. I knew it now. If this were all surface romance, I know I wouldn't have pulled her tightly into me and kept her in my arms as I drifted off to sleep, knowing that I would protect this woman with my own life. What a beautiful feeling. This love beat all of the horrible things I was told growing up, that I was too damaged ever to understand this emotion, rendering me useless and unable to love or feel compassion. Fuck everyone who tried to tell me that. Fuck all of them. I was capable of being more than an iron-fist bastard who ran businesses like a ruthless son of a bitch. I could do all of that, and I could still hold the woman who was sent to prove everyone wrong about who I really was.
Chapter 33. Bree. Time gained wings and flew after San Diego. Learning the news about Dad was a bit too much to swallow at first, but now I understood why he'd never remarried or tried to find happiness with another woman. My mother was his one true love, and I imagine losing her brought about an unimaginable amount of grief for him. I was grateful my dad had sought help, and I knew that allowing Mitchell and Associates to buy his company took a lot for him. But I knew exactly why. He was the most selfless and loving man anyone could meet. That giant of a man may have held himself boldly in my presence, but he had a weakness, as all humans do. My dad seemed to be a superhero. In some ways, he still was in my mind. But his heart broke when he lost Mom, and I can't imagine the pain my father felt. It had been 9 months since Alex told me about this in San Diego, but it still weighed on my mind. On days like yesterday, when Sammy was married and had the privilege of her father walking her down the aisle, it peeled open memories of my dad. I took Alex's advice and used the money from Jim's company matching the donation to fix my finances. I was officially debt-free with too much money in the bank. After talking to Avery, knowing that she worked with women who came from abusive situations, I used her contacts and learned that we could donate to a facility in downtown Los Angeles. With my love for St. John's, after seeing the pediatric wing fall perfectly into place with my designs, I knew that was where I wanted our own treatment center. It was easily done since the cardiac wing of the hospital had been moved to the newest building at the hospital. Through concentrated mock-ups, staying up late, and Alex strangely not coming over to my place or vice versa as often, I could use my evenings to nail down a beautiful renovation of St. John's former cardiac wing that consisted of the left tower of the place. Renovations had started 2 months ago, and I was thrilled that with the help of my money, it would go up quickly. Soon, residents from this location would no longer have to travel to San Diego to live in the center, and their loved ones wouldn't have to drive all that way to visit them. We did have centers in Los Angeles and surrounding areas, but they were nothing like the one Dad had donated all of his skill and money to. This one would be just as nice and welcoming, and it would mainly serve as a way for people to attend meetings or seek counseling shamelessly. Even after throwing money toward that, I wanted to do more, and Alex laughed at me becoming Little Miss Charity. With the obvious help of planners and approval from Jim and the board at Mitchell & Associates, I started the process of raising more money for another place of refuge like this to be opened in Orange County. Helping Hearts was well on its way to showing everyone that there was help for the dark and sad periods in our lives. With my charitable heart, my debts all cleared, and finances back to where they once were, I found it a perfect opportunity to auction off the AMG 1 I'd played around in. I always knew it wasn't my style of car anyway, and we raised a shitload of money auctioning it at another event, this time in the names of Brooks and Stone Architects. As excited as I was for Sammy and her handsome husband's wedding day, that was the day we were to cut the ceremonial ribbon on the new facility in Orange County. Alex took my place at the event because being a bridesmaid kept my ass super busy, and if I so much as thought about leaving the city on Sammy's big day, who knew what the beautiful bride would have done? All in all, everything was moving so smoothly. I had to wonder what the hell happened to force a 180 shift in my life. I mean, down to the fact that Brooks and Stone had finally merged, and it ran like a well-oiled machine. A lot of that credit went to Alex, though. He was undoubtedly no bullshit in the office, and when mandatory meetings were called, the man carried himself as someone you didn't want to cross with a lame-ass remark. So here I was, enjoying 9 months of sheer bliss with a man I deeply loved. My best friend was getting married off, and now all of this charity stuff was rolling out beautifully. I couldn't help but have a smile plastered on my face everywhere I went. The only thing that was missing lately was the amount of time I got to see Alex. We were constantly missing each other. Even when he invited me to dinner with all of his friends, Alex got held up at a job site, and his friends got to enjoy my company without him. It all worked, though. The men always had their conversations, and Avery, Ash, Elena, and I sat there, making silly jokes about weddings and babies in a world of our own. The best gatherings were when we all somehow met up for a day at the beach, and Nat and Cass joined us. How strange that we blended as if we'd grown up together as tight friends. Nat, of course, kept the ladies humored, but she always had to be tamed when Addie or John were digging sandcastles around us. As fun as all of the times we'd had in the last 9 months had been, I'd been missing Alex like crazy lately. "Hey," I said, dialing Alex from my car phone. "Will you be in the office later?"
"I'm on my way out, or else I'd probably be violating your no sex at work rule the moment you stepped into my office."
I listened to him laugh and loved the way it made my insides feel. Jesus, how long has it been?
9 fucking months.
Alex snickered.
At least that's what it feels like to me. You went all charity on my ass, and I haven't been alone with my woman in too fucking long.
You're the one insisting on going home, saying that it would be best if I worked on my stuff at my place. The phone line grew quiet, and I ignored the insecure thoughts that moments like these tended to evoke when I mentioned that we were hardly at one another's house anymore. "What about tonight? You busy?" I asked Alex.
"Did you forget what tonight is, Dimples?"
"I guess so."
"Well, if you're at the office, get shit handled quick. The plane takes off at 7 tonight. That project you and I are pitching in Florida is at 8 in the morning at Belle's place."
"Shit," I rubbed my forehead. "Can't you go without me? Bring Lisa. She's practically been my shadow while designing. She'll have—"
"You're fucking kidding, right?"
Alex answered.
"I'm not bringing Lisa. I'm bringing you. We finally have a VP running the company for us who's more of a tight ass than I even could have been. Pack your shit and I'll pick you up at 5. We're fucking on the plane, too."
"I like the sound of that."
"I like it even more,"
he said with a smile in his voice.
"All right. I'm at the site, and if Cullen fucks me on this, I'm firing his ass.
You say that about everyone.
So long as they know that, they don't fuck up.
See you tonight. I'll wear some sexy lingerie on the plane.
Might as well wear it to the airport. I plan to fuck you in the limousine I'm using as transportation. It's the only reason I chose that particular shuttle to LAX.
I need to walk tomorrow.
I'll rent a wheelchair.
Bye. After ending the call, I rushed through last-minute pressing issues and quickly left the office. I wasn't sure what I was most excited about, finally having more than 2 hours alone with Alex, or that we were heading to Florida to check on this job and spending the week together to catch up. From the second Alex picked me up until we landed in Florida, we quickly made up for lost time in each other's arms. It felt so good to slow it all down and feel the raw power of Alex's body, making mine feel alive inside and out again. The groans of pleasure that seemed way too long overdue were enough to send me off into my multiple orgasm runs that reminded me why I loved this man fucking me hard and deep. Now, if only we could get our busy schedules to slow down and find more time like this when we got home.
Fuck, baby.
Alex groaned after he pulled his face from massaging and sucking on my clit.
I love this so much.
Alex and I had just walked in from our final meeting with the Bell's Place job, and the man went primal the second we walked in the door. I was up on the table in the dining area of our suite, and before I could blink, Alex had my panties off and thrown somewhere in the hotel room. His face was instantly buried between my legs, and his mouth and tongue worked me over as they always did when he devoured my pussy like it was his favorite meal in the world. I crossed my ankles around his back, feeling his tight muscles, and knowing that when he entered me, I was getting it hard and rough, just like I wanted it. Right now, the man was working on my orgasm high while his tongue and teeth devoured my opening in ways that made me wonder how he knew what perfect pleasure was for me. God damn, he was good in every way. My nails clawed into his hair as I felt my orgasm plunging to where his tongue lapped at my opening, probing in and out and then back to my swollen clit.
Come on my fucking face, baby.
He growled.
I'm drinking your cum. It's been way too long.
I worked on the new technique of being able to ejaculate while I came and was still shocked that Alex loved it. Then again, I was always up for swallowing him, so it had to be the same turn-on to take your lover and swallow the orgasm physically while they came hard on you. These orgasms, though, the ones that consisted of me forcing it down while it was already on its own electrical surge, the sensations were unfucking real. Just as it was happening, I followed my new way of sending my cum into Alex's mouth and practically screamed out the orgasm when the dam of pleasure burst loose. My hands went from nearly tearing out his always perfectly styled hair from his head to massaging it while I rode out the pleasure. My favorite part of all of this was when Alex brought his mouth to cover all of my opening, his tongue massaging my orgasm as it gushed into his mouth. His whimpers and soft moans, as if he were devouring a savory steak, was what created the constant ripple effect of a throbbing sensation that surged through my clit and inside of me while I came in him. Alex kissed and licked at the inside of my thighs before I was in his arms, and we wound up using the bedroom to continue through the night. Thank God tomorrow was a beach day, because I was all about laying out and dreaming up our next rounds. The addictions and cravings were back, and I seriously wondered how we managed only to have sex once a week after this perfect reunion. I was on my stomach, ass in the air, and Alex was working over my pussy with his length when his phone alerted that Alex never put the stupid thing on silent. Over and over again, the fucking thing rang.
Fuck me to hell,
Alex snapped. I chuckled. If you answer it, then Nat and I will have something in common. Alex flipped my ass over and buried himself deeper in me, his smile greedy.
I won't answer the fucking phone. I'm shooting all of my cum in this pussy. You got that?
Now he's ordering me around?
I'm about to tie your sexy body. Ring, 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 ring. I laughed when the phone now seemed to echo from the kitchen area of the suite, and Alex's head dropped onto my chest. He tried to move in and out, but with one reach of my hand, I felt he was growing soft, and it was pretty much a lost cause at this point. "Baby, answer the phone unless it normally does this when it's on silent." "Never," he said, kissing each of my hard nipples, the center of my chest, and then rising up. "Thank God we survived a 9-month relationship just in time for me to have sex interrupted by a goddamn call." "This is why I'm not marrying you. I can't be married to a man who'd rather answer a phone than have hot sex with me. I feel so cheated," I said, with a dramatic tease and pout. Alex pulled out of me, rolled off the bed, and smiled down at me. "Keep your legs open and that pussy wet. I'm not even close to finished with you." Alex left the room to get his phone, and it didn't take long before I heard Alex's loud and exasperated words. It seemed as though something was wrong with him and whoever he was talking to. "The bastard didn't have insurance to cover this?" Alex said. "Fine, fuck him. Give me the name of the funeral home. I'll take care of all the arrangements." Another pause. "Listen, Jen, he doesn't have to know. I don't want the son of a bitch to know. Give me the number to the place and I'll handle everything. The money will be wired over. Say it was donated in her name by someone who knew her father. Make sure everything is as she would have wanted it." I could practically hear Alex breathing heavily from here. After hearing what little I did, I knew this was all bad, and I had to be prepared to help in any way I could. "Is that what Mom wanted or what Paul wanted?" he snapped. "Then I'll send over more than enough so that everything is secured, and Paul can ride behind the horse-drawn fucking hearse. I'll see you at the wake." By this time, I was out of bed, wearing a robe, and walking out to Alex and watching him zipping up the slacks that he'd peeled off in our crazy sex attack when we first walked into the room. "Jesus, Jen, is that how you feel? She was my mother as well. I want this to be as it should be regardless of what you and Paul want. This is Mom's parting wish, so this is what she gets. I'll see you in a day or so. Fuck." Alex ended the call, and then his eyes were on me. "I need to go to my hometown. I'll be gone for a few days until I ensure my mother's funeral arrangements and burial goes as she had apparently wished they would." "My God, Alex," I said, taking his hand in mine. "Your mother passed away?" "Yeah, and now I have to deal with my goddamn family. I already dealt with this shit after her stroke, and I knew the day would come when I had to face them all again. I'm just not in the mood to deal with it." "Alex Grayson," I said, more shocked by his reaction than anything. "I'm coming with you." "The hell you are." He looked at me and shrugged my hand off his arm, as if I were this Paul of a dad he hated. "You're going home or enjoying the rest of Florida. I'll see you when I get home." "Bullshit," I snapped at his hardened expression. "Sure, you have a past that you want to keep buried. I get that. But I'll be damned if you think you're going into what seems to be a freaking lion's den alone." His eyes brimmed with tears. "This is so fucked up. Please, God, stay away from this and allow me to make sure my mother is buried properly. I beg you to stay the fuck out of this." "How am I to ever marry a man who pushes me away when I can see on your face this is the time you may need me most?" "Because I don't want you to witness this side of me. I'm only going to make sure my mom is buried and say a final farewell so I can finally put that family in my past for good now that she's gone." "Alex, I love you," I said, to break the ice wall he'd instantly forced between us. "Let me be there for you. If it were me, you would insist on it." "Would I?" he challenged. "Yes. I think I've witnessed that you have that heart the Wizard of Oz gave you, and you would." That pulled a half smile out of the dangerous expression Alex wore. "I'll even play the role of your fiancé when I'm there." "You should be my legitimate fiancé by now." He raised an eyebrow at me. "My bet is on the fact that Max fucked all of that shit up for me." "What? Where the hell would you come up with something like that?" "Explain to me why you've turned me down twice now." I had no answer. "Time's flown in the last 9 months. We've hardly seen each other. And the 2 times you've proposed to me were not situations where you were thinking clearly." Whatever.
He shrugged me off.
If you want to go, then go with me. This won't be pretty. Perhaps we'll both discover together why it's probably a good idea for you not to marry me.
He brushed past me.
Trust me, my father will give you plenty of reasons to stay far away from me.
Alex! I stormed into the room after him. Look at me! He glanced back, and that's when I saw tears slip out of his eyes.
What?
He choked out. I'm here for you, and I plan to always be here for you. I love you, and I guess this is the point when I do accept your proposal because I'm not leaving your side ever. I took his hands and brushed his tears from his wet cheeks. You're officially stuck with me. Are you okay with that? He sniffed.
I don't want to lose you.
Then don't try to push me away again like you just attempted to. If you want to play Let's Get Married, then I suggest you allow the one you want to marry to stand at your side during this time.
You have a point.
I have a good point, and that's why I made it. I smiled at him. Damn, your muscles are tense as hell, I said after he pulled me in to embrace me, and I hugged him. Let's go jump in the shower, clean up, and order in food. We'll talk about the funeral arrangements, and maybe I can help advise on things. I did have to bury my father. He brushed his finger over my nose.
Please don't judge the man I am today after meeting these insane people. I wasn't raised in that family for a reason.
I can see that your grandfather got you out just in time to make the perfect husband for the woman who finally said yes.
You're serious?
His face finally lightened. Don't ever think that Max ruined anything for you with me. There's no comparison, and I won't allow that dick to ride anywhere near you and me. I'm only sorry I've been pushing it all off. I never once thought you'd imagine it was because I had issues after my last failed marriage attempt. I can honestly say that I don't have any hang-ups or issues revolving around that relationship. His face grew somber again.
Perhaps it was my insecurities, knowing I could still hurt you in the end.
Well, if those are your insecurities, then lose them, I insisted. Now, come get in the shower so I can help rub these knots out of your shoulders. I had no idea what to expect with Alex's family, and I hated funerals, but there was no way I would let Alex run off and deal with this on his own. His father had started a fundraising account for his mother's funeral, and Alex was going to cover all the expenses as an anonymous donor so no one would know. His youngest sister begged him to stay away, yet she called him for money and announced that his mother had died. What kind of lowlife would call the one family member they knew could pay for the funeral, then tell them they couldn't attend? I knew this might reach a heavy boiling point, but I also knew that I wasn't allowing Alex to face this alone. This would be proof that I was going to be by his side no matter what. Why not embrace it all, good and bad, before you tie the knot, right? All I knew was that Alex seemed instantly distant, and I couldn't blame him. I could only be there for him.
Chapter 34. Alex. The plane was descending when I ended my call with Jen, my youngest sister. I would lose my mind if I didn't make it to the upcoming shit show as soon as possible, and the fact that I had Bree in tow weighed as heavily on my mind as the rest of this fuckery. For the last 9 months, after being with Bree had opened what I now referred to as my own personal Pandora's box of emotions, I'd been struggling to sleep through the night without having night terrors. They were constant, and I'd made more excuses than ever not to stay the night with Bree, leaving me to sleep in my bed alone. I missed the fucking hell out of her, but it was my only fix. It was the only thing I knew to do to deal with all of these horrors of my former life as they surfaced. Being a man who fixed everything, I knew I could handle this shit on my own, and once these terrors ended, I could resume the relationship that I longed for with Bree. I wanted her to fall asleep in my arms every night. I longed to have her wake up in my arms every morning. Instead, I had a black, purring cat who seemed to judge me with his green eyes every morning. Zeus most likely hated me for pulling Bree in and out of his world, but like all felines, he got over it and moved on. Even my goddamn cat was a reminder that what I had with Bree was the best thing to ever happen to me. She was the only woman the picky guys seemed to adore. I hadn't realized until receiving news of my mom's passing that I was stuck in such a clusterfuck of emotions. Emotions I never felt before Brienne, like accepting that I was capable of giving and receiving love. Who was the cursed one now? But didn't I deserve this curse? I know that my father would surely remind me I did. I told myself that I didn't give a fuck about what my old man said or who he said it to while I was here paying my final respects to my mom. But here I was, unable to sleep, afraid to sleep, worried that Bree was about to discover the truth of who I really was. She would see the man behind the illusion I put on for the world. Although it never felt like an illusion until these damn emotions took control of me. My grandfather busted his ass to give me the second chance I deserved. Even though my mom had sent me away, and Jane hated her for that, my mother never treated me like the evil human my father did. So long as everyone is fucking aware, the past is in the past, Jen, I whispered from where I hid in my usual office on Mitchell & Associates' luxury jet.
Alex, we all swore not to say one word about you or any of it. This is why I don't understand why you showed up after her stroke and why you're coming here now.
I have my reasons. Regardless of what everyone believes, I'm not the monster that bastard led you to believe, I said.
Is that what grandfather put in your mind? Maybe that's what you had to believe to get the inheritance that wasn't yours to begin with,
Jen said, with a tone that made my blood boil. You sound just like him, you know?
Mother begged me not to hate you and not to judge you, but I'm sorry, I know the truth.
You know the truth? You were a baby when all of it happened, so you don't know a goddamn thing, I seethed. Just keep your fucking mouth shut around Brienne, and I will be gone as soon as that casket lowers into the ground.
You're a selfish man, Alex. Sometimes I wonder how you're even my brother. I've got to go.
I felt a lump in my throat when Jen hung up the phone. My youngest sister was raised to see only the darkness in me, and it never bothered me until now. Fuck these goddamn emotions. It was so much easier to live my life with my feelings buried, and I gave all that shit up when I allowed myself to feel more with Bree. When I experienced how wonderful it was to feel again, I embraced that solace with everything I was. Now I was fighting not to resent the beautiful woman.
Is Jane going to be here?
Bree asked, as the plane smoothly landed. No, I answered, my head killing me, as if I'd had 10 bottles of bourbon the previous night. She didn't care for my mother, and thinks I'm not only a complete idiot for showing up here, but for bringing you along too.
It's nothing I can't handle, Alex. You met both my aunts, correct?
When I looked into her soft jade eyes, I couldn't hold anything against her like I wanted to. Not spending the night with her because of my fucking night terrors was so stupid. And why? I hadn't had one terrifying dream since being back with her and in Florida. I was prepped for them to happen because if I wanted this woman to spend her life with me, I had to embrace it all, even the questions my night terrors would conjure. Maybe the hellhounds that had been chasing my ass for the last 9 months had lost my scent and were gone altogether. I could only hope. I rose, unable to resist her touch. I saw the way you appeared in that room with your aunts, and they had an effect, Dimples. I smiled while I accepted her tight embrace. She lifted her chin to meet my eyes. You never came to bed. I thought that's what red-eye flights were good for. Couldn't sleep. I ran my hand through her soft hair. You look beautiful, as always. I kissed her nose. I just want to get this over with. We're in Flagstaff, correct? Flagstaff in January, I smirked. You're going to feel the wintry sting until I can supplement our wardrobe with some warmer, non-Floridian clothing. Where are we staying? You'd feel more welcome on this plane. Comfortable, too, I smirked. I reserved a nice bed and breakfast and worked it out so that we'll be their only guests. It's in town, and it should be nice enough. I kissed her lips when I was met with her no-bullshit expression.
Then let's go get some sweaters and handle all of this. She pulled on my arm as I turned to exit the plane. Alex, she spoke with authority, I love you. I forced a smile. Please don't allow that to be your famous last words to me after this trip. You should relax. I'm here for you. Besides, she arched her eyebrow at me, haven't we passed the days of me judging you? I sure as hell hope so. It had been 2 days, and today was the day that my mom would be laid to rest. After I'd manipulated ways of being at the funeral home to make arrangements without having to see anyone I may have known, my mom was officially going to be buried as if she were the town mayor. Word came to me that my father knew I was here to make sure my money was spent solely on Mom, which was not an inaccurate assessment. He despised the fact there was nothing he could do to pull my mother's body from the astounding mahogany casket that was flown in just for her. Everything was beautiful, and as my mother had requested, and this was probably the most ostentatious show of wealth this town had ever seen. I did what I felt was right by her, though. The horse-drawn hearse that Jen had insisted my mother wanted seemed a bit excessive, but I wasn't surprised. Mother used to speak of horses when we were children, and I saw the show-jumping awards she'd earned in my grandfather's library. Either way, it was time to view her for the first time since I'd been here, and the last time ever. This beautiful city, filled with stunning pine trees and blanketed with fresh snow, didn't have the usual brisk chill that a winter morning brings. Instead, it felt heavy and dank and colder than a dungeon. The hair on the back of my neck bristled with nerves as I stepped out of the home Bree and I had been using as a hideout. I wore my long black overcoat, a dark 3-piece suit, and leather gloves I had flown in, along with some of Bree's more comfortable clothes. The cool air blowing on the back of my neck offered me more of an uneasy feeling, prompting me to instinctively pull the white scarf I had draped around the nape of my long coat and bring it up to cover my exposed skin. I probably should have waited for Bree so we could arrive together, but I wanted to see my mother alone. Bree accepted my reasons for going ahead, but I could tell she wasn't thrilled by it, even though she didn't say as much. She told me she'd meet me there once she was dressed and ready, and I didn't stick around for her to change her mind and insist on joining me early. Was it a dick move on my part? Probably. Was I pushing her away from me subconsciously because I was terrified of her being here in the first place? Definitely. Alexander O'Connor? I heard a young woman say, prompting me to halt my easy walk into town from the bed and breakfast. I turned back, praying to God this wasn't going to be an awkward conversation. The woman was dressed nicely and was familiar, but I could hardly remember my life in this town. I'm sorry, but you have me at a disadvantage, I said, forcing the fake smile I'd been using even with Brienne since the call about my mom came in. It's Emma. She paused and gave me a kind yet flirty smile. Emma Porter? We dated freshman year. We won homecoming prince and princess together. My smile turned into that of humor. This was the chick I'd worked my ass off to get into bed, but she always insisted we wait until marriage to have sex. She'd hardly aged a day and still had bouncing blonde, natural curls, beaming blue eyes, and a stunning smile. Wow! That was a long time ago, I said. You look fantastic. And you certainly look nothing like that jock I remember dating, she teased. Look at you. She reached for my tie and tugged on it. You're all grown up. Let me guess. You're a stockbroker or some wealthy, dapper man now. I half smiled, not particularly comfortable with any woman aside from Brienne, friendly or not, touching me. Investor, owner, I said. I'm sorry to hear about your mom. She squinted as the bright sun beamed off the brilliant white snow. I readjusted my sunglasses. Thank you. Even though I'm sure gossip to the contrary circulated around school in one way or the other, I did love her. I'm only here to say my final farewells.
No one knew why you left town, she chuckled, obviously a lighter conversation for her than me. I was guarded, walls up all around me in some bizarre self-preservation mode that was leading me to be cold, stiff, and unapproachable. Obviously not to Emma, though. We missed you when you left. Can I ask why? It's always been a mystery, and your mom—" She smiled, and her eyes went to what I assumed was a memory of my mother. Being her hairdresser, I can say that she seemed happy all of the time, even after the stroke. The only time she ever seemed upset was when I'd ask about you. I was a troubled kid. I admitted that truth, even if her tactlessness didn't warrant a response. If it weren't for my grandfather, I suppose I would be serving a life sentence in jail or something of that nature. I doubt that, she chuckled. Well, it looks like it's my loss. I should have chased you down, ignored you cheating on me with the captain of my cheer team, and kept you. You age like a fine wine, you know that? Very original, I thought, ready to get the fuck to the funeral home and end this reunion that meant nothing to me. I'm sure your husband wouldn't have approved, I offered in a colder tone, seeing her wedding ring. I married Thomas Foster. Do you remember him? Not really. Listen, as fun as these types of reunions seem to be, I am trying to get to the funeral home before the visitation begins. It was a pleasure to see you again. Perhaps we'll catch up another time? After the funeral, maybe? Sounds great, I said curtly. Another time, then. I briskly strode off and hopped up the cleared steps of the funeral chapel. After announcing myself, the funeral director led me into the largest hall, where the overwhelming scent of floral arrangements blasted me harder than the image of my mother inside that casket. I eyed everything in the room, seeing it was all perfect and set for a queen. Paul would undoubtedly hate me for this extravagance. Why waste all this perfectly good booze-buying, card-game money on a dead lady, right? I was a grown-ass man now, and Paul would have to deal with someone who didn't tolerate bullshit from even the greatest of assholes. I'd met worse men in business. I knew I could handle a drunk who hated me with everything he was. I quietly walked up to where my mother lay peacefully at rest, her hands gently folded, and I couldn't resist but to cover them with mine. You look like the angel you always were, I whispered, seeing where her former stroke was still recognizable on the side of her face. I forgive you. I focused on her closed eyes. Why was I suddenly speaking like this, and to someone who wasn't here to hear it? I forgive you for everything. Rest in peace now. I felt tears swell in my eyes, and I had to choke this shit down. I had no idea where any of this was coming from, and why those words came out of my mouth. Why would I forgive someone I don't recall blaming? I felt bad that the woman couldn't stand up to her nightmare of a husband that she feared, and I was saddened that I fucked it up enough that it made her ask her father to finish raising me, but never this. I never felt like she'd wronged me in a way that I'd stand quietly at her casket and tell her I forgave her. I heard a rustling at the doorway, letting me know I'd stood here for too long, and when I turned back, I saw the evil bastard. The fucker looked broken, older than he should have been, and every ounce as revolting as I remembered him. His red hair was now all white, his face was ruddy and swollen, and the rest of him looked leathery and worn. Thank God I got my mother's genes from the Sicilian side of the family, because that's what allowed me to inwardly smile at the fact that I looked nothing like this wicked motherfucker. I see you've put on quite the show for her, he spoke as I locked eyes with him. He stood shorter and stockier than I did, so making eye contact had to be a brutally charged moment for him, the day when he had to look up and meet my eyes. Not surprised, he said, then eyed the group filing in behind him. You can go now. I guess I'll be forced to see you again. Until she's in the ground, I said firmly, then brushed past him, eyeing my sister Jen and her greasy-haired husband on my way out of the chapel hall. Fuck if I didn't hate that man more with every stride that I took out of that room. Son of a bitch. I suddenly felt like that little boy who didn't understand why his father despised him. I felt weak with emotion, and I hated it. I had to go to the grave. I had to see it for myself and try to finally make sense of it all. The grave was the reason the old man hated me with every bone in his body. I marched through the brisk streets, seeing the entrance to the cemetery and the plot that was dug up across the tree-covered, snow-filled lawns. Mom's final resting place. I kept walking, and I chewed on my bottom lip when I stopped and stood in front of the headstone that read my twin brother's name. Albert, I softly said, not remembering him well. We were only 6 years old when it happened. I couldn't say another word. I couldn't do anything but stare at the grave of the 6-year-old boy who died so tragically. This was the reason my old man hated me and became a raging alcoholic, the reason my mother finally kicked me out of the house, and the reason why I stood at her coffin and told her I forgave her. She hated me for this, too, for Albert's grave and the fact I could stand in front of it with a life ahead of me. This grave was the reason I was told I would never find love. It was the very reason I didn't deserve to be happy. Fuck. Why was I standing here? Alex? Bree questioned from behind me. I quickly turned and walked away from my twin brother's grave, praying to God the woman didn't ask who was in that plot. What are you doing here? I asked, treating her as if she were suddenly my enemy, just like everyone else in this town. I came looking for you. My God, you look awful, she said carefully, with grief-stricken eyes. Are you okay? I'm burying my mother in a fucking hellhole today. Why would you possibly fucking think I am anything close to resembling okay? She stepped back, and her face was as stern as mine was. I know this isn't easy, but I won't stand here and listen to you talk like that to me. Why did you follow me? I insisted, feeling like those goddamn hellhounds were on my ass again. Answer me, Brienne. You can't leave me alone for 2 seconds, can you? Hang on a second. She confronted my diabolical-sounding voice with a menacing one of her own. I wasn't following you. I saw you cross the street and walk here from the funeral home. I was coming to check on you. Jesus Christ, what the hell has gotten into you? I moved out of the cemetery, feeling as though it was that place that was provoking my mental ass. Sorry, I responded coldly. I was irritated that I had to worry about her on top of processing everything else. I knew it was irrational, but it was also the reason I didn't want her to fucking come on this trip in the first place. It was hard to process shit that you couldn't even bring yourself to share with someone else. I was forced into this situation, and I wasn't handling it well. I saw my old man, and things are just fucking with my mind. I didn't expect that they would. The last thing I want to do is cause you any more strife today than you're already feeling, but you can't talk to me that way. I'm not some weird-ass stalker. I'm only trying to help. I get it. Sorry. The last thing I wanted to do was fight with Bree, especially when there were so many other people I wanted to lash out at, but I was barely holding myself together at this point. It was unfair of me to expect her to know she was crossing some invisible boundaries within my fucked-up psyche. Let's just get through this and go home. That's what you want, right? She said, looking at me with confusion. It is. I noticed you didn't sleep again last night. That and you're treating me like I'm some alien who's following you around. Don't you dare shut down on me, Alex Grayson. I don't plan to. You're the only one in my corner here. Then if you want me to stay there, don't act like some psychopath in the cemetery, she half grinned. You look like death yourself. You probably should eat before all of this starts. Maybe take a nap, unless you have somewhere else you need to be that consists of me stalking you in this freezing-ass weather. Please tell me you're at least hungry. I could eat, I said. Then let's make up for you going on 24 hours or more now without sleep by fueling you up with food." I licked my lips and glared over at the group of people standing outside of the funeral home. In just 4 short hours, we'd sit in that room together, and then I would excuse Bree and myself after Mom went into the ground. Something strange told me that I wasn't leaving directly afterward, though. An odd feeling slammed into my chest, telling me I wasn't getting out of this hell without everything finally coming full circle. The past was rushing back to haunt me. No matter how I tried to push it down, it was bubbling and about to boil over. The dark side of my life would finally end this slight reprieve of happiness I'd had since I gave myself to Brienne Stone. I knew that more than anything at this moment, and I should have tried harder to get her home instead of allowing her to come along. This would end it all. It was only a matter of how.
Chapter 35. Bree. The funeral services were beyond lovely. Kind words were spoken about Alex's mother, and I felt nothing but sorrow for the man sitting stiffly at my side. He was undeniably an outsider here, even though this was his mother, and he'd funded the entire thing. It was bullshit that he had to grieve her death on top of people eyeing him weirdly for whatever reason. I simply ignored the staring. Alex was dressed like the billion-dollar man he was, and it was evident that it was making him a target. He presented himself intimidatingly, his dark gaze set solely on the casket throughout the entire service, and he looked like the most important, influential person in the room. I lifted my chin, held onto his forearm while he clasped his hands together in his lap, and I wondered where it would go from here. When Alex's knuckles grew white and his forearm tightened, that's when I deduced who his father was. The short, white-haired man with the flushed face walking to the front of the room in a dark suit was Paul O'Connor. Apparently, O'Connor was Alex's surname at birth, and it only took me insisting I join him at his mother's funeral to get that tiny bit of info. There was so much information from his past that he kept from me, and yet he wanted me to do a backflip of love into marriage. His actions at the cemetery earlier today didn't make me feel better about how things had been going since he found out about his mother, either. I knew he was going through something beyond grief. I knew grief all too well, and this was much more than that. Whatever was bothering him was much bigger than he was saying, and that bothered me most. I didn't know what he was dealing with, and the fact that he still wouldn't open up to me at such a time concerned me, because there was no way I could support him if he were entirely closed off. Maybe I was wrong about everything. It sure as hell didn't look like we were in friendly territory, so I figured it would be best to wait and see how everything played out. Younger people our age in attendance expressed their sympathies to a cold and indifferent Alex, and I could sense they were pretty shocked to see him in town again. One woman couldn't remove her eyes from him, but we were in his hometown, so it was probably an ex-girlfriend or something. I didn't blame her for being captivated by the guy and studying me skeptically. Even at a funeral, he was the hottest guy in the place.
Thank you all for attending, those of you who were invited, and those who deemed it necessary to pay their final respects. My wife was a beautiful woman, and the only sweetheart out there who has the ability to bring even the darkest of individuals to see her on to the next life.
He chuckled, but his words seemed to be directed at Alex.
She was with me while I wasn't a pleasant man. Our children were young, and things were difficult, to say the least. But she remained loyal to her husband over all things, even her children. I felt that from my sweetheart, and I'll cherish her until I meet her again in heaven. Pack flip-flops, motherfucker. It's scorching where you're headed.
Alex seethed under his breath.
I didn't expect the donations you all so kindly offered on this day we celebrate her life, but my family thanks you for that. To those who took it upon themselves to prove something to the entire town, arranging this elaborate casket, the thousands of flowers that are here, and, of course, The horse-drawn hearse that awaits to carry her to her final resting place. Well, none of that mattered to her. She wasn't a woman who flaunted herself to anyone, and almost everyone in this room knows that. Then again, when you have those who feel guilty.
He sneered and waved his hand over the beautiful casket and floral arrangement lying over the top of it.
Well, this is a perfect example of guilt from our greatest donor of all.
Please tell me he's not speaking about you, I said under my breath, so that only Alex could hear. Alex nodded with a look of death directed at his father, who was making it blatantly obvious that Alex was unwelcome. I tuned out that vile man's words after that. I completely understood why Alex didn't want me to see this side of his life now. After witnessing this small portion of the funeral, my heart broke for Alex. And by this point, I knew why the man never spoke of his past. Alex's dad was a singularly miserable piece of shit. What kind of person would do something like this to their child, especially at their wife's funeral? This man couldn't shut up about how much he loved his wife, and in the same breath, he was hateful beyond belief to his son. All that love sentiment seemed like a crock of shit to me. I held tightly to Alex's arm, hoping that the gesture would ease any anger or hurt his dad may have conjured during his speech, or whatever the hell anyone would want to call that disgrace. After the graveside service, more people than not asked Alex to join them at the luncheon at a local hall in town. I could hear the resistance in Alex's voice, but he finally conceded.
We're here for 15 minutes tops. I can't believe any of these people want a reunion,
Alex stated as we walked into an area decorated with tablecloths, centerpieces, and a cafeteria-like buffet. Maybe they're happy to see you again, unlike your mother's husband. I was careful not to refer to that man as his father.
I can hardly remember anyone here,
Alex said, pulling out my chair for me.
That's the most annoying part. Anyone who I might have remembered or considered a friend.
He sat next to me.
Have grown up, gotten careers, and moved away. I don't know why I agreed to this.
From what I witnessed, they seemed to remember you well. They knew your mother, and they seemed to be happy you came for her funeral. I patted his leg, trying to get his posture to loosen some. Let's just play it by ear and see how it goes. Alex glanced around at the people filling the room.
The question that can't be answered is who exactly was my mother to all these people after I left to live with my grandfather. Was she a counselor for every fucking kid I went to school with? It seems those are the only ones who asked me to stay behind for this reception, or whatever you call it.
If she was a helpful and kind woman in her town, that's never a bad thing, I said. Aside from your dad's underhanded BS at the funeral, her services were lovely. I understand why you wanted to say your goodbyes.
Do me a favor.
Alex turned to me, still solemn and grave.
Just stay away from my family. What my father said up there today were only jabs compared to what I know the man really wanted to reveal to the room.
And that is?
Things I have buried for a reason, he answered curtly, and will keep buried.
Alex's hand was sweating as it held onto mine under the table. He didn't want to be here, and that was obvious. But something inside him had broken somewhere between him not sleeping since he learned about his mother's death and now. For Alex to be convinced to show up at this, or do anything he didn't want to do aside from closing a business deal, that surprised me. I'd never seen him cave to anything in all the time I'd known him. Alex called the shots in everything he did, and not even his friends could convince the man to do things he wasn't down for. It was something I loved about him. He was unwavering, set in his ways, and never one to be spoken down to or persuaded to do something he didn't want to do. "Alexander O'Connor," a young woman said, walking up with her young son, sucking on his fingers. "It's damn good to see you again." Alex's lips tightened.
"I'm having to ask a lot of forgiveness for forgetting people today, it seems,"
he said, his hand clenching tightly onto mine like it was a stress ball. She took one of the 6 empty seats at our table. "Well, how should you remember me?" She winked at him, friendly and indeed the friendliest face out of the bunch so far. "Look at you." She smiled at him adoringly. "You grew up, and you look a hell of a lot like Mr. Johnny Depp himself. I would think you moved to California to either be that man's stunt double, or maybe you are the real—" "Not to be rude," Alex said with a pretty damn rude tone in his voice, "but that comparison drives me mad. So please, if we were friends, I'd rather discuss that instead of movie star comparisons." "Well, aren't you the lucky one?" She looked at me. Even if Alex wants to ignore the fact that he looks like him, he needs to accept the lucky genes he got that make him comparable to him. "I'm assuming you both are an item?" "This is Brienne," he offered, and I could tell he was done with the woman. "Nice to meet you. I don't think you offered your name, though?" I smiled at her. "I'm Shannon Dwight." She looked at Alex, then me. "So, you're the lucky woman to get this Johnny Depp look-alike I spent a fun summer with?" Alex remained highly annoyed, looking away now. I decided I'd answer the poor girl who hadn't a clue that Alex was rarely in the mood to be compared to the handsome actor, much less while being in this particular situation. Unfortunately, I never crushed on that actor. I tried to lighten Alex's mood in any way I knew how. This woman was harmless, and he was being a dick. Alex looked at me. I wish he looked more like... Fuck, think of a hot actor, Brie. Great. I was stuck. "Burt Reynolds," I finally said. Alex unexpectedly grinned and looked over at me. "Burt Reynolds?" He chuckled for the first time in 3 whole days. "Smokey and the Bandit?" Shannon said with a fun laugh. "Yes, there's something about that mustache." Alex looked at me with the funniest expression. And thank God that my random Hollywood hunk name saved the mood. Maybe Alex could have a decent conversation now. "Well, you're screwed," she said to me. "She's only turned down my marriage proposal twice now." Alex smiled at me and draped his arm over the back of my chair. "So, I need a mustache and a shitload of chest hair to get you to marry me finally?" "You proposed?" the woman interrupted. "I did. Twice." He smiled. I could see some relief in his face, and over such a silly save, too. "Turned down by this beauty. But I now know I'll be working my ass off to transform my looks into resembling another actor." "Is California filled with actors?" she asked. I eyed her. "You're kidding, right?" "She's not," Alex said, colder again. "A lot of people assume actors are everywhere in California. Sorry, but I've yet to run into the man I'm forever compared to." "Changing the subject," Shannon said. "Why don't you both join a bunch of us tonight back at my place? You know, I live in the same house where I grew up. The same room, even. You might remember me then?" "What the fuck?" I thought when Alex frowned. "We'll be flying home from here. Thanks for the offer, though." Alex stood. "I'm going to head across the way, handle the final bill for all of this, and call for the chauffeur to transport our luggage to the plane." Alex stopped and turned back to me. "I'm going to grab some hot coffee, and then I'll wait for you here." Alex's eyes scanned the room, while Shannon took Alex's obvious clues and left. He'd made it clear that he might have been a cool guy back when she knew him, but he was not the same. I walked over to a refreshment table to get coffee for Alex and me to drink in the car on the way to the airport. "Brienne Stone," a woman said, shocking me that she knew my first and last name. I turned to recognize Alex's sister, Jen. All I knew about her was that she was the one who hated Alex after being brainwashed to feel that way by their father. "Jen, is that correct?" "Jennifer Malley," she said. "I'm Alex's youngest sister." "Very nice to meet you. I'm so sorry for your loss." "Don't be sorry for me," she said in a bitchy tone I wasn't expecting. "You should watch your back with Alexander, though." "Really?" I said, knowing better than to let gossip about Alex poison my mind. "How so?" "Of course, he hasn't told you why our family will not accept him anymore." I've heard enough stories, I said. Her soft red hair looked frazzled under the fluorescent lighting, but her eyes were as beautiful and green as Alex's, and she stared at me as if she were about to drop the biggest hammer of all time just to fuck with Alex on behalf of her dad. I'm sure you've heard that we're the horrible people in his life. He doesn't speak much of any of you. I know about his grandfather, the amazing man who raised him. That man was the devil himself. The only reason he'd take a murderer on like Alex. I felt a lump in my throat. Murderer? I croaked out. She smiled, and I could smell the liquor on her breath when she let out a laugh. Oops. My bad, she said. That's something I suppose he wouldn't want anyone to know, since that would be reason enough to ruin the Grayson family name. I could hear the slur in her words, and I didn't want to give this woman more than I already had. Well, let me tell you about Alex, she continued. He killed his brother. That's a hidden gem that no one wants to talk about. But call my father the bad guy, right? Call Paul O'Connor the horrible man who became an alcoholic because one of his sons murdered the other in a jealous rage. She giggled, and my eyes went to her travel mug that must have been filled with hard liquor. Mother tried to forgive him, she said with tears in her eyes. But how do you forgive your rotten son who murdered his twin? The same son who forced your husband to become an alcoholic. Alex was every problem this family didn't need. And now he's here to spit on all of us with the wealth he stole from my grandfather after moving in with that old man. I think you've said enough. The smell of liquor tells me you're a bit on the drunk side, I responded, not knowing what to believe. Watch your back, Brienne Stone, she said, stumbling backward, caught by her father. You're with a wealthy man, but he murdered—
That's enough, Jen. You'll have to excuse my daughter. She's a little drunk, Paul said in a mysterious tone. His glossy eyes roamed from my heels to my eyes. But she is right about one thing. It might be wise of you to keep your distance from Alexander.
I'm picking up on that, thanks, I said, willing Alex to walk back into this room.
Don't say we didn't warn you. That boy has demons, and the ones that will come alive when you least expect them. He all but ruined this family, he said in a deep growl. But that's for a better day. A better conversation, I think.
Yeah, I think so too, I said, completely caught off guard and not knowing whether to defend Alex or just shut my mouth at this point.
Word is already floating around that you plan to marry him? Paul asked. Let's get out of here, Bree,
Alex said as he rapidly approached me, his tone lethal.
Why so soon, Alex? Paul taunted him. Because I have no desire to eat food while my mother's casket is being lowered into that boneyard across the street. I'm out. It'll be the last you ever see or hear from me. I only came to say my farewells to my mother. The arrangements were made courtesy of her father as well. He made me swear on his deathbed that you wouldn't be the one to put her in the ground. I was here to make sure she was laid to rest with the honor and grace he raised his daughter to carry. Sadly, you tarnished all of that. Funny, isn't it, Alexander? And why would your grandfather Grayson want you to be the one to put another of my family members in the ground? You ever think about that while that twisted son of a bitch raised you? Because he knew you would eventually kill her, fucker.
Alex snapped.
Me or you?
Paul slurred, obviously as drunk, if not more so than his daughter. He waved a finger in front of Alex's chest.
Old man Grayson knew exactly what he was doing by insisting you were the one to bury my bride. We're leaving.
Alex grabbed my hand, then turned back.
Keep on drinking, though. That's always worked out marvelously for you, as I remember vividly. Drinking was the only way that took my pain away, you murderer!
Alex looked at me.
We seriously need to go.
I think you're right. Day drinking at a funeral and screaming murderer to silence a room isn't my sort of funeral reception.
It's to be expected,
Alex said as we rushed to the exit.
That fucking asshole ruins everything, and he even found a way to spit on my mother's grave by being drunk at this.
Your sister seems like she might be sharing his bottle, I mentioned, once we loaded into the black SUV that Alex had waiting for us out front.
He ruined Jen's life a long time ago. Jane would lose her fucking shit if she were part of all of that.
Is it true? I finally asked Alex.
What?
Alex looked at me as if I were her sister and dad. That you murdered your brother? I said softly. Alex pulled on his sunglasses.
You're welcome to go back to your ways of judging me as you did when we first met,
he said. I'm not judging you. I'm asking a question.
A question put into your mind by two drunks at my mother's funeral. People who single-handedly picked the only person who put a smile on my face back there, even for a moment. And they told her I was a murderer.
I noted the driver was listening to us, and I had to play this down. Being drunk at 3 p.m. following the lowering of a casket makes you say the craziest shit, right? Alex didn't smile or move a muscle. He continued to stare straight ahead, even though I could hear his phone buzzing and blowing up in his hands. I had no idea what the fuck had just happened. Was he standing at his brother's gravesite in the cemetery when he acted like I'd caught him doing something he didn't want me to see? He wasn't giving this information up, but I'd be damned if I was going to sit back and let people call him a murderer if it wasn't true. What was I supposed to think if he wouldn't talk to me? Hell, I was going to judge his ass if he didn't start clearing the air. He was utterly unapproachable. I'd expected him to chill some once we boarded the aircraft, not disappear on the thing, leaving me alone until we landed. At this point, I was left to imagine the worst as I rode the elevator up to my apartment, and Alex was headed home alone.
Chapter 36. Alex. There was a very special place in hell for people like Paul O'Connor. There had to be. If I thought that he wouldn't burn for what he did to me, from the abuse to making me believe I was the monster that killed his son, I'd lose my mind. I woke up drenched in sweat for a solid month since getting back from making the most significant mistake of my adult life, going to my mother's funeral. Not only attending it, but also bringing a woman I felt I loved around that family. Now, my mind was fucked into a million pieces. I'd been recalling the goddamn nightmarish memories of my past. I couldn't help but wonder if my recollections were all the things Paul had put into my head since my brother died, or if they were what actually happened when I was a little boy. Who the hell knew? If all of this shit were true, that would mean that when I was 6 years old, I murdered my brother. The nightmares that I couldn't discuss with anyone told me I was the one who killed my twin brother on that fishing trip. Fuck me to hell. Why would I be allowed to live another day on this earth if that were the case? The dreams revealed the sickening visual of seeing Albert drown in that massive lake, and I was the one to tell him to jump in the water while Paul wasn't around. My latest night terror showed a dock, and in the dream, I convinced Albert to go to the edge before I pushed him off of it and watched him go under. The other dreams revealed that I insisted Albert get in a boat with me, and then I pushed him over the side and watched him go under. In every instance, I watched him drowning, and it was because I'd done something sinister. Jesus Christ, I couldn't do this anymore. I hated myself more each day. These night terrors made me wake up like this every morning, and today was the worst morning yet. These dreams seemed to chip away at my psyche slowly, and it crushed my soul to realize that maybe I had done this wretched thing. It didn't seem possible, but the memories were there, and I didn't know how to explain it away. I felt tears streaming down my cheeks. I hated my fucking life, and that going to my mother's funeral had caused these memories to come back. The real problem was that I'd allowed myself to feel something more with Brienne, and that was what opened me up to this in the first place. How could I live another day not knowing the truth? Why couldn't I just fucking remember what happened instead of having these dreams? The only reason I hadn't checked myself into some mental institution was that I was a man known for fixing shit. Now, I needed to fix myself. By the time I showered, I'd shaken off these terrible feelings. I may not have remembered the day my brother died, but I did remember one fact about myself growing up. Paul O'Connor was a lying, abusive drunk who hated me. He'd always blamed me for something I felt he was responsible for. Those were solid feelings. I also knew for a fact that my grandfather hated my father. More than once, my grandfather said he was thankful he got me out of there. He only wished he could have saved my mom and younger sister, too. He was helpless to save them from my dad, but he thanked God that Paul hated me enough for my grandfather to take me away and work relentlessly to heal my trauma from Paul's abuse. What trauma he could help to heal, it would seem. My grandfather eventually resented my mother for ignoring his help and choosing Paul O'Connor over the ones who loved her. When he signed nearly everything over to me before he died, he remarked that his daughter wasn't to receive anything from his estate. Still, he set aside enough to give her a proper burial, the preparations to be handled by me, because he knew that Paul would spend all of the money. Hell, Paul probably would have thrown my mother in a shallow grave after he pulled the gold out of her fillings if he thought he could have bought more booze. I eventually became the son my grandfather had always wanted, and my mother became an estranged daughter. My grandfather was an exceedingly wealthy man, and he wasn't a fool. He was strict and inflexible with my upbringing, and that structure was what I craved, whether or not I knew it at the time. All I could think of now were the many times my grandfather had expressed how proud he was of me, so how could I believe these dreams were true? My grandfather would have had nothing to do with me if I were some psychopath who killed my brother. All I wanted to do now was erase the dream, forget the fact I'd pushed Bree away for the sake of being able to fucking breathe normally since this shit started happening, and start my day. Fuck my feelings. I still don't know how she hadn't chewed my ass out for dropping her as if being together for almost a year didn't mean anything to me. I even gave her my fucking cat. Of all the stupid goddamn things a heartless bastard would do. I knew I'd cracked and was fucked in the head, but I needed space from everything, and the only place I could function was at work after I made sure Bree wasn't around. Thank God she was busier than hell. She had 4 projects that kept her out of my life and allowed me to work, go home, and fall asleep, only to wake up like this every damn day since that funeral. Imagining Bree's smile from yesterday when she walked up to me when I was talking to an HR rep was enough to torment me and add to my miserable life. This day had to have been the worst of them all because I longed to hold her again, and it was painful knowing that may never happen again. My chest was heavier than fuck, my respiration shallow, and I knew if I didn't calm the fuck down, I'd probably end up in the emergency room. I was so all over the place emotionally that I didn't know which way was up or down anymore. Usually this shit would have passed by now, especially after taking a hot shower to snap me out of this guilty-as-hell mind fuck. I closed my eyes and tried to breathe it all out. The pain that stabbed like a fucking knife in my chest. The fact that after all these years, the hellhounds had finally ripped the flesh from my skin and left me in this state. And that opened me up to finally become Paul O'Connor's victim. There. I admitted it. I was a goddamn victim, even though all my life I'd been told I was the victimizer who'd ruined my family. "Son of a bitch!" I wailed, unable to suck in a breath, and pissed as fuck that I was stuck in some madhouse of emotions. It felt like my chest was being crushed, and I knew something was wrong. I needed to get help. I slipped on a hoodie and sweats and called for my neighbor to drive my ass to the hospital. My eyes were closed the entire ride, and I couldn't tolerate Shirley's voice for another second. I should have just fucking collapsed at home and let my father finally have his day in the sun, where he was able to spit on my grave. At long last, the son he hated would be off the face of the earth like he intended, with every punch to my face, kick to my stomach, and the rest of the torture he subjected me to when I was a kid. "We're here, honey," she said, running her hand over my sweaty forehead. "I'm running in ahead of you. I'll kill you if you die on me, Alexander." After being rushed into the ER and having to call in Jim as my next of kin, I was given a heavy dose of medication for a panic attack, and I knew I was a solid case of fucked up now. "I've got him," I heard Jake. "What time did he come in, and what did his EKGs show?" "He suffered a pretty severe panic attack," Dr. Sanchez told him. "And don't give him hell for this either." "Oh, don't worry. My brother will be more than happy to give him hell. I don't need to do a thing," Jake said with a laugh. I felt calmer than I had in months, and I could probably catch up on 10 or 11 months of sleep about now. The last thing I needed was my chief cardiothoracic surgeon friend walking in and grilling my ass. Jake wouldn't allow me to get up and leave this place as if nothing happened. Jake would go on a mission to uncover what had caused my sorry ass to end up at St. John's ER if I didn't start talking. "Hey, handsome," he said, walking in with his white doctor's lab coat over his suit. "I was just making my evening rounds when my boyfriend, who stopped talking to me a month ago, had a panic attack because he knew losing me was the stupidest fucking thing to ever happen to him." "You're lucky I'm loaded up on drugs," I said, half smiling. "What happened, man? Is Jim putting you and Bree under so much pressure at that firm that you stopped sleeping with her, making you, the last person on this earth I'd ever expect this from, have a panic attack? What will everyone say?" "You think I give a fuck?" Jake grinned. "I need to run more tests on you." He sat on the side of my bed. "It would take you having a heart attack for you not to give a damn about what we'd say about all of this bullshit." I frowned. "What are you talking about?" "Bree and her friends happen to be pretty tight with Ash and the girls." His eyes rose in humor. "Chicks talk, man, and especially when they feel that one of their own is getting shit from a douchebag of a boyfriend." He paused. "Or was it fiancé? What the fuck are you, or were you two, anyway?" "I'm not talking about relationships with you," I said. "I knew I waited too long to get down to you. Now all the meds have worn off and you're an asshole again." "Seriously, Jacob," I said. "It's all a goddamn nightmare. I'm not taking more drugs. I want to get the fuck out of here, and I'm not talking about any of this." "The hell you're not, fucker," Colin said, entering the room. "Jake hit up the group text saying you were in for a heart attack?" "It's what it fucking felt like," I added, my brain foggy from the medication, not knowing how to shut the hell up. "It doesn't matter. I had a panic attack. Big damn deal. Dr. Sanchez was supposedly sending me home, but apparently he decided to let dipshit here know he helped me." Jake eyed his neurosurgeon best friend. "That's because I was paged that a friend of mine was coming in with heart attack readouts. Do you remember insisting only Dr. Mitchell cut you open?" Jake asked me. "I remember I was scared as fuck." I raised my eyebrows at the two men who were trying to remain stern with me. "Then I still didn't believe Sanchez knew what he was talking about when he said it was merely a panic attack and not a heart attack." "Next time, I'll ensure that medical science separates the two that can mirror each other," Jake said. "Perhaps a brain aneurysm is occurring as well because something caused this, and I know you're not under pressure at work." "I could peel his skull open and check for any damage." Colin smirked and patted my leg. "Listen, I just got paged. Scans aren't looking good for this trauma patient, so get some rest and get back in the game, buddy." "I don't want Brienne knowing about this," I told Jake. "Then you probably shouldn't have gotten on the hospital intercom and called for her and me while vocalizing your last will and testament for all to hear." He sighed, while I closed my eyes and pinched the bridge of my nose. "You're giving her Zeus? We all know that Colin got first dibs on your cat. That's straight up fucked." "Jake, is he okay?" I heard Jim say. "Panic attack," Jake said. I wasn't daring to open my eyes at this point. "He'll be fine." "Sign him out of here," Jim said. "Alex, your ass is coming home with me." That's when my eyes reopened. "I have a panic attack, and now I'm being treated like a helpless child?" I said. No thanks. I'm heading home and thankful I'm alive. I swung my legs over the side of my bed. How about that? People in business have panic attacks all the damn time. This is nothing new. I'm leaving. In what car? Jim asked. I'll hitchhike before I sit here and have to listen to anyone tell me where I'm going. I'm not talking shit out. I'm not doing therapy, and I swear to God that if Bree finds out I was here and not on some job site, I'll lose my shit. Too late. You've already lost your shit, Jim said, as he eyed my hospital gown. I'm not just talking about the hospital either. All of it. I thought you and Bree broke up, so why would I tell her you came to the hospital? Ah, I grinned. It looks like Ave doesn't like to talk as much as Ash does. What the fuck is going on? Jim flashed Jake and me his dickhead look. Jake pointed his thumb back toward me. Ash mentioned something about this one acting out of character since getting back from the funeral he didn't tell us about. It's just child psychology coming full circle, I looked at Jim. Nothing I can't deal with on my own. And while you're losing the only girl you've ever loved and checking yourself into a hospital? Your full circle idea sounds like a circle of bullshit to me. No kidding. When did we ever imagine Alex would come in here, begging me to cut him open and fix his ticker? Jake added. Yeah, that's enough to make me believe something else is up, Jim said. Now grab your shit. I'll take you home. He turned back to me as he and Jake went to leave the room. And you're going to come clean on whatever caused you to think you were having a coronary, Mr. O'Connor. I fucking knew you were Irish. As Jim and Jake talked in softer voices, leaving me to grab my stuff and get the hell out of this ER room, I pulled on my clothes and tried my best to figure out how I'd deal with Jim. This wasn't going to be an easy blow-off, but Jesus, I didn't even know what the truth of my past was. Start talking, Jim ordered when we reached my house, and he followed me in. I allowed you plenty of time to think in silence on the ride here, and now it's time to talk. What is going on with you? You know what's going on, I said, walking to my fridge and grabbing a bottle of water. I opened myself up to feeling all these emotions, and it all backfired on my ass. Now I'm a walking, talking, emotional horror show. Bullshit, Jim said, sitting in the chair next to the couch I slumped onto. I'm not buying it, Alex. Try again. What do you want to know? I looked over at him. That my dad got to me? That falling in fucking love opened me up to emotions that are responsible for me having a goddamn panic attack? Start at the top. Jim crossed an ankle over his knee. You're my best friend. We both have fucked up pasts that we never like to talk about. I know that fucker beat the hell out of you. I also know that it was fucked up that your grandfather didn't report that abusive asshole, too. I just have one stupid question. He knit his eyebrows together. Why was it all covered up? You know that answer. I tipped back the water to moisten my parched lips. The Grayson name was to remain untarnished. I was groomed in that manner, and I was also removed from the other fucking family so things would end there and Mom would be safe. I posed that mainly as a question to myself I'd never asked before. I'd never talked about any of this to anyone, even Jim. Your mom would be safe? Jim instantly caught on to what I'd said. What the fuck was going on that your grandfather would bury this? He had the money to pay off your father and get him completely out of all your lives if he needed to. Still, your mom just let him take you out of there and remained behind? I don't fucking know why anything went down the way it did, Jim. I seriously can't remember anything but that son of a bitch hating me and me being pulled out of the family to save the rest of them. I pinched the bridge of my nose and sighed. What prompted the panic attack? I'm your best friend, and you will talk. We're practically brothers, Alex, and you have to know I'm here for you in any way I can be. You cut Brienne off, and you won't talk to her, but I'll be damned if I let you take the easy way out and not talk out whatever it is you're dealing with. Something is up, And it's not just that your father hated you. Fine. Since coming back from that funeral, I've had dreams that scare the shit out of me, all right? I looked at him. I've had night terrors since I was a kid, but they've intensified since I started to loosen up emotionally with Brienne. Night terrors? Jim questioned. You heard me. When I got home from that goddamn funeral, something I was too stupid to insist Bree not attend, that's the first time I was able to recall the dreams that went along with them after I woke up. Who am I kidding? They're not just dreams. They're fucking terrorizing nightmares. They point to me murdering my twin brother. Jim stared at me in disbelief, which was the way I suspected he would, the way he probably should. I'd just admitted what I was always told as a child. I was a murderer. Night terrors, dreams, visions, or whatever you claim this to be, I don't buy what you just told me, Jim said firmly. Last I checked, Alex Grayson didn't pop up in the databases as a murderer, and I know for a fact Oxford wouldn't have admitted you if that shit were true. Let's back up just a fucking second, though. You had a twin brother who died? Jim's eyes were filled with shock and sadness after hearing about Albert for the first time. Yeah, and that fucker of a dad always told me I killed him. Now these dreams are so vivid, and they're making me think that he could be right. There's no fucking way you killed your brother. How old were you both when this happened? We were 6. The date on Albert's grave confirms that much, anyway. And do you remember him? I mean, do you remember anything about his death? I shook my head. No. I only remember being told I killed my brother and ruined my family. My dad tortured me any way he could, beat the hell out of me, choked me, burned me, and starved me, whatever he could get away with. But it wasn't until I caught him beating the shit out of Mom that I nearly killed the motherfucker myself. I sighed. That's when my grandfather took me away. If you murdered your brother, the law would know. Court and custody battles with the state would have ensued, Alex. There's no way in hell you can cover something like that up. Not even your wealthy grandfather with all the money he had. What if my grandfather paid everyone off? Judges or Congress members or senators? You know the influence he had. What if I killed Albert? You believe that shit? Jim questioned. There's more to this, and I know that without question. If your old man put something into your brain to make you believe that you murdered your brother, well, goddamn, that's the worst thing I think I've heard in my life. That's fucked up beyond all else. Why would Paul let me stay in that house with my sisters until I was a teenager? Or with his wife? I pulled my feet off the coffee table and rested my elbows on my knees. If this is true, this makes me the monster he's always said I am. Fuck that. Jim's voice was lethal. I'm serious. You're going to lose these irrational thoughts, get some goddamn counseling, and fix yourself. I'm not even falling for your line of bullshit, saying that this has all started because you were finally in a relationship where you opened yourself up. I don't believe that's the reason you're having a full-blown emotional breakdown. Regardless of your opinion, I was a shallow asshole before her. I'd been raised to believe that I was incapable of giving or receiving love. I believed that until I met Brienne. Once I allowed myself to open up, that's when the night terrors began coming on more frequently, and now they're unbearable. I can't live like this. If it means shutting it down and moving on without her, then I'll do that. I have to, or I'll go insane. That's the most selfish thing I've ever heard you say, Jim said. With Summer, at least you had a good reason to break things off. This reasoning you're giving me about Brienne sounds as if you're blaming her for finding something good in life. Finding something good? I said with disgust. Tell me how anything could be good when all I have is night terrors. I'm haunted for life because my twin brother is 6 feet underground and it's my fault? I don't deserve it. Knowing my fucking father and how much he hated me, I wouldn't be surprised if he put some blood magic curse on me to make sure this would happen if I ever found happiness. You need to speak to a professional, and I'm serious as fuck about that. I'm not sharing this with Elena or anyone. I can't. It could ruin a lot of lives if it were true. How the fuck did you murder your brother at 6 years old? Jim asked. Seriously, I want to know why my best friend's dark, cursed past is now coming to light and I'm learning Alex is a fucking murderer. $1,000,000 question. I stood up. I'll look into some form of therapy because I want answers myself. I want to know if what these night terrors are revealing is true and if I did it all intently. If it's true, the authorities need to know. They need to slow the fuck down. Jim rose to meet me. Let's get you some good therapy, and we'll deal with the rest as it comes. I'll have Bree and your new VP cover for you, and you go wherever the best therapy is for people in your condition. He exhaled and walked over to grip my shoulder and look me in the eyes. You've got to fix yourself before you can think about anything else. Bree will understand. He stopped when I went to speak, but halted me with his sympathetic grin. She doesn't need to know anything if that will keep you from self-sabotaging. I frowned. I wouldn't even know where to start. Part of me thinks I need to call up a witch or something. You and Brienne relate the Wizard of Oz to yourselves too fucking much, he smirked. She probably feels like Dorothy on some yellow brick road trying to find answers for you. Oh, God, I finally laughed. Let her know I'm out for the month. She'll know if I'm not in London, so that's exactly where I need to go to get the fucking treatment that might help. I'll call Elena and see if she can recommend someone who deals with adults who have issues like mine. It's called childhood trauma and abuse, Jim said. And yes, it haunts more people than just you. My bet is on the fact that your old man had a lot to do with this, and there was a reason your mother allowed her father to raise you. You might want to think about hypnosis therapy, or something to tap into your subconscious. I wish I could block it all again, be fucking happy, and move on. Well, it's obvious that you can't. I mean, you gave away your goddamn cat, for Christ's sake. We should have known something was fucking with you after Bree said you felt like you were developing allergies. He rolled his eyes. We were all stuck in a fucking world of our own, ignoring all the red flags that you needed some help. But isn't that how I prefer things to be? Even now, Jimmy, I pleaded. I don't want anyone knowing this shit. Just hearing Bree question whether or not I murdered my brother after my brainwashed sister told her? Jim eyed me. Hold up. Jane told her this? Jennifer, I said. Sorry, she's one I never told you about. She's the youngest. She was hardly a year old when it happened. She grew up hearing my father call me a monster, seeing him locking me in closets, or beating the shit out of me whenever the wind blew the wrong way. After I moved, Jen was given a little more insight into her murderous brother. This sounds like a fucking horror film, Jim said. All right, get this shit out of your mind. Get your ass to London. Find a reason to be there since Bree's best friend is your London VP, and we'll mention you're in town. He stopped and sighed. Do you really think it's wise to lie to her? Why not just come fucking clean, and if she bails, she bails? Because I don't want rumors flying. I shut it down as best I could after Jen decided to make me out to be a murderer to her, and she's not brought up that trip since. Let's not get her involved on this topic again. If it turns out that I did this, then we deal with those issues properly, and I'm quite confident your therapist, or whoever you seek help from, will guide you in the right direction. Though, Jim's eyebrow arched at me, I would probably warn Paul he might have cops on his doorstep soon. And fuck the Grayson name, too. Your grandfather is gone, and it's only you who is left. If the name goes to hell, so be it. I'm here for you, and I think you're going to find a different truth. Now pack your shit, and I'll handle things on my end.
Chapter 37. Bree. After a long-ass month of allowing Alex to pull back and pretty much determine I was out of the picture, I'd had enough of this dysfunctional relationship. If his response to what happened at that asinine funeral was to push away the one person who he claimed to love, well, I had a problem with that. I wasn't raised to be treated like shit or brushed off by anyone, especially a man who believed it was okay to string me along with excuses. Now, here I was with his cat, which I gladly adopted because Alex seemed like he was in a pretty dark place, and no animal deserved to be around someone who was spun out and behaving like the biggest dick I'd ever met. Even at the office, Alex Grayson was a bona fide shithead in a suit all over again, and I dealt with the fallout of him going off on everyone who made even the slightest error. It was all bullshit. Throughout the month of him blowing me off, I only saw him in passing at work. The honeymoon was officially over, and so were we, I guess. He never smiled. He never showed any emotion at all unless it was some menacing way of making people look incompetent, and I seemed to be constantly disgusted by his newfound persona. Now, I'd learned this morning that the prick was heading to London. The whispers that continually buzzed in our firm these days were always about Alex. This time, everyone's general feeling was overwhelming relief that he was leaving for an entire month. "Can we talk?" I asked, opening the door to the angry miser's office. "Talk," Alex returned flatly, his eyes dark and studying me as if I were about to go down as his next victim. A shiver ran up my spine, and instead of being attracted to this look like I used to be, it reminded me of him being called a murderer by his family. That, of course, was something he refused to speak about with me. A minor issue, he called it. His last words to me on the topic were these: "I'm sure you'll judge me either way." I had no idea what to think about it anymore, but as I stood in this office, I couldn't help but wonder what was in this mystery man's past. "I hear you'll be giving us all a break from your shitty mood and spending some time with my former VP in London?"
"Theo is still our vice president, Brienne."
Alex rolled his eyes, then looked back at his computer monitors.
"Anything else?"
"I'd like to go," I simply stated. "I'm uncertain about him being my vice president at all, since I'm not on my way as co-owner to see whatever it is you need to see in person at our London offices." Alex's expression tightened.
"I'll send him your regards."
He looked at me.
"You're needed here to finalize St. John's. I'm not sure why you'd be willing to walk away from a project that you're heading up."
"Are you questioning my way of running the business?"
Take a slow breath and allow this gentle interlude to steady your heart before the story continues.
"I shouldn't have to be, but I guess I am. Why would you go to London to deal with something I already have under my control? I believe the St. John's project finalization would be more important. The 3 other projects you're spearheading should be too. It sounds like this is an excuse for a reunion with a friend."
"Sounds like you're a complete asshole, and I have no idea what makes you feel like you can talk to me like this." I was fuming. But this had just broken the record for the most extended conversation he and I had since getting home from his mother's funeral.
"I'm not trying to be an asshole. I just need to handle this trip on my own."
His expression seemed tortured.
"Fuck. I warned you I could hurt you. And I see that shit written all over your face. I've seen it since we got back. And I can't do this anymore. I need a break."
"A break from seeing that you've been fucking with my mind since your mother's funeral? You have given me your cat for some reason. A consolation prize, maybe? I don't know. What I do know is that you seem to be blowing everyone off these days. I'm so fucking confused by everything that you have me right where you want me."
And where's that?
He hardened up again. Not giving a damn about us, or wanting to question why you flipped some switch and turned into the evil bastard you... I stopped when I watched his expression turn ominous. I'm sorry, I said, flustered. So, we're done then?
With this conversation? Yes.
No, with us, Alex. I snapped, feeling tears trying to bubble up and forcing them away. We're done. You know, the two people who were talking about marriage after a month of dating? He exhaled.
I think it's better for you if you moved on, yes.
He rose and turned his back to me, staring out of his office windows.
I think it's obvious I didn't know what the fuck I was doing when I spouted off words of love, relationships, and fucking marriage proposals. Jesus Christ, unless you were desperate, most women would call me out on that and would have smartly ditched my ass a long time ago.
I felt my blood burning in my veins with each thundering beat of my heart. This man was colder than I'd ever seen in a human being, and it all happened after that godforsaken funeral. You may say all of that shit, but I felt love from you. I called him out for the truth of what I knew between Alex and me. It was fast, completely crazy, and fun, but you proved you loved me.
How so?
Alex scoffed. He asked the question as if he didn't believe me, but he was curious. This was the most bizarre conversation in the world, aside from the conversations I'd had with myself about whether or not I fell in love with a murderer. Alex, a murderer? I highly doubted that. I knew there was more to his story, and I wasn't foolish enough to fall for the lines that came out of two disgruntled drunken family members at a funeral. There was no way in hell I would fall for that. I knew you truly loved me the night I saw the difficulty in your eyes when you had to tell me about my dad. That night, when I felt so alone, you held me. I don't know how to explain it, but something deepened between us. I felt it, and I know you felt it.
I'm glad I could be there for you during a hard time. But it's over, Bree. Accept it and move on. I'm going to London. I need to address issues there, and if you want to meet up with Theo again, do it when I'm not there.
What the fuck happened, Alex? Jesus Christ, please fucking tell me. You mentally checked out after that funeral.
God damn it, I'm not reliving that day, and especially with you,
he said.
Move the fuck on. How hard is that to understand? I'm not the man you want or need.
He turned back to me.
They refer to relationships like this, where people like you try to fix a man like me, as toxic.
No shit, I mocked him. But I was never trying to fix you. I rose, pissed and heartbroken. I was trying to be there for you.
I don't need anyone in this hellish world of mine to be there for me,
he said.
I'm sorry I pulled you in like this. I'm sorry I wasn't smart enough to end it before it began. But maybe that's the bastard in me I tried to warn you about. I selfishly let us run on for almost a year in a pointless relationship.
You're not him, you know? If that's what this is about, childhood memories of a hateful father and a mother who sent you away, you're not that man's creation. I saw the good in you, and you have a huge heart. It's what I fell for when you used your crazy ways to try and help fix my financial burdens.
Speaking of which, Alex said, I made a promise to your father, and I believe I kept my end of that deal. Your finances are fixed, and the business is growing nicely with you, running our creative departments.
You failed to mention that I would remain happy, I said in anger.
I don't believe he requested that Jim and I keep you happy.
All right, I practically shouted. I get it. It's over. You're right. A month apart could do both of us some good. Hopefully, the morale in this place can be restored as well since you've turned into a miserable dick.
Just don't let the place go to hell while I'm gone.
I looked at him in disbelief, and then, suddenly, through this mask of anger he hid behind, I saw his eyes showing an intense amount of fear and sadness. His stern expression faded that second, and I saw how worn and exhausted Alex looked. I had to leave. I couldn't stand here and look at a man who was fighting battles outside of what we had in a relationship and on his own. I couldn't help him. He wouldn't let me, and I would only become exhausted by trying.
Bree,
he said with an exhale. It was the first time he'd said Bree in far too long. What? I turned back, my hand already on the door, ready to leave.
I'm sorry it came to this. I don't know any other way of preventing.
He paused and ran his hands over his face. He dropped his hands and slid them into his pockets.
You made me feel love again,
he said, cocking his head to the side.
And made me believe that the emotion was not just a word, but an essence, and the core to being happy. I only wish I could have cared for you as I wanted. Fuck, I don't even know what I'm saying, but I did feel love with you. And I'm sorry that I couldn't hold up on my end in this relationship.
I have no idea what went wrong with you, I said softly. Obviously, something cracked, and it was after you had to face your family. That's when you changed, and we've hardly talked or have seen each other since. You're right. Being in a relationship with you in this state is not healthy for either of us. If you're struggling with something deeper that you don't trust telling me, then maybe it's time you lose the pride instead of me. I recalled when Alex busted his ass to involve himself in my financial problems, and he called me out for being too prideful. He was right. I was prideful, and I'd learned a harsh lesson from that.
The tables have turned in such a bizarre way.
He half smiled.
I miss you.
Talk to Elena, Alex, I offered, knowing his best friend's wife was a psychiatrist. I'm sure she could direct you somewhere to get some help. I guess you have to want the help, though, and I don't know how you feel anymore. You've not given me much after hearing what your family had to say.
Do you believe them? Or did you?
Would it matter at this point?
I think it would.
Well, I would have believed you if you answered me in the first place. Now I'm only left to wonder while looking at a man I don't recognize anymore.
Right.
He nodded.
I'll be gone for a month,
he reminded me.
Try not to let the Titanic sink while I'm gone, eh?
Titanic jokes again? I had no idea how he could attempt to be cute at this point. I'd opened the door for him to defend himself against his drunken family's accusations, and nothing. Maybe he was what they called him. If he wasn't, why wouldn't he put up a fight? Instead, he made it seem like it would be easier to push away and go on living separate lives. This would be so much easier if I didn't love the man. It took me remaining friends with the wives of Alex's best friends to learn that he'd talked to Elena, and he was headed off to London. He wasn't going to check on that office, though. He was going to get help. No one knew what was truly up with him, but Jim. From what Jim had said, Alex had some severe childhood trauma, and he was getting help for it. None of us wanted to gossip about him, but no one knew what was going on either. I'd finally accepted that Alex and I were over, and that if he could at least get some therapy for whatever happened in that household, maybe he'd find peace. Elena said Alex was pretty vague with her, saying that he didn't know the truth of why his father hated him, nor why his grandfather took him in. He was overflowing with horrible emotions, and I was hoping that in the 2 weeks he'd been gone out of the month he was scheduled to be away, he would get help and maybe find peace. I didn't know what to think anymore. I was just happy that it was girls' night at my place, and the only male in the room, Zeus, the cat, wasn't concerned about anything but napping on the foot of my bed. Knock, knock, knock. Who knocks these days? Nat asked with a laugh. Seriously, we're at your place, Bree. It's most likely Jake or Colin, Cass said while she swiped polish over her toenail. I swear, I don't know how you girls deal with your husband's pranks. I left the girls with their margaritas and bounded up the steps to answer my door. I also figured that Ash and Elena's husbands most likely came over to give us grief because they rarely missed an opportunity to do so. And to my utter shock, when I swung open my front door, I saw my Aunt Blair. I had to take a step back, wondering if Max were standing behind her, showing up to laugh in my face about my newly failed relationship. Blair? I questioned, as the laughter of the girls died down behind me. "You used to call me Aunt," she said with an arch of her perfectly shaped eyebrow. "I still haven't figured out why you stopped. Family members are referred to by family names. Family members don't take the side of the man who cheated on you. So if you ask me, you lost the familial title all on your own." "May I come in?" she responded. "Why are you here?" I questioned her. "Max has already laughed in my face after he found out I split with Alex. Let me guess. You're here to do the same?" "Why would I do something so childish?" She eyed me. "Because Alex made sure that you or that dick didn't get this place from me." "Brienne," she said more sternly, "I understand that we have some rocky ground in our past since you embarrassed yourself on your wedding day, but that's in the past. I need to tell you that Alex is the main reason that I'm here. I just returned from my former friend's grave, Alex's mother's. I found out that Sarah passed, and I've been worried about Alex since I ran into that son of a bitch, Paul O'Connor. I listened to what he had to say about you and Alex being at her funeral." "What?" I said in a tone of disbelief. "If you're here, wait, you were friends with his mother?" My brain was scrambling to make heads or tails of why this woman was here in the first place. And now, I think she just said she was friends with Alex's mother. Why the fuck would she be worried about him? Did she want his money? Who knew? But I had a psychiatrist sitting in my living room, and if my aunt were here for anything other than what she said, Elena would see right through her. "Come in," I said, shaking my head and not sure if I wanted to hear this woman speak about Alex without him present to defend himself. "I'd rather we speak in private," she said, as more of an order than a request. "Whatever you have to say about Alex, you can say here. You're surrounded by people who love him. If you're here to talk shit behind his back, then you might as well leave now." She looked at me. "Has Alex said anything about his life as a child to you? About Albert?" "No," I said, wanting her to talk to see if anything would add up. "All I know is that his father and sister told me to stay away from him." She sighed. "Paul O'Connor is a dangerous and extremely vile human being," she stated. "I hated him from the second my beautiful friend started to date him, and then married him because he got her pregnant." She had the same sadness on her face that I remembered her having at my father's funeral. "I thought that drunken abuser would kill her. I begged her not to marry simply because he got her pregnant." "Jesus Christ," Avery said. "You're serious?" My heart was racing in my chest. "If you knew Alex's mom, did my mother know her too?" "Your mother married your father when I was in college, and that's where I met Sarah. Sarah and I were close, and that's when she got pregnant. She dropped out soon after, and then she got married to Paul. I was always worried about her well-being, and I was extremely grateful that she worked so hard to stay in contact with me. I didn't trust Paul at all. He was a violent, raging drunk even then, and I watched my best friend marry him because she thought it was the right thing to do. I need to make sure your Alex is okay," she insisted, looking around the room. "He's not mine anymore," I said. "We ended things." "A shame. I knew that bastard would ruin the boy's happiness somehow. And after everything that Sarah's father did to protect Alex, too. He seemed to be doing rather well when I saw him here. He's very handsome. He gets his genetics from his mother. She was such a rare beauty, and she fell for that scumbag's charms. All he wanted was her family money, you know? Sort of like you with every man you've ever met, I thought. Alex is grieving his mother's death, I said, not knowing if I should mention his father and sister's bullshit and what made him snap at the funeral. Does young Alex remember his past in that home and why his grandfather and mother insisted on him leaving? Young Alex is a grown-ass man now who's determined not to speak a word of his past, I said. That makes sense. She nodded. Mr. Grayson and Sarah knew he was going to end up damaged, and as horrible of a man as his father was if they didn't rescue him from that home. What happened, Aunt Blair? His drunken father came back from a fishing trip. She closed her eyes and held her chest. Alex was alive, and a search and rescue team was scouring the lake for his twin brother's body." "What?" I said, and I could have sworn the other women in the room said the same thing at the same time. "Paul blamed Alex for the death of Albert, but we knew Alex did not kill his brother," she said. "We kept tight-lipped about it, and it was filed away as a drowning accident. But as time went on and Alex grew older, I would meet Sarah for clandestine lunches and beg her to leave that man. I pleaded with her to take her kids away before he ruined all of them. It seemed as though Paul only had it out for Alex, you know?" she said, as if I could answer any of this with the current shock I was in at the moment. "Paul blamed that boy for everything. But there was no way that happy child would kill his twin. Those boys adored each other." She remained serious, and then she smiled, her eyes looking at the carpet while I trembled, listening to what she was saying. "Before Albert drowned, Sarah and I would meet. My God, did Paul ever hate that she had friends. He was insanely jealous, but the man was drunk morning, noon, and night. She was pregnant the last time we met. I saw her oldest daughter and the twins. She would have to sneak out the children, of course. Alex and Albert were feisty, and I found it so adorable how Alex would grab Albert and kiss him, giggling when Albert became annoyed. So happy," she said, as a tear slipped from her eye. She sniffed and looked at me. "When I saw him with you, the way he came so protectively and lovingly to your side validated that Mr. Grayson did the right thing. He got that boy the help he needed, and Alex never turned into Paul O'Connor's victim. Your father would have certainly approved." "I honestly don't know what to do with any of this information," I said, looking back at the stoic expressions on my friends' faces. "Alex should probably find out about this from you. Maybe it's something he'll need to hear when he gets home." I looked at Elena, who was studying my aunt. "You're sure that Alex was blamed for his brother's death?" Elena asked, most likely because I was looking at only her for help. "I know Sarah didn't believe it, but Sarah was stuck in that abuse and so contaminated by Paul that I don't think she could leave him. All she could do was remove Alexander before any more damage could be done. He was a troubled child for many years, and even I didn't believe Mr. Grayson had enough money to save him from his ways, especially after hearing from Sarah that Alex nearly killed his father after he caught him beating her." "Alex was raised to believe that he murdered his twin brother," Elena repeated. "He mentioned something about terrifying dreams." She looked at me with apologetic eyes. "And he believed he didn't deserve the happiness he felt with Brienne. He couldn't accept that he was anything more than the monster his father always said he was." "I'm sorry, young lady, but who are you?" "It doesn't matter," Elena said, looking at me. "This is a classic case of childhood trauma and thoughts being stirred because of association. Was it in the presence of his father that Alex mentally shut down on you?" "It was after the funeral. I mean, before that and after he saw his sister, he was distant. Jake said Alex came into the ER thinking he was having a heart attack," Ash added. "He had that panic attack soon after they got back from the funeral that he didn't tell anyone about." "Why all the secrets?" I asked. "It was most likely because of the threats Paul made," Aunt Blair answered. "Mr. Grayson was a tough man, but if he feared for his daughter's life, he would silence all of it. All while Alex repressed the truth of the traumatic situation," Elena said, standing up. "Holy shit. I need to call him. He needs to do another type of therapy, or he'll never uncover what his cognitive brain buried when his brother passed away." Elena began to pace. "It would make sense," she spoke as we watched her tick her fingernail to her lips. "Alex was made to believe by an abuser that he was a monster. He ruined the family, and it was all his fault. In our brains," she looked at us, "there's a defense mechanism that will bury a traumatic situation that is too hard for us to process. It's why Alex is struggling to remember any of it. His terrors seem to be memories to him, but they're based on what his father has told him about what happened with his brother. I don't believe for a second Alex had anything to do with it." She looked at me and sighed. "He said feeling love started all of this. It would have had to be a love that he felt was associated with Albert. The one taken from him tragically. Unconditional love. Those sorts of things combined can suddenly start jarring buried emotions. Alex said he buried all this in the past. Jim didn't even know his birth surname before. He never brought any of it up, most likely because he may have believed he was a monster, but was somehow redeemed. Who knows? He said he'd moved on from it all. He always said he never wanted to hurt me, I said. I don't think this was what he was talking about, though. This was like solving some murder mystery, cold case that just became hot right here in my living room. That poor young man, my aunt added. I can't imagine what was said to have him disturbed. I'm sorry for him. He's getting help, I told her. If only his mother were more reassuring back then. She was terrified of Paul. Aunt Blair defended Sarah. Makes sense as to why his oldest sister hated Sarah and Paul, I said, trying to dig more out of my aunt. What kind of mother abandons her son? One who wants to protect him, my aunt snapped at me. You have no idea about that family's tragic history, and Alex was brainwashed to keep his mouth shut. All to keep Sarah safe, the girls safe, and Alex safe. Do you think Paul killed Alex's twin and blamed him for it? I wouldn't put it past that sick, evil man, she said. I hope I didn't make all of it worse. I just wanted to see him, hug him, and tell him she always loved him whether he believed that or not. Let's hope he comes through all of this then, I said, feeling my heart racing. Let's hope he gets the right care. My heart is broken for him. We'll get him through this, Elena smiled at me. This was an excellent bit of information. I've heard of things happening to trigger a traumatic past, and it seems in Alex's case, he recalls what his dad led him to believe. He doesn't remember what really happened. He started to feel love again, he said, and that was when? He said the night terrors started coming more frequently the week before he met his sister, and after we started getting a little more serious. It got worse, I think, after we got more connected in San Diego. That's it. Damn it, Alex, Elena said, her eyes deep in thought, as if she were putting together a puzzle. He has to undergo regression therapy. He needs hypnosis, and I need to speak with some doctors in London, or he's doing this with our staff at St. John's. He does not remember the truth. I know that much. I agree. London wakes up soon, so can you call him? I mean, how would you tell him? She looked at my aunt. Secrets are out, and the only way we heal my friend is by telling him everything that happened when you came over tonight. I need him to want to get this hypnotherapy. I need him to remember, and then the doctor treating him will help him cope. He does need to remember what his young mind went through when they were with their father. Don't you think that will go a bit nuclear? I questioned Elena. I mean, seriously, can't he seek therapy and acceptance and moving forward? No, Elena said. These are deeply buried emotions. He'll never find peace or happiness unless he knows what happened beyond what his wretched father led him to believe. His reality is based on a lie, rooted in him being worthless and unworthy of love. My lips were suddenly dry. I had to trust Elena. I was scared to death for Alex because this was heavy shit. Though, knowing what she dealt with daily with brain injuries and traumas, we had to know that if Elena made this call, it was the right one. It would help the torn and terrorized Alex Grayson find the truth he needed to end his misery once and for all. Let's get him the help he needs, I said. I'm heading home. Call and the guys are at our place tonight, and the men need to know about this. Jim needs to confirm some stuff, too. I looked at my aunt. I have to thank you for telling us this. I know we look like a bunch of girls just drinking margaritas and being irresponsible, but you came on a night when we tend to separate the guys from the girls, and the husbands get to babysit. She unexpectedly smiled. It's always a fun night when it's just the ladies. She looked around the room. I hope you can help him. I only wish that Jane and Jenny had the same support, but the torture that Alex endured was unbearable in comparison. She walked over and hugged me. You know what? She stepped back and smiled at me for the first time in forever. I think it was pretty nasty, but you were so much like your mother to play that video at your wedding. I was just mortified for your guests and their opinions of you after you played that. I didn't give two fucks about what they thought of me. I half smiled. And your mother would have felt the same way. She chuckled and reached for my face. If Alex wants more information, and you think he'll want to speak to me when all of this is hopefully over, and he is well, please let him know I will tell him everything I know. He can also rest assured that you ladies are the only ones I've spoken these truths to. I did it out of concern for Sarah's son, and I knew my niece was in a relationship with him. There is no malice, and no one else will know about this. I trust you ladies will respect your friend and keep this to yourselves as well. I'm relieved to hear you say that instead of me having to beg you to stay quiet out of respect for Alex having already gone through enough shit. I spoke. I love you, sweet niece. She grabbed my hand and squeezed it. I hope you'll forgive my absence after all this time. I'm just glad it was Alex who somehow made it possible for us to have a conversation again. Me too, dear. The room filtered out, leaving me with Cass, Sammy, and Nat. I hugged Ash, Avery, and Elena goodbye. And now, all we could hope was that Elena could work this out, because I had a feeling it would be Alex's best friends who would convince him to go along with this. The worst part now was waiting and hoping that, with any luck, he'd come back to me.
Chapter 38. Alex. Of all the crazy shit I'd done in my life, this was going to top them all. Out of sheer frustration, exhaustion, and wanting to feel fucking normal again, I decided to take Elena's advice and try a specialized form of therapy. Regression therapy. I had no idea what to think, and no reason to believe it would help me, but I was at a loss for how to help myself at this point. I'd gone through therapy after my grandfather moved me in with him, but this was different. This was hypnosis and regressing into my past, something that would have ordinarily scared the shit out of me. The truth was that I didn't think whatever this was would work for me. This type of shit was for damaged people who were in desperate need of resolution, people who were willing to believe anything just to make themselves feel better. I couldn't have been any farther from that. If this hypnotist could crack open my walnut and uncover whatever childhood traumas were hidden there, more power to her. I was skeptical as fuck, but I was willing to try. "I need you to let it all go," the woman's soothing voice advised me. "You're not relaxing enough." Sorry, lady. After 7 weeks of nightmares, no sleep, and knowing that Bree's aunt filled her in on enough dirty details to make Elena beg me to do this, good luck getting me to relax, I thought, since that's all I did these days. Fucking think to myself, and rarely speak a word to anyone. Fuck. Relax, Alex. I didn't know how long it took, or what the fuck this woman's monotonous voice did to me, but suddenly, I was a robot and hearing myself answer this woman without trying to think. It was strange how I was aware of my surroundings, and even stranger when I heard myself admit that I was in love with Brienne Stone. "Tell me what made you love a woman who you say you shouldn't have loved," the woman asked. She amused me and intrigued me. She made me feel lighter somehow. I love her smile, the way she tried to hide things from me. I laughed out loud, seeing Brienne in that apartment again, knowing she was broke and still taken by her in ways not even this therapist could pull out of me. I was there to help her, and I wanted to. By that point, I wanted to take care of her. I wanted to love her, but I was afraid of that. "You say you were afraid. Why would you be afraid of loving her?" "I would hurt her. I didn't know how to love anything. I wanted to help her and never hurt her." Suddenly, I saw the younger version of my father flash in my mind's eye. "You are a piece of shit. You know that, boy? I hope you know you're an evil little spawn. You think you love your baby sister? Answer me, fucker!" My stomach tightened, and I almost threw up when I felt him land a punch to my gut. I suddenly thought about my sister. I saw her now. She was just a baby. I saw her button nose and Mom crying as she held her, but baby Jen slept while my dad ran around with a beer can in his hand, hollering about how much he hated me. I couldn't love my newborn sister, I said, confused and stuck in this weird memory, 1 foot in the memory and 1 foot out to where I could hear this therapy lady talking. "Do you feel like you can't love her? Are you angry your newborn sister is in your life?" "I love her," I answered without a second thought. "My dad says I can't. My dad hates for me to be around her." "Do you know why?" the lady questioned. "I need you to relax more, Alex. I need you to go back. You do love your sister. Your dad hates that you're around her. Your mind knows this answer. Search." Fucking searching, I thought in frustration. Nauseated, I was seeing the scene replay in my mind. Poor Jen. She never had a chance to know I loved her, and that bastard made sure of it. Oh my fucking God. Albert. I saw my brother. I felt lighter and so unbelievably happy, running with him while we held our kites and they chased us. His hair was darker than mine, but his green eyes, his nose, and everything else was a mirror image. Albert and I were identical in everything. We laughed the same, and we both fell at the same time when we ran too fast for our kites to stay in the air. Albert was crying, but I wasn't. I wasn't hurt, but I felt so bad that Albert was. I got to my feet fast. I didn't care about my kite crashing. I cared about Albert holding his knee. It was bleeding, and his elbow was bruised the same way. He'd tripped into a fallen tree, and I had to help my brother. "Albert, it's okay," I said out loud what I'd said in my memory. "I love you." I thought the words would help him stop hurting. I held him and kissed the top of my brother's head, praying my dad wouldn't find out my brother was hurt, or he would hurt us both worse. We drove him wildly mad, 2 wild boys who were too rambunctious. "Don't tell Dad," Albert told me. "He'll hit us both. We broke our kites." I spoke our dialogue aloud for some reason, and I didn't know if it was because of the hypnosis or not, but I couldn't stop myself. "I hate him, Alex. He hurts all of us." I rubbed his head and smiled at my scared twin brother. "I'll protect you from him," I said, and Albert smiled. This felt as real to me now as the moment it happened, like it was happening all over again. I'd forgotten about this. "Albert, don't be afraid. I'll protect all of us from him. I'm tough, you know." "What did Albert say when you said you would protect all of your family from him?" The therapist's voice was more distant the deeper I became entrenched in this memory. "Albert hugged me," I answered her. "He trusted me, I think." My thoughts changed when the therapist spouted off some verbal command that my mind seemed to be controlled by. "Where are you now?" she asked. "I'm camping. Albert and I are in an old rowboat, and Albert is afraid. I don't know why he's scared, but my dad is with us," I answered her. The memory jarred me so hard that I felt as ill as I was when I felt my father punch me in the stomach in the other memory. "Albert," my dad said, "you're gonna learn how to swim." The words were slurred, and Albert was terrified when he looked at me. "We're not fishing unless you jump out of this boat and learn how to swim." I stood between my dad and Albert, defending my brother from Paul's drunken threats. He took his hand and shoved me so hard that I staggered back, tripping over the bench seat and into my brother. My dad stumbled and fell against the beer cooler, passing out immediately. I thought he was dead. In fear, I panicked and jumped up. I didn't know what to do. I turned back to tell Albert we would have to try and get the boat to shore, but Albert was in the water, splashing and screaming. My dad had shoved me so hard that it knocked Albert overboard. It had all happened almost simultaneously. I reached for Albert, but I was too late. Albert was screaming, water was splashing, and all I saw were his frightened eyes. And then he disappeared deep into the water. "Albert! Albert! Dad!" I turned to the passed-out man. "Wake up! Albert fell in the water!" I slapped my dad hard on the face to get his attention. Why wasn't he waking up? How could he have lost consciousness so fast? Why couldn't he hear Albert's screams? "Where are you, Alex? I need you to talk to me." The lady's voice came into my panicked thoughts. "I have to save Albert. I think I accidentally bumped into him and he fell out of the boat. I can't save him. I can't find him in the water. I'm in the water now. I was never afraid to swim. I knew how, but Albert didn't. My dad hated that Albert was weak. I tipped the boat back and forth and finally thought to start splashing water on my dad after I was too tired to swim and couldn't get into the boat to wake him up. I don't know how long Albert was in the water." What happened next? My dad finally wakes up and he pulls me into the boat. I'd been holding onto the side the whole time. He shouted and asked where Albert was. I tell him everything, and he says he has to call the cops. They will find Albert. I'm relieved when he says that they'll find Albert because that means he'll be okay. Did they find Albert? Dad says that when we get home, I'm not to tell anyone that he fell asleep. Albert won't be coming home because I killed him and pushed him out of the boat. Did that make sense to you? It still doesn't. Why did they believe it? What else did your dad tell you? What did your mom say? My mom cried uncontrollably. She cried so hard I thought she stopped breathing, but then she told me she loved me. My dad dragged me out of her arms then and told her she could never touch or hug me again. I'd killed her son, and there was nothing he could do to stop her wild boys from eventually killing each other. The cops would come to the house, and even though I'd killed Albert, we had to say that Albert fell off the dock when Dad and I were fishing, that he drowned by accident. Did the cops talk to you? Yes. I told them it was an accident. I said everything my dad told me to tell them, because I knew he would kill me if I didn't. And did the officer get mad at you? The cop hugged me and said he was sorry, but to be strong for my family, I answered her. The cop was sad and hugged me again. After he left, my dad pulled us into the room and told my sister Jane and my mom that I'd killed my brother because I was a monster. He said the only reason he wouldn't let the cops take me was that he knew that would make Mom sad to lose both of her sons. What did your mother say? She just cried. For days and days she cried. It felt like forever. Did they find Albert? They did. I went to see him in a white casket. He was asleep, and he didn't have to worry about Dad waking him to hurt him because people were in the room. Dad wouldn't smack his face to wake him up because he didn't do that when people were around. Did you know Albert was dead? I didn't want him in the ground, I answered. I begged my mom to keep him safe in the casket. We could take him home in the box, and I could still be with him. He might look like he was sleeping, but I could see him whenever I wanted. I just wanted to take him home with me. I couldn't live without him. My mind shifted and snapped out of this lucid memory. I was thrust into the present, lying on this couch, drenched in sweat, panting as if I'd run a mile. Fuck! Oh my God! That drunk motherfucker did it! I sat up, pulling myself out of the trance, and rubbed my face as if I'd just woken up from another night terror. He blamed me so he wouldn't go to fucking jail? Alex, I need you to try and calm down some, the lady said. Please, you've broken out of your hypnosis, and I need to pull you from it safely.
While we go back under, we're going to help you cope with Albert's death and deal with your emotions about your father. I hope to hell this works, because if it doesn't, I might lose my mind. That's why we must have you come out in a healthy way, and we'll remove any emotional feelings you may have about your father. He made me believe all these years that I killed Albert, but I saw it, and I remember it all so damn vividly that I know that wasn't true. What kind of evil bastard does that to a son who loved his brother like I loved mine? We need to get you to cope with Albert, accept his death, and we'll continue to work from there, she said. Lay back and let us work on these issues, or your psyche can be further damaged after these memories have surfaced. I focused on her words, let them relax my mind, and now we were on the path of moving forward past all of this, most of all, carrying no more emotions from my father. That man would mean nothing to me when all of this was over, but I would know the truth, and I would find peace. My father wouldn't even rot in jail for this. It was all brought about by hypnotherapy, and whatever I would say about that fucker wouldn't be admissible in a court of law, but the longer my hypnosis session went, the less I cared. The love I felt for Albert was overwhelming. I hadn't felt that type of love since I'd lost my brother, but I felt that with Brienne. I felt it so sincerely that it was bizarre to accept at times. I could never lose her like I lost Albert. That wouldn't be fair to me. I deserved to have her and to have that unconditional love. I knew Albert was at peace, and I needed Bree in my arms. I wanted the love I felt with her, and I craved it. I craved her and missed her so damn much that it was almost like a knife stabbing me in my heart. I couldn't go another second without calling for the plane and getting her back in my life. Thank God Jim was here, having flown out after Elena spoke to all of us about what Brienne's aunt found. If I couldn't have Bree right now, I would take the next best thing. A best friend. A brother who was there for me no matter what happened with all of this therapeutic shit. I had one more session, and then I would get back to the States and find a way to make everything right with Bree. Today was breakthrough day, and I felt like a burden was lifted. The hellhounds were gone, and my tortured life was in the past where it all belonged and would remain. Sadly, my mother never got this chance. She was too afraid to leave with Jen. She thought they would be safe, and she begged my grandfather to make sure I grew up right and became the man she always knew I could be. How fucked up was it that an abuser could hold people hostage, just like that miserable prick did to everyone in my family? I broke the chains on that bastard's mental control and manipulations, and I was ready to finish it and get my mind healthy again. I'd been back in the States for close to 2 days now, and I had to slow my roll on getting Bree back. I wanted to do this right, because I knew it was total bullshit on my end, fighting demons of the past or not, with how I left her hanging. Strange that the final piece to the Heal Alex therapy puzzle was for me to find love with the woman who my mind, body, and soul craved. Brienne and I had started peculiarly. Who knew I had already fallen for her the night we first met, when she begged me to be her fake fiancé? As time rolled forward, I found myself captivated with her as she tried her hardest to fix that sphere job. I was taken by her. She had such a creative personality, and she was a woman who powered through situations, not giving a damn what people thought of her. Then the physical aspects of her quickly charmed my hungry eyes. But I'd been down the road before of being fortunate enough to have my way effortlessly with beautiful women. So I steadied my course on falling for Brienne Stone, believing at the time it was all shallow, though my heart knew more than my mind could have comprehended, and that's why I allowed her in. Although we didn't have time to allow for a relationship to fully mature, we found a way to accept our deeper feelings and hang on to us. If it weren't for my internal battles, constantly trying to reassure myself it was normal to feel something like this for a woman, even though it was the first time I'd felt more between myself and someone else, I could have seen us on a much better path.
That's what I planned on now, starting over and taking the only woman I'd ever loved the right way, finding the proper way to get her back. Thank God Elena had told me that Bree felt nothing but sorrow for my situation after her aunt downloaded my past onto her. There was still hope that I could get her back, and this time she would be loved without reservation on my end. Buzz, buzz, buzz. My phone was blowing up in my pocket while we hung at Jim's house for the night. Tonight, I mostly talked about my plans for getting Bree back, and I was thankful my friends could pull off a quick weekend trip with me. All I needed now was to pray Bree's friends would work with me in joining all of us as well. Buzz, buzz, buzz. Are you going to answer that, or are you some sick fuck who gets off with his vibrating phone while having a beer with his friends? Cameron asked, hanging back with me while the guys were in the pool, having a night game of water polo against the girls. The older kids slept in the theater room, which was transformed to make sleepovers much more enticing. The babies, of course, were sound asleep upstairs in the playroom that Jim and Avery had Brienne design, which looked like some Chuck E. Cheese version of a nursery. I finally pulled my phone out of my pocket to see who had been blowing me up at 10 in the evening. "What the fuck does my sister Jenny want?" I asked, looking over at Brant, as if he had the answer to that dumbass question. "Who knows? Maybe she found out the truth that her brother's more of a lover than a hater?" Cameron rose. "I'm out of here." He looked at the pool. "Some of us doctors work for a fucking living." He took a ball that he'd brought out of the pool after he smoked everyone in the last game of water polo when it was just the guys, and then he threw it directly at Colin's head. Colin's reflexes were as stealthy as Brant's, and he managed to snatch the ball. "Hey, I have to be in at 6 in the morning, and I guess I'm not a little bitch like you are. I can stay up late and still get up in the morning," Colin said. "Funny, asshole. Do you have surgery first thing?" He laughed while pulling on his shirt. "Because I do." "You win. Go home and rest up," Colin said, then took a ball to the head sent from Jake across the net. While my friends fucked around, I studied Jen's name on my phone and her 8 missed calls. Strange how I didn't feel high or low about my younger sister. I felt that if she wanted a relationship with me and could accept the truth of the good man I was, I'd be happily open to that. If she were still stuck in Paul O'Connor's horror show, that would be the end of that. We were blood, yes, but that was the only thing we had in common for now. "See you, Brant," I said as I tapped on Jen's name and dialed her back. "Alexander?" she answered in a sad, breathless voice. "Alex?" "I'm here. What's going on?" I spoke. "You've tried 8 times to call me, and unless Mom—" "Please just shut up," she snapped. "Listen, you blew my phone up, not the other way around. What can I help you with?" "They found Dad tonight. He's dead, Alex. Gone." She sniffed and cried out a painful moan. "I know he was hateful to you, but he was your father." "Biologically, yes," I answered her, noting that she was much sadder on this call than she was when she called to tell me our mother had died. She wasn't even sad when she told me about Mom, but now she sounded like her world had crashed in on her with Paul gone. That's all he was and ever will be to me. It was unbelievably liberating not to care whether the man was alive or dead. I'd resolved to let the man go during hypnotherapy, and it was the healthiest thing I could do in moving forward. The man who deserved my respect as a father was my grandfather, and that's how it would remain. "I know you hated him," she sniffed, "but—" I could hear that she was drunk. Paul had ruined her. I would gladly help pull her out of the pit he'd thrown all of his kids into, but that would require her wanting to be helped. If there was one thing I knew, it was that you couldn't help people who didn't want it. It pained me to know she was his victim, and it reminded me of so many people out there who were messed up because of men like Paul O'Connor. Thank God the woman I loved had gone on a wild mission to create centers for victims, a center that I would have gone to if the help I'd gotten in London didn't work. "Jen, you're drunk. Call me when your mind is clear." "We need money for his funeral.
You want to know why he took his own life?" "No, but I'm sure you'll tell me," I answered. "Because of you. You ruined everything. You were the reason Mom died, too." I'd love to sit here and take the heat for these accusations, but I won't. If you're calling to blame me for one of the many horrible and selfish things Paul O'Connor has done in his life, then you dialed the wrong person. "Selfish?" Her voice sobered up some. "How is what he did selfish?" I'm not talking about anyone but Paul in this scenario. I can say that very few things Paul has ever done were unselfish, and this is no exception. He was a miserable, horrible man. "It's your fault." Think whatever you want. Is this why you called me, to blame me for that man killing himself? It seems to me that Mom was an anchor for him, and he lost that. He was a man who somehow managed to keep her through all of that abuse. He lost control when she died, and I'm sure it's pretty lonely for an abuser when they have no one left to hurt. "You're a—" She paused. "Forget it. Listen, you owe this family, so I'm calling for money to bury my daddy." I pinched my lips together and studied the gang getting out of the pool, my elbows on my knees while I leaned forward, trying to process the fact that I knew Jen was only calling me for money. A sad ending to this entire family's story. "There are charity funds available. I suggest you look at them. I will not fund his burial. He was no father to me. I'm sorry if this is an inconvenience to you, but if you can't understand why your dad would never call me to bury him, that's on you. Even if hell had cell phone service, and he could get through to me from below, I would be the very last person he'd call for money, even for his funeral." "You're pathetic. You paid for Mom's funeral." "That was our grandfather's wish, and unlike Paul, I loved her. I loved you too, Jen. Paul would never allow you to believe that, though. I'm sorry he ruined our family." "You ruined all of us. We don't need your money." The phone line went dead, while I inhaled and stared at my friends. "Did I hear you correctly on that call?" Jim asked. "Yes. Paul's gone. He took his own life." "Good God," Elena said. "How do you feel about that?" I smirked at her. "Are we going into immediate therapy sessions every time a family member calls me and begs for money?" "I'm serious, Alex. You're fresh out of therapy. We all agreed to go with you on these plans that you have to get back with Brienne. I never agreed to you waiting an entire week, but whatever. Now you find out that Paul has killed himself? I have to know if this is bothering you." "Truthfully?" "Yes," everyone practically sang in unison. I rolled my eyes and stood. "I don't feel anything. He's gone. He was a miserable man, and he died. If I had a relationship with him, I probably would have been there while he grieved his wife, but we all know the truth of my relationship with Paul O'Connor. There was none. I guess what I'm trying to say is, I'm sorry for those he left behind that this death will bring pain to." "So you're not relieved, sad, feeling guilty?" Elena asked. "No, Dr. Brooks," I teased her. "But," I arched an eyebrow and gave her a crazy expression, "if you keep putting those things in my head, you might reverse the witchery that fixed my brain." "You're such a dumbass," Avery said, walking over in her towel and hugging me. "I'm happy this isn't hurting you. It's so wonderful to have you feeling happy." I leaned into her side hug. "Me too." Now, I eyed the group and then smiled. "If you are all worried about anything, it should be the fact that I need to get Bree's friends on board for my idea. I didn't spend almost $100,000 on a ring for nothing." Ash smiled. "She's going to be blown away. You do your part, and we girls will do ours. Saturday can't come fast enough." "Does she know that this birthday outing is all your ladies planning?" "Yes, and you're welcome in advance," Elena smiled. "Given that we're all friends, it looks like Nat and Cass will gladly join us in Branson. Nat said to make sure there's good booze on the plane ride, though. She hates flying." "She won't even know she's on a goddamn plane in that company jet." I grinned and wiggled my eyebrows.
Now to get into character, role play, and get my girl back in my arms." "Such a romantic," Jake smirked, taking a beer from the outdoor fridge. "I can't wait to either live or die on this thing." "You got the time off?" I chuckled. "Dude, your stupid ass kills me." "We all did, dipfuck," Colin chimed in. "None of us will miss this special moment. We're there, man." Well, let's hope I can run a tight game, and somehow this all works.
Chapter 39. Bree. It was what I liked to refer to as March Madness. Well, March Madness was already a coined phrase, but it took on a different meaning for me since, as Nat would say, it was my birthday month. The 21st day of March was my birthday, and because of our fantastic new friendship with Avery, Ash, and Elena, Cass and Nat had managed to pull off a surprise trip to Branson, Missouri, on Jim's company jet. It was the very same jet Alex and I had used to travel to Florida before our relationship fell apart. So that wasn't a detail that made me feel super happy. Being on the private airplane was bittersweet because I couldn't help but remember mine and Alex's better times. Everything that happened before the funeral had messed with him in ways that I could have never imagined. I'd inwardly accepted how much I missed him, but the drinks kept the pain of losing Alex over a month ago at bay. I couldn't say precisely how long it had been. I was certainly not one to count days, or I'd go mad. I just took things one day at a time, stepping one foot in front of the other until the pain got less and less. I was still waiting for that part, though, because the only thing that had gotten less and less was my patience. I knew I had to get over him, but not a day, not an hour, had gone by when I hadn't thought about him and wondered how he was doing in therapy. I wanted him to be healthy and happy whether or not I was there for it. I had my doubts about a hypnotherapy session, but Elena was convinced this was the road Alex needed to take so he could heal, given his specific issues. She'd heard testimonies of it working on patients when she called around to ensure it would help her friend, and she thoroughly researched the recommended therapist. Elena had said that this method may not work, and reminded us that everyone was different with how they processed issues, especially the delicate matter of an adult dealing with repressed memories from childhood trauma. Who knew what the heck was happening in London, where Alex still was, apparently, and if any of this therapy was helping him or not. I was primarily concerned about whether his memories would be conjured and do him more harm than good. I guess that was me and my big-ass heart again, worried more about an ex-boyfriend suffering than I was myself and how it had ended badly between us. Alex was a total dick about it, too. I didn't care if this made me look like a big, empathetic weakling. I was in love with him. I'd never been treated as someone to be so highly valued. Not in the way that Alex had treated me. However, as fate would have it, it turned out that it was too good to be true, because our relationship wound up having an expiration date. I just wanted to know if he was better or not, and now that this plane ride was bringing me to think about him nonstop, I was going to ask. "So, you haven't heard anything?" I finally asked, sipping on my cocktail and looking at Elena. "He's been out there 2 weeks longer than he initially planned. I'm sort of worried things may have gone bad." "Like I already told you," Avery answered first. "If things weren't going well, Jim said he would tell you. He knows very well that you need to know because, for one thing, Alex is your business partner. And, two," she smirked, "we all know you're still in love with the guy." "Let's just hope they fix him up nicely for our birthday, girl," Nat chimed in, having started in on her cocktails early since she hated flying. "I know for a fact the sex was off the charts for Bree." She eyed me. "You glowed like a woman after microdermabrasion. So, yes," she took a long gulp of her cocktail. "The sex was great, and you need that man back in your life." "To keep a youthful glow?" I laughed at my ridiculous friend. "And other things," It was phenomenal with him, wasn't it? You need him back in your life if only for that purpose alone. Cass rolled her eyes. Nat, we all are aware that sex is your fix for every problem, but seriously? Nat looked at me and frowned. Cass is right. Mind-blowing sex with that gorgeous man was a shitty thing to bring up, she said. It probably brought back memories that make it that much more painful, not knowing if you'll ever have it again with him. Slow down on the drinks. I smiled and shook my head. And to answer you, my goofy best friend, that sex or not, I paused and grinned. I just want Alex happy and healthy. It's driving me fucking crazy that we're not together because I want to know how he's doing. I sighed. I want to be there for him, and I can't. If it were Jake and me, I would want to know too. You're doing the right thing, though, Ash added with a smile. If Alex comes out better in the end, I'm pretty confident he'll want to repair the issues that caused you both pain and ended your relationship. You two didn't end things because you stopped loving each other, Cass said. It was his way of protecting you from him. Remember all of that shit that led him to go get help? I just miss the hell out of him, I admitted. So, let's raise a glass then. Elena beamed. To days ahead, when Alex is well and realizes that if he blindly found love with his business partner, she chuckled, then he'll blindly fall in love with her again, only with a healthier, new beginning this time. I raised my glass. A beginning that, if it happens, he'll never doubt himself being in love with me again. I sighed, knowing Alex and I may never get back together. Well, in love with me or anyone else. To his happiness, I cheered, feeling a slow buzz coming on. Nat rolled her eyes. Are you serious? It's your birthday, and we're cheering to Alex's happiness with or without you as his lover? That's the lamest thing you've ever said, Brienne. Lame or not, I do love the man enough to concern myself with him being happy and with the right woman, I stated firmly. I'm not toasting to this. I'm laying down, Nat said. She was trying to remain firm, but we couldn't help but laugh at her tipsy state. Wake me when we land, and don't think for a second that I missed that one hot pilot when we boarded. I'd like to personally thank him, as my life is in his hands. We'll be sure to do that, Cass said. Go lay down and sleep this off because when we land, we're going directly to the attraction we set up for Bree. The rules were to drink, but don't get drunk. And now look at you. God. Nat rubbed her forehead and meandered through the leather seating where we were in. You owe me for this, Bree. She turned back to me. Trust me, flying to an attraction in Missouri was not my idea of a 30-something birthday party. No, I smiled. I know exactly what your plans would have been. I'm glad we're going to Missouri instead. Wake me when the wheels are safely on the ground, please, Nat said. We'd consumed plenty of food and water to soak up the cocktails we'd enjoyed on our luxurious flight, and after the plane landed in Springfield, Missouri, we loaded up into a party limo that was waiting for us. I should have been drawn to the party lights of this massive SUV, but instead, seeing the lime green grass and how beautiful the countryside was in the Midwest was more appealing. Of course, we had green grass for a small portion of the year in California, but nothing like this. California was sadly fighting constant droughts, and we didn't have the luxury of lush, green, rolling hills along the roadways we traveled. Not like this, anyway. When the party vehicle arrived at the destination, I pinched my lips together in humor and excitement. Who would think to take me to a Titanic attraction? In Branson, Missouri, correct? Correct, Avery said. There was easier access to an attraction in Vegas, but I watched some ghost investigation show, and this is one haunted place. If we were doing this, then this was the place to go. You and your haunted attractions. I shook my head at her. It was how you and Jim met, right? She laughed. Yes, And since my hunt for ghosts on my tour of the Tower of London was a bust, I'm eager to find one now. That's why, in all of this planning, I boycotted the Vegas attraction, and now we're boarding a replica of the ship. I think this one might be a tad bit cooler. Whose idea was this, anyway? I questioned after we stepped out of the party wagon. You don't remember telling us that you compared losing the Sphere project to the ship sinking? Cass said. You were pissed you spoke those thoughts out loud in front of Alex on your way to save that project. You went off about it one night. No, I looked at the girls, questioning them with my confused expression alone. Was I that insecure about it? I guess you must have been. But you talk crazy when you're shit-faced drunk, too, Nat said dismissively. You blabbered on and on to us that you had mentioned it to Alex. She sighed as if this were the last place on earth she wanted to be. And knowing Nat, it was. You kept saying, I swear I'm cursed with that man. I say the stupidest shit around him. You told us how embarrassed you were that you'd compared that screwed-up job to the Titanic. Whether or not Alex thought you were crazy, we thought you were that night. She waved her hand up at the bow of the large, replicated portion of this ship. Now, voila, we're here for your birthday. I couldn't help but laugh. Well, thank God I talk while I'm drunk because I do find this ship fascinating, and I'm delighted to be here. I love that you all thought of this. It brings back the funny times I had when I wanted to prove that I was a badass CEO. A ship that sunk brings back funny times to you? Nat looked at me like I was as crazy as I knew I sounded. Brienne, people died, and we're here to celebrate your birthday at what I would imagine could be recognized as a sacred memorial. Well, look at you, Nat. I hugged her side. You're all grown up, and now we're the immature ones. I want to see this attraction, though. I'm thrilled with the idea I might learn something I never knew about this ship. I've always found it intriguing that it should have never gone down. Girls, our tour guide is waiting, Avery said. Let's go learn about the RMS Titanic. I hear we get a boarding pass with the identity of one of the actual passengers, and we become those passengers on the attraction. I think we're about to get an intense history lesson on the sinking of Brienne's favorite ship. Let's go learn some history, I added. As we were introduced to our tour guide, we fell into our roles as passengers aboard the Titanic, knowing the ship would undoubtedly meet its tragic demise, and only 700 or so lives would be spared. It was sort of eerie to journey into this, knowing it brought you more in depth to that fateful voyage that could have easily been lost in history. After we finished, I was blown away by so many things, not the least of which was the interesting fact that linoleum was considered to be a luxurious floor covering that only the wealthiest people could afford in 1912. The $1 million grand staircase wasn't too bad either. We were now leaving with the knowledge of the passenger we were, and whether we survived the sinking of the ship or not. When we walked out, the girls' voices were hushed, perhaps because I was tuning them out while reading about the passenger that I'd been assigned. I was so consumed with the engineering and designs of the ship with my architect's frame of mind that I'd hardly considered the history of anyone who lived or perished on the luxury liner. As it turns out, I was the passenger who was known as Lady Roth's Noelle Leslie. Not only did she survive, but she was also pretty heroic, taking charge of the lifeboat number 8. She rowed it for more than an hour, in freezing cold temperatures, before she handed that duty over to another so she could console a newlywed whose husband perished. "What passenger were you?" Avery asked. "Mine didn't survive." I told her who I was after learning about her passenger. "Check this out," I said as I read about the woman. Not only did she row the boat for a solid hour, but she was also reported as caring for passengers who'd survived when they were aboard the rescue ship, Carpathia. I smiled at Avery. I would have never known any of this. Strangely enough, I'm sort of bummed that I only cared for the architecture and beauty of the ship and was always upset it sank because it was reportedly flawed in design. I shrugged, trying to pull back from being somewhat emotional after coming off of that experience. "That's crazy," Cass said. "Your personality is somewhat comparable to your passenger. I can easily see you doing what that woman did." Cass's eyes studied me. "Down to the fact that she saw past your wealth and gave it up to help everyone in your dad's company."
"Whether she knew they were stealing from her or not,"
Alex said. I nearly jumped out of my skin when I heard his voice as he finished speaking for Cass. I turned back and stared at his brilliant smile and his lighter expression, looking more handsome than I remembered. "You're here?" I said, confused and in utter shock that Alex was here and joined by his closest friends.
"Well,"
he held up a boarding pass and pulled his sunglasses off to read the pass.
"according to this, I'm not."
Did he go through this attraction too? Wait, this was Alex's idea. All of it. And my girlfriends did well in acting like it was theirs. I smiled. Third-class passenger and didn't get a boat? I tried to guess. His eyes locked with mine.
"No boat, and my passenger gave up his life jacket. He was reported to be preaching to the ones who were going down with the ship."
He read the information with a broad grin. "Preaching?" I cocked my head to the side. "What passenger were you who selflessly gave up your life jacket to another and preached to help people cope with the fact that they might die?" He glanced back down at his boarding pass.
"Reverend John Harper, traveling to Chicago with his niece and daughter. I guess his heart was more concerned about consoling those meeting with the afterlife than his demise. It states here that some passengers heard him in the water preaching as they waited for help. The man didn't stop until his last breath."
"Wow," I said, blown away that Alex was standing there, looking so healthy and his face so soft that I wanted to step toward him and reach for his cheek just to feel him again. It's surreal to learn about these passengers. I feel pretty sad that all I cared about was the ship's engineering flaws. Now, I don't think I'll ever forget about these passengers.
"Isn't that the point, though?"
Alex asked as I ignored the girls, reuniting with their men behind Alex, most likely talking about their experience and who they were. I was more focused on Alex being in front of me with a new expression I'd never seen him wear. "The point?" I questioned his eyes as they raptly studied mine.
"Yes, keeping their memories alive through an attraction such as this."
He pressed his lips together.
"I'll admit, the Titanic was never something I thought of until I met you. Aside from that and coming here, I feel it's intriguing to look past the ship alone and learn about the people who died tragically, and from what it appears, most heroically. Memories."
He smirked.
"They're such an interesting concept in combination with how our minds work, how we process whether they remain with us in history lessons or real life."
"I suppose so." I smiled at him. "I know I learned a good lesson, and that's not focusing on the structure of a flawed ship, but perhaps, like you said, keeping their memories alive." He half smiled.
"Curiously, I can relate a bit to that now,"
he said.
"Strangely enough, this whole thing went another direction on me when I planned to surprise you with a visit to a ship you compared to the Sphere job."
"How so?" I stepped close to him, his expression more serious.
"Well, before I had someone dig into the secrets of my brain,"
he smirked,
"my brother was just simply dead, and though I was wrongly blamed for that, my memories of him died behind the illusion of my flawed family."
He slipped his hands into his pockets.
"Maybe not all the same, but it struck me that my twin brother's life, and the life I shared with him, though short, had been stolen from me."
He half rolled his eyes.
"I'm sure you know that Elena recommended hypnotherapy."
"I do?" I swallowed, knowing he was well and sharing part of his recovery journey with me. "It seemed to have worked. You seem very happy."
"It did. I was able to remember my twin brother, Albert. That was the grave I stood at when you found me the day of the funeral. Anyway, I remembered him and how much I loved him.
He stepped toward me and ran his hand over my cheek.
I remember our history now. A history that was masked and practically overwritten by an abusive man.
I'm so very sorry you lost your brother. How are you coping with all of that? He exhaled and smiled.
Rather well, believe it or not. I loved my brother. And while I was sad to remember how much I loved him, I also discovered that I tried to save him from drowning. More importantly, I know that I wasn't responsible for his death. I wasn't the evil individual Paul always led me to believe I was. With the therapy, I accepted Albert's death.
He ran the back of his knuckles over my jaw, and I could only close my eyes to catch my breath, feeling how rejuvenating it was to have his touch against my flesh again.
I accepted the love I was always told I could never feel. I wasn't a monster, and that was liberating to learn on my own. It helped me understand I was capable of loving like most good people are.
Loving? I reopened my eyes. Maybe, if you'd like to try it out, you can see if you can love me again? That was lame. I tried to lighten up both of us, or everyone watching us was going to tease our endearing moment, especially since he had his 2 doctor friends with him, Jake and Colin, the ultimate jokesters no matter what the occasion seemed to call for.
Love you again. I never stopped, Bree, even though I thought I did at the time, I suppose.
I saw the group gather around us from the corner of my eye.
I learned that the love I held for my brother was only brought up after being buried inside me, because I accepted how I felt about you. Isn't it interesting how our relationship starts with me trying to save you? And in the end, after feeling love with you, it was you who saved me.
He nodded toward my boarding pass.
And cared for me, even though I tried to push you away. Cass is right. You do resemble that woman on your boarding pass, you know. A woman whose heart goes beyond worrying about herself. You're a woman who appears that her heart is bigger than...
He paused, and it seemed as though he was searching for words. I smirked and decided to finish his statement for him. My heart always seemed to prove it was bigger than my brain, in the aspect of trying to save my employees while they were stealing from me anyway. Suddenly, I realized why Alex didn't finish whatever he was about to say to me. A duo of men's voices hummed to the hit song that Celine Dion sang in the movie Titanic. I couldn't help but cover my smile. At the same time, Alex rolled his eyes and turned back to Colin and Jake, the 2 doctors I should have seen this coming from. Alex's reunion was shifting from the Titanic experience. The romance was beginning to swirl in the air between both of us, prompting the 2 jokesters to bust out the background music from that hit movie.
"What the hell are you 2 doing?"
Alex said when he turned, and I laughed softly with the rest of the women who'd found the 2 men's humor just as entertaining.
"Well, I'm humming the tune for Call to sing on key,"
Jake said, acting extremely serious.
"Trust me, it takes a lot to keep Colin at that angelic level. And of all the songs he has to sing, it's got to be Celine Dion's song, the one we had to hear when we were forced to sit through the movie so we could learn more about the ship. I never told you idiots to watch a movie about this ship,"
Alex answered in confusion.
"What movie?"
He glanced between the 2 men.
"Titanic? Kate Winslet?"
Colin stopped singing and answered.
"Elena told me that you insisted we watch that 3-hour movie."
He looked around Alex and at me.
"Speaking of which, I will now add my expert opinion. Leonardo DiCaprio's character was an absolute idiot, and that's why he didn't make it." "Really? We're doing this?"
Alex said. I could hear him trying to be firm, but there was humor in his voice, too.
"Oh, hell yeah, we're doing this,"
Jake chimed back in.
"Ash made me watch it, too. She said you insisted that this was the best way to learn about the ship and appreciate what you were doing with Brienne. All of that said, Call's right. Jack could have fit on that damn door. I would have managed it easily, and I wouldn't have died."
Should we recreate it in the Pacific Ocean back home? I mean, We might as well see if you two are right or not, I asked, as the two doctors smirked and then looked at Alex.
We should probably do that one song at the end of the movie. The one where the ship is sinking, sort of like Alex out here dying in the romance department.
Colin eyed Jake, then smiled at Alex.
Right. Let me get back into character again,
Jake answered. Then both men started humming like violins as they switched their background music to a hymn from the movie. This one was most likely accurate to the actual ship sinking, as it was said the musicians played this particular song on the ship before it had sunk. Jim, who was previously in a humored conversation with Avery, became aware of the two doctors singing and trying to recreate the romance from the movie Titanic. I couldn't resist, but find the silliness of it endearing. I missed all of us being together like this, especially with Jake and Colin's humorous gestures.
Why are they humming a song?
Jim questioned with well-founded confusion.
It's Jake and Colin. Why wouldn't they be?
Alex asked, folding his arms as everyone gave the two men our undivided attention.
It appears they're struggling to separate a movie from the attraction of Titanic we just went through.
Jim rolled his eyes and smiled at me.
You should have seen our guide's expression when they started singing Celine Dion's song.
Jim looked at Alex.
You should have known this would happen after you told the ladies to make sure we all watch that movie about this ship. What movie?
Alex asked with a laugh.
I have no clue what you guys are talking about.
You haven't seen Titanic? Have you been living under a rock? I asked with a chuckle. Why would you insist they watch it if you've never seen it?
This might come as a shock.
Alex grinned at me.
But when the women get a chance to sit down their husbands for a romantic flick, they make up lies. It turns out that it's biting me in the ass when all I wanted was to beg you to forgive me and allow me a chance to prove I can never love anyone other than you. I love you, Brienne Stone. There's no doubt in my heart about that now.
Alex pulled out a Tiffany & Company box, and instead of gasping, crying, and impulsively grabbing Alex and hugging the man and never wanting to let him go, I was stopped in humor at how ridiculous his friends were behaving. There was no way in the world I could get mad at any of this. It was as hilarious as it was beautiful, and I would never forget this moment. I watched in shock as Alex knelt and opened the box, and that's when Colin sang loudly, performing the part of the song where Celine Dion sings her heart out. Then I glanced down and watched Alex's eyes close and his lips tighten in humor. It was all priceless, and I couldn't help but join everyone in laughter. Alex looked back at Colin.
Your heart will most definitely go on that damn jet if you don't stop singing.
Alex tried to warn through a laugh.
That was the part where you ask Brienne to, well, you know,
Colin said with a grin.
I set that up perfectly for you. My voice didn't crack or anything. Celine Dion would have begged me for a duet if she heard it too.
He shrugged.
Now you ruined all of it. Talk about wasting your talent. Wasting my talent or yours? Ask Brienne,
Colin said, putting his arm around his laughing wife.
She'll admit that was a nice setup for everything you had planned. It was epic,
Jake fake agreed with Colin, trying to keep a straight face.
Now that ship has sailed, and you're stuck without Colin's vocals because, let's face it, you'll never hit those notes again, Col.
Jake shrugged.
Never again. I'm still trying to accept that I nailed that, and Alex and Brienne aren't locked in some passionate kiss.
You know, Alex, I finally interrupted the men. It's going to be really difficult to accept a proposal since Colin's voice is shot, and I don't have him on karaoke for your background music. Alex rose and held my face between his hands.
I've got 2 failed marriage proposal attempts, and I'm begging you to forgive me for stopping my best idiot friend from singing as I attempted this proposal the right way.
And now I have to turn you down again? I teased him, forgetting the soft laughter coming from everyone, including Nat's hushed squeals. Everything was out of focus, while Alex's beautiful green eyes were more beautiful and dazzling brighter than the huge rock that he held between both of us.
I know this is yet another not-so-ideal proposal situation, but this time, my head is right. I know exactly what I want and why I want it. I need you in my life. And all of this,
he waved his hand to remind me of the Titanic excursion again,
is when my heart knew that I was in love with you. My mind didn't grasp it all at the time, but it was that particular moment, when you compared that faulty job to this ship, that I knew I was in love with you.
So this whole experience wasn't so Colin could sing off-key to Celine Dion? It wasn't about that romantic movie you never watched? I grinned at him.
Absolutely not,
he admitted.
Being here, on your birthday, was just me, trying to bring it back full circle to the day I unknowingly fell in love with you.
I'll marry you on one condition. I arched an eyebrow at the man I loved and cherished more than I could sincerely express.
Anything,
he said.
You can play a sex tape at our wedding for all I give a damn. I just want you and only you in my life, forever.
Since you appear to be the only one who hasn't seen that movie?
Oh, hell.
Alex looked at me with the most adorable and pleading expression.
I've watched every Grace Kelly movie with you, and Fred Astaire and Cary Grant, all of the old romance films you've fallen asleep to in my arms.
I recalled how much I knew he hated watching old movies, but he watched them anyway.
It counts for something, right?
He asked.
But I can watch our movie with you 100 times, Dorothy, with my new heart you've insisted the wizard give me. I will gladly watch that movie with you.
He kissed my ring finger.
But only if you put my outward expression of love on your finger.
I sniffed as I started to cry, officially caught up in the moment with the man I loved more than anything. And I felt more solid about marrying him than I felt about anything else in this world. Alex returned to bended knee in front of me.
I humbly ask you to marry me, or at least start over and date me until the day comes that you feel confident enough to become my wife.
What if I told you that I felt confident enough that I would marry you now if I could? I knelt in front of him.
Well, that would put us all back on the plane and off to Vegas as your birthday evening stop, doing that Titanic experience.
He looked back at Avery's grin as she leaned into Jim's side,
and Elvis handling our vows.
I smiled. Avery is on the hunt for ghosts. Give her a pass for that.
Avery and Jim can remain behind to find Avery a ghost.
Alex grinned at me.
Baby, I love you. We're going to have a massive-ass wedding, and I even had a lovely conversation with your Aunt Blair about it.
You talked to her?
Yes.
His hand covered mine and slid the ring on.
She was a bit nicer than the last time I saw her.
He kissed the ring he put on my finger.
She said you were thrilled about the wedding you had intended to have the first time, but you hated the idiot who ruined it all. Is she lying about loving the big wedding?
I softly laughed. I guess I was thrilled to have a big, beautiful wedding day. Marrying the wrong man was what ruined it all. That, and I'm never doing Fashion Week again. I'll only go to Paris because Theo's there, and I can happily shop for wedding dresses with him. He held me close, and we clung to each other. It took me finally feeling Alex's soft and firm lips on mine to prevent me from laughing when Colin and Jake returned to their background serenade. Eventually, I couldn't help but giggle into mine and Alex's kiss. Sorry, I was thinking about how full my heart is, and then they're singing that song. I shrugged to Alex's grin.
So long as you and I will be married one day, I say let's get out of here,
he said.
I have a hotel booked for you and me, and these party animals aren't finding out what room number we're in. Happy birthday, baby. I love you so much,
he said, and that's when a lovely luxury sports car came into view.
Don't ask. The guys insisted we rent these things, and the girls can drink in that party bus if they want to keep celebrating your birthday.
Let's go, I said. This was the perfect way to celebrate my birthday. Even though we had the doctor duo serenading us with a song that had been worn out for decades, it was still excellent, and it all probably worked better than what Alex had planned initially. Beyond the marriage proposal, I could sense a different side of Alex. He was more handsome, relaxed, and sincere than I ever remembered him being. The girls were right about when you find the right one, the other half of your soul. It felt like this. Even with our flaws, it worked because we were two souls that had found each other. Alex's might have been worn when we came together, but wasn't that our journey? To be the other half of each other and keep moving forward in life? We were meant to face anything together, and now we'd survive it because we were two bodies, but one strong force that felt an impenetrable love. Everything just got better, and we were complete, with or without vows. Epilogue. Bree. Part 1. I guess when you're in love, time really does fly. Or maybe time just flies when you're having fun? In my case, it seemed like both were the reason it had been precisely 2 years since I first met Alexander, the man I knew at the time as Mr. Grayson. Allow me to rephrase that. It was 2 years ago in this hotel that, in some bizarre attempt to look cool in front of my douchebag of an ex-fiancé, I met a handsome man named Logan. Later, I would come to know Logan as Alexander Grayson, the man who played me and forced me to send him on an adventure of lies in an attempt to save face because his company was merging with mine. What a journey he and I had been on, and there wasn't a thing I would take back about any of it. Now, here we were on our wedding day, and, luckily, there were no videos to play for our audience. Throughout the months of dating that led Alex and me to pick the anniversary of our first meeting for a wedding date, I felt more love and adoration from him than ever. With work keeping us busy as usual, living in his home unless it was a girls' night that forced me back to the condo, Alex and I were insanely in love, and neither one of us could have been happier. "Hold still, Bree," Cass said. She dusted blush on my cheeks as a stylist worked my hair into a fancy bun that would be complemented with a sparkling diamond tiara to match the jewels that were stitched along the bodice of my strapless gown. The dress was simple, really. It was long and shaped to flow nicely over the curves of my body, and the diamonds sparkled in all the right places. It was Parisian couture, and it showed. Theo and the designers in Paris insisted I wear the dress at first glance, and once I caught a glimpse of myself in the mirror, I couldn't have agreed more. It was stunning. I was not the bridezilla Nat was sure I'd be. Instead, I was going with the flow, filled with gratitude that I was about to become Alex's wife officially. After the wedding, he and I were set to travel on the yacht he and Jim jointly owned, Made in Stone, the one he'd named after me. He was incredibly proud of himself for naming the ship now because he said it represented our relationship. Made in Stone. The only thing we needed to do now was get to the boat after the wedding, which was still anchored in the Sea of Cortez. Alex still held an iron fist at work and with our employees, but this softer side of him led him down some silly romantic roads, so much so that I teased him that if our marriage was made in stone, he should probably take my last name and not the other way around. "You look so goddamn beautiful," Nat said, walking into the room where I was dressed and fully prepared to walk down that aisle and become Alex's wife. "You're never going to believe what that gorgeous young doctor told me." She placed her hand on the hip of her pale pink gown. "We don't have time for guessing games, so please tell us," Cass said, fiddling with my hair, proving that the hairstylist wasn't living up to her standards. I pursed my lips and grinned. "Let me guess," I said, looking at Nat's flustered expression. "Dr. Brandt still won't date you?" She rolled her eyes as Ash, Avery, and Elena walked in wearing their bridesmaids' dresses, perfectly coiffed and ready to go. "No," she arched an eyebrow. It turns out that even though Cameron's a player, he's not letting up on the fact I made the mistake of sleeping with Spencer Monroe. I pinched my lips together. At least you don't have to walk with Spencer. We put you with Cam instead. Yeah, thanks for that, too. I'd love to say that it was a kind gesture. Now it's just torture. He smells so delicious, and my female hormones will be raging by the end of this. She then smiled. Are you seriously going to trust Zeus, a cat, to walk your wedding rings down the aisle and stay on course? Unless you've both lost your minds, you have to know that cat is going to lose it, climb some beautiful aisle of flowers, and freak out. I stood and smiled at Nat, the only one who didn't get the memo that this was the joke we played on Theo. This is what she got for listening to gossip anyway. Alex has spent a lot of money having Zeus trained to do this job, so whether or not Theo and you are okay with it, I'd hate to see Alex waste all that money. Brienne, she said with a sigh, you realize there are quite a few gossipy guests out in your audience today. Don't be surprised at all if 90% of them are allergic to cats, and Zeus ruins this. Calm down. I hugged her. Zeus is staying with Colin and Elena while we're gone. He's at their place with the sitter they hired for the little ones. That's another thing. Why don't you have a ring bearer or flower girl? She eyed me. I thought this was bordering a traditional style wedding. You crack me up. You didn't see Addison out there with Jim and little John with Jake? I looked at Avery and Ash. Tell me your husbands have chilled out a little? I'd like to hug my beautiful little flower girl before this whole thing starts. Avery chuckled. Jim and Jake are more worried about the kids being flawless than Theo is worried about you having a cat for a ring bearer. So, you've officially caused chaos over in the groom's area. I think Cameron is the only one who's fully relaxed. That's because he's got 2 weddings back to back. He's here for this one, and then the real fun begins for him next week, when an old friend from med school gets married. He's groomsman of the month. Well, he's handsome enough to make it straight into a bridal magazine. Nat took a sip of champagne. Still trying to get over him turning you down because of Spencer? Elena smiled at Nat, who was playing the part of bridesmaid Zilla. Trust me, you can do much better than being turned down by that man. And Elena gives me a little consult? Nat eyed her with a smile. Too bad you're not a fortune teller because I'd like to know how it turns out for me in the end. I walked over and hugged her. You'll know when the right one comes. It's all about the challenge you both go through to make it work out in the end. That awesome feeling of questioning why the hell you're in love with someone you didn't spend years getting to know. I looked around the room. I would have married this man a year ago if I could have. Time has done nothing but hit warp speed until today when I walked into this hotel. Mommy, I heard my flower girl say to Avery, and I turned and smiled down at how adorable Addison looked in a tiny replica of my dress. We're ready to do this thing, she said, and then skipped over to hug me. Auntie Bree, you are so beautiful, like a queen. She smiled, and her onyx curls sparkled with the jewels that were placed in them. You look beautiful, little missy, I teased her. Little John looks more handsome than even Uncle Alex does. Well, maybe that's because we're all ready for a beautiful day, I said. Theo's on his way with Clay and Joe. She motioned for me to bend down. Uncle Jake said not to be afraid. Everyone from the crazy farm is here. Sounds like something he'd say. Cass smiled at my flower girl. Have you told him yet? I figured that after our bachelorette party, you would. Ash asked me. He's going to notice you toasting with sparkling apple cider and not the real stuff. I don't know when to tell him. I mean, this is sort of my fault. I got back on the pill in case we wanted to start having children eventually, but after being so used to having that stupid IUD, I wasn't taking the pill right. And here I am. I told Jake on our honeymoon, too. Ash smiled. It was a fun gift to give him. You should take the same route. I feel guilty for not telling him when I first found out. I stopped and sighed. I just opened up to you guys because you caught me not drinking at the bachelorette party. More like Nat caught you and wouldn't let up. Cass smiled. Well, figure it out because you're 3 months into this, and you're lucky it's your first pregnancy, so all you have is a little bump. Avery teased. There is an upside for Alex in all of this, Nat said as the girls all grabbed their slender bouquets of lilies. There shall be no periods throughout the entire honeymoon. And, of course, I hear that as time goes on, you get hornier. So the first 6 months of your marriage should be fantastic. All thanks to you getting knocked up right before your wedding." I exhaled, feeling the nerves now. Let's worry about getting through this day. My aunt has been faithfully attending that wedding book, and I'm going to dodge her. I can't cry. "Ha," Elena chuckled. "Good luck with that. In addition to what Nat said, your hormones can kick in at random intervals, and you could be the blubbering bride up there with Alex today." I eyed all of my bridesmaids as they chuckled. "Aren't you guys supposed to be my support crew or whatever it is that bridesmaids do on the wedding day?" "We support you telling Alex when you're standing in front of that priest," Cass teased.
All right,
The door flung open.
girls, let's get it going. You all look radiant and lovely,
Clay said, walking in with Joe.
Joe, make sure the men know it's go time. I've got 15 planners in this building, and we're about to make some magic happen.
I hugged both of Ash's best guy friends and thanked them, but it was Theo who made me crumble. All he had to do was stand in my dad's place, give me that Theo smile, and tell me how honored he was that I asked him to walk me to my future husband. We had our moment, and in a monumental effort to not ruin Cass's perfect makeup job, I dried it all up. It was time to see my man and gladly marry him and love him with everything I was. Perhaps the girls were right. Maybe I would ask Alex if he would marry us, me and the twins, an unexpected surprise I found out about at my checkup 2 days ago. I wanted to be shocked, but with Alex being a twin, I knew it probably wasn't a stretch. What would he think when he learned about all of this? There was only one way to find out, and I needed Theo to get me into that large hall in the Beverly Wilshire Hotel, bringing me back to the spot where Alex and I first met in the most humorous way. What a journey we'd been on so far. However, with twins on the way, I felt this journey was just getting started.
Part 2. Alex. No sex tape played at our wedding, and 8 long months of carrying twins later. "My God, how the hell can it be 500 degrees in the middle of flipping January?" Bree said, her legs kicked up on my lap as she reclined sideways on our sofa. "I hate these leather couches, too. I'm literally sticking to them." With extreme caution and love for this woman, who was overly vocal about her discomfort in the final days of her pregnancy with the twins, I rose and went upstairs to the linen closet to grab a cool, clean sheet for her to put between herself and the sofa. I smiled when I passed the nursery, seeing the sailboat theme she couldn't resist having for the 2 boys. Yes, 2 boys. I was more blessed than a man should be. I had the best partner in business and life, aside from the occasional miserable pregnant episodes that came and went in this final trimester, and I was receiving the most significant blessing possible. When Dr. Allen announced that Bree was carrying twin boys, I was the first to shed a tear. That gave the doctor a chuckle, since he'd known me for years from my position in the St. John's Board of Directors, and he knew I could be quite the rigid prick. However, I beat Brienne in the emotional reaction department by a mile, and the best part was that I didn't give half a fuck what anyone thought about it either. The only difference between my sons and Albert and me was that my boys would not be identical twins. Instead, the doctor noticed on the ultrasound that Bree was carrying fraternal twins, though in reality it was all the same to me. It was a miracle, and even though Brienne was miserable, I knew she was as elated as I was to meet our babies. "This should work, Dimples," I said with a smile. Then I turned to the other sofa in our living area and spread out the sheet over the leather. "Let's get you onto a cool sheet and make you more comfortable." She eyed me with that look, which told me instantly that I'd made a bad call, but I had no idea what I'd done wrong. There was a lot of that happening these days. "I can't sit my lazy ass on that sofa and see the television. I hate where it's positioned anyway." "Last I recall, my darling," I smirked at her flustered expression, "it was an exceptional architect who arranged this living area. Right, she glared, her jade eyes trying to level me with what I'd become bulletproof against. God, I'm so sorry, she said, trying to sit up, prompting me to rush to her side to help her. I'm the world's biggest bitch, and you don't deserve this crazy person I've turned into. I took her hand and helped her up. Hey, I kissed her soft cheek. I love you more than the pregnancy mood swings. She preferred lounging in sports bras and soft shorts lately, and so I rubbed my hand over her exposed stomach. And I absolutely love that you've given our children a nice, healthy place to grow until they're ready to meet us. She looked up at me and smiled. I love you, Alex, she said, in the mood swing shift I was expecting either now or tomorrow, whenever it came. I'm hornier than hell right now, too. I bit back my smile. Well, lately, your favorite position is riding on top. I'm down for killing time like that, and Dr. Allen did approve sex if you want to get this show on the road. She exhaled. I'm too damn hot for sex itself, she said, as she switched gears again. I practically jumped when she turned and reached for my cock. But, she gave me a mischievous smile, I'm ready to get this over with, so I'm just going to brace myself on that wall and you do your part. My part? I tightened my lips, because if there was one lesson I'd learned in this stage of the pregnancy with my lovely wife, it was to shut the fuck up, don't laugh, and do as she says. However, this was beyond humorous. Yes, fuck me hard. She walked over to a wall in the living room, sighed in annoyance, and spread her legs. I have to admit, everything you just demanded of me can be a man's dream come true. However, this isn't exactly romantic. Fuck romance, Alex! She snapped into that gear again. The romance is dead right now, and you're going to be dead if you don't get over here and help me get this going. Well, the doc said it was the sperm that triggered the pregnancy, so why don't we do this where it's a tiny bit more comfortable for you? For me? She turned back, and evil Bree was in full swing. Comfortable? I can't sleep. I don't even remember the last time I slept. I'm hotter than hell all of the fucking time. I fart when I least expect it to happen. My indigestion is killing me from all those tacos I can't stop eating. And as if all of that isn't bad enough, I pee myself when I laugh, cough, or sneeze. So I ask you, she flashed her most challenging expression, why would I give a shit about how or where we screw? Let's do our part and get these babies out of me before I burst at the seams. I sighed, and my heart was sad that she was so miserable. I knew that we could get labor started through sex, but I felt terrible going through motions like this, especially when we had nearly perfected our sex life. I wasn't the hop on top and have my way kind of guy. Happy wife, happy life, right? I said. Good God, I hate that fucking term. You hate a lot of things these days, I teased, then gently positioned Bree to take me and pray that I could keep my cock hard, doing the job that was required of me to get her moving into labor, hopefully. Oh, fuck, she growled, her head rocking back into my chest. Even while I'm miserable, I can't get enough of feeling you inside me. That's all it took to keep me rocking my heart on and staying the course for my wife. Now all I could do was hope this got the job done, because I didn't know how much longer Bree could survive feeling so miserable, and I didn't know how much longer I could keep dodging bullets. Alex, I'm having the babies, Bree said to me, and we were standing at the altar again at our wedding. I smiled at her, knowing this was a dream, but I loved this moment in time so much, and I love revisiting it. I watched as she stopped the priest, her bridesmaids all wearing ear-to-ear smiles, and she asked if I would marry her and the twins she was carrying. I didn't hear anything in the room, not even the reaction of the guests or my groomsmen. I felt my heart skip a beat or two, and I was extremely close to joining the bridesmaids with their shocked tears of joy. Brienne was a gift from the minute I first met her, and to learn we were having not just one child, but two, was double the blessing for me. Alex! Please wake the fuck up,
or I'm calling for the neighbor and leaving you here." My eyes snapped open to see Bree, standing there in an oversized shirt, pajama bottoms, and the 2 braids I was proud I nailed when I braided her hair before we fell asleep. "You're sure?" "My water broke, so I think I'm pretty sure this one isn't a false alarm," she said, then bent over and held her stomach as I scrambled to get out of bed. I turned back and went to help as our birthing classes taught us. "God damn it, grab our stuff!" she demanded through her breathing. "I'm okay with the contraction." She blew out one last breath. "Whew, maybe I'll be like Elena and it goes quickly, and I won't have to wait long like most first pregnancies." 13 hours later. "I'm not doing this anymore," Bree said, fighting her contraction. "Go get Dr. Allen. I'm seriously done." I rubbed a freshly cooled washcloth over her forehead. "Why don't we take Dr. Allen's advice and get that epidural so you can relax?" "Oh, shit!" she cried, and that's when her hand clutched the button of my pants. As Brienne breathed through the painful contraction, I took a selfish moment to thank God that my belt had prevented her death grip from separating my balls from my body, something that would ensure she never had to go through this again. Bree thought I was breathing with her, but not this time. This time my breathing was focused on keeping my dick safe and waiting for this severe contraction to end so I would never be in this vulnerable position again. "How are our future parents doing?" I heard Cameron say, coming in wearing his surgical scrubs. "Dr. Brandt," Bree said, coming off of that contraction and relaxing back on the bed with an exhausted smile. "You're in pediatrics, right? Kids and babies?" she questioned Cameron as he grinned at her. "That I am," he said. "How are you doing, beautiful mama?" She reached for his arm. "Listen to me. Get me the hell out of here, and get these 2 stubborn boys out of me," she said in that growl I was used to. "As much as I'd love to help," Cameron grinned at me, then her, "I'm not certified to deliver healthy pregnancies. Pediatric neurosurgeon protocols, I guess." "Then you have to go find Dr. Allen and tell him I need these babies out right now. I don't know what he's fucking waiting for." She looked at me. "Wait, you're on the board here, Alex. Go handle that doctor." "I see labor and delivery is going well in here." Cameron stepped back just in time for another contraction. "Tell Bree she'll survive this. It's always worth it when you're holding your precious babies." "Tell Cameron to get the fuck out of here if he's not going to put action into words with that," Bree panted out. "Tell Allen or a nurse we could use a pelvic exam to see how dilated we are," I said to Brandt. "We," Bree scoffed. "Got it," Cameron said, then eyed all the monitors. "These are healthy heartbeats, and oxygen levels are doing great. You're doing awesome, Bree." Cam left before Bree could throw one last jab, and thank God a nurse was quick to get in the room, close the curtain, and do Brienne's exam. "Oh God, not another one!" Bree said, as another contraction came barreling down on her. "We're ready to do this," the nurse said. "I'll go get the doctor, and we'll get this all moving along." "Do you hear that?" I kissed Bree's forehead. "We're about to meet our sons." Bree collapsed back into her pillows. Then her face returned to a pained expression, coupled with another contraction. "Let's keep these heart rates where they are and deliver naturally, Brienne," Dr. Allen said, pulling on his birthing gear. "If all goes safely, we're going to meet your babies soon." I watched as nurses filed in and walked over to the warmers where the babies would go once they were born. I also didn't fail to notice the neonatal intensive care unit staff walk in as well. "One more. I see baby number 1's head," Dr. Allen explained. "Would you like to watch?" the nurse asked Bree. "God, no!" she wailed out, as soon as our first son's head made its entrance into the world. With all of Brienne's hard work, she safely delivered our sons. Both boys were instantly rushed to their warmers after I cut their umbilical cords, and just as Dr. Allen suggested, Bree's 38-week pregnancy could likely deliver 2 healthy baby boys. He was right. Both babies passing the APGAR score made me exhale in relief at our 2 beautiful sons, who were now crying loudly for their mother.
The group had all texted that they'd wait outside when Bree's contractions were more brutal, and it was only Cameron who had the balls to peek around the curtain to check on her before heading into surgery. The nurses quickly wrapped both sets of dark-haired boys in their burrito-style blanket and handed them to Brienne after I walked to my wife. I kissed her on her forehead, her tired eyes peering up at me, and her beautiful, dimpled smile lighting up the entire room. "You did so well, baby," I kissed her forehead. "Our sons are healthy and on their way to you." I watched, mesmerized, as Bree was handed a baby for each arm, and she smiled down at them. "Hello, my beautiful boys. You look so much like your daddy. Except you, little man." I watched, sitting next to her and allowing her to lean into my side some. "You have dimples, don't you?" She chuckled and smiled at me. "I love you," she said, and that's when I kissed her parched lips. There aren't any words to explain how I'm feeling. I'm so proud of you and more in love with you now than ever. I glanced down, and the other infant popped the same dimples as the first one. I frowned and shook off any idea that Dr. Allen got this wrong with our boys being identical. There was no way in hell, especially with today's technology. "Well, what the heck are we going to call you two?" I said, gently taking one of our sons from Bree's arm. "Well, I've got Logan," Bree smiled at me with a tear in her eye. "And I think, if I'm correct, the beautiful little boy you're holding is Albert." I looked at her in amazement. "You're trying to make me cry, and I won't," I said, arching an eyebrow at her, while Dr. Allen continued to work, sewing up her vital area. "I wanted to name our sons after two men who you loved and cherished. What do you think?" "I love it," I said, kissing her. "And I love you. Do you want some ice chips or water? Your lips are parched, baby." "I would love that," she said. "Well, I certainly miss this," Dr. Allen said, examining what I could only imagine was the placenta. "Don't tell me there are three," Bree chuckled. "No," Dr. Allen stood. "These handsome boys are identical twins." He smiled at Bree and me. "Congratulations to you both. When you're ready, you can have visitors. I can already hear Colin out there, so I'll have a nurse send your friends and family in whenever you say." "Family?" I chuckled. "Did Jake say he was family again so he could come in first?" "No," Dr. Allen looked at me. "A young woman said so. Her name is Jane O'Connor, I think," he said, glancing back where the door had been closed for the delivery process. "My sister is here?" I questioned him, as if he'd understand why I hadn't seen to Jane since San Diego. I hadn't heard from her since she said there was no way in hell she'd come to Mom's funeral, and sometime between then and now she was deployed. Apparently she was back now. "Surprise, Daddy?" Bree cleared my instant confusion with a lovely smile of adoration. "I sent her a text and let her know that we were going to have a baby at some point this month." I kissed her forehead. "A baby? As in one?" I questioned. Bree had Jane's info since I threw it into her contacts as a joke, stating she was my first emergency contact if I didn't survive our deep-sea dive on one of our many honeymoon destinations. "Go get her. I'm all tucked in and ready for everyone to meet these babies before the lactation consultant gets here and clears the room." You realize that even though I love Jane, our friends are family to me too. "Alexander." She used the one name she loved when she busted my ass. The married couple shit that happens, I guess. "She's your sister, and she's here because she loves you. Bring her in, and then we'll show her these handsome nephews of hers. The boys have the rest of their lives to spend with our family of friends, all the aunties and uncles and cousins that go along with it. But give your sister this. Our friends understand." I cleared my throat and looked at baby Albert as he started to fight in my arms. "I'm not sure how to handle this, but I guess..." I glanced over at baby Logan in Bree's arms. Well, I guess these two handsome men are a great conversation starter. They're a perfect way to start down a new and healthy road with your sister. I'm happily surprised she's here on the day they were born. Leave it to you to fix the last dangling issue in my family drama. I kissed her again, unsure if I'd ever be able to stop, given how happy I was. I walked out to the comfortable waiting area, and Jim was the first to stand when he saw my approach. We heard Mommy and babies are healthy? A new and very handsome dad didn't pass out? I heard Jane as she walked up to me, smiles worn all around the room, while the children were occupied in the learning and games corner of the room. Jane, I'm happy as hell that you're here, I said, as she stepped back and smiled up at me. Well, she patted my cheek. I've heard you're doing well from my sister-in-law. I texted Bree and congratulated her on your nuptials since your response was some BS thumbs-up emoji. I am. I grinned at how well my sister appeared. Her blonde, curly hair was loose around her shoulders, and she was dressed casually. She didn't have her usual stiff military look. I'm happy you're here. She jabbed me in my side. You better be. Now let's go, she said. Give us a second. I smiled at the group as Jane walked in to meet Brienne and our children for the first time, and the understanding smiles on my friends' faces were all I needed to see, not to feel as though I was ditching them. Identical twins, Jane grinned at me. I love the names, Alex. You're one lucky dad, you know. And you're one lucky aunt, eh? I said, walking toward Brienne's beaming smile. We named them after our grandfather and our brother. It's a beautiful way to treasure both of them, she said. Damn, I couldn't be happier for you, she looked at Bree, and thrilled to meet a kind sister finally. Out of all the tragedy, it feels so freeing to let it all go and just be a real family. I think we're all a great family, now that you're with us, Bree added. How'd you manage to get up here on this day of all days? Jane grinned, taking a seat, lost in baby Logan's eyes now. I guess I got lucky. I left last night, made the 6-hour drive after traffic cleared, and then Bree texted me when you guys were here. Yeah, well, she could have used your marine methods while she waited to deliver, I smirked. This is all so surreal. I'm happy you're here. Jane grinned at Bree and me. I am too. She touched the dimple on Logan's cheek when he yawned. Now, let's toughen these boys up and make them badass Marines, eh? Fighter pilots? Bree laughed. You know it. Jane grinned. The rest of the gang filtered in, all smiles. Aside from meeting Brienne, falling in love, and finding my true peace, having everyone together in this room made me feel like the luckiest son of a bitch on the planet. I loved the wholeness I felt. Over a year ago, Jane and I would have never been laughing or smiling like this, like the brother and sister we could happily be now. We went through hell together, and I was so thankful that I had my oldest sister after all was said and done. Could I be the happiest man alive? Absolutely. I was the most content that I'd ever been, and I could say without reservation that I deserved this happiness, and I deserved the beautiful family I was blessed to have. A painful past did make for a strong man, in my case. When I asked Bree to allow me to be the last man she could ever love, she'd already honored that vow by giving me 2 more little humans to love unconditionally. And just like that, I had a family. And I knew I would never take any of this for granted, not for one damn day of my life. I was a man who'd been blessed 1,000 times over. This concludes Mr. Grayson by Raylin Marks. Narrated by Stephanie Rose and Jeremy York. Copyright 2021 by Raylin Marks. This unabridged audiobook is published by arrangement with Raylin Marks and was produced in the year 2021 by Tantor Media Incorporated, a division of Recorded Books, which holds the copyright thereto. Please visit tantor.com for more information on our growing library of unabridged audiobooks.